Can we turn down the music? Thank you. Good morning and welcome to Day 3 of PLF 2022. Before we launch into this morning's session, we would like to thank our partners. Platinum partner Blue One Inc. Do check out their lovely bookstall outside displaying 20 titles. Platinum and broadcast partner Times Now. Platinum partner Motwani Jadeja Foundation, which is doing phenomenal work in supporting a global network of entrepreneurial thinkers, artists, writers, and tech innovators. Gold and social media partner Koo, India's very own social media app. Do post and comment with the hashtag PLF2022 and check out the trends on the screen at the entrance. Gold partner Total Environment Homes. Their innovative spaces are displayed on our standees in the corridor. We thank our print and digital partners Swarajya Magazine, our festival partners Zoho and OHM, our academic partner Rishihood University, and our session partners Smart, Indic Academy, and Jaipuria School, Lucknow. In the light of Sri Aurobindo's 150th birth anniversary celebrations, we begin the book journey of reading Sri Aurobindo, in the very town the poet, philosopher, yogi chose as the physical abode of his sadhana. We invite the editors Gautam Chikarmane and Devdeep Ganguly and their publisher Milli Aishwarya to tell us more about the book. Gautam Chikarmane is Vice President at Observer Research Foundation. His areas of research are economics, politics, foreign policy, and the Mahabharata. Earlier, he has held leadership positions in some of India's top newspapers and magazines, including Hindustan Times, the Indian Express, and the Financial Express. Devdeep Ganguly teaches undergraduate students at the Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education, Pondicherry, where he offers courses on the social and political philosophy of Sri Aurobindo, as well as on ancient Indian history, art, and culture. He is frequently invited to speak in universities in India and abroad on topics related to Sri Aurobindo's writings. Milli Aishwarya is the editor-in-chief for commercial and business books and the backlist publisher at Penguin Random House, India. She completed her BA and MA English from the esteemed Hindu College, Delhi University. In more than a decade-long career in publishing, Milli Aishwarya has been responsible for establishing and spearheading the local publishing list, first at Random House India and now at Penguin Random House India. A TEDx speaker, Milli has been invited to speak at various book festivals and platforms such as AdTech, Ideas India Conclave, IPPO Conference, the IITs, and IIM. She was recently awarded the Women Achievers Samman 2017 for publishing by the Global Organization of People of Indian Origin, GOPIO, and NRI Achievers. Gautam Chikarmane and Devdeep Ganguly, in conversation with Milli Aishwarya, will now speak on reading Sri Aurobindo.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here amidst all of you and also in Pondicherry. It's my first time here, and what has drawn me is Sri Aurobindo. So, and the book that we published, Reading Sri Aurobindo, edited by Gautam Chikarmane and Devdeep Ganguly. It's been a very special journey for me too, working on the book with both Devdeep and Gautam, and I'm so happy that we're able to publish it in time for Sri Aurobindo's 150th birth anniversary. So thank you again for joining us here on this Sunday morning, and we will get into the book straight away. I'll start with you, Devdeep. Like I said, it is the 150th birth anniversary of Sri Aurobindo. So what is the significance of, publishing the book and bringing it out now?
Good morning. So on 15th August 1947, Sri Aurobindo was 75 years old. And at that point of time, he had issued a message to the All India Radio where he speaks about his 5 dreams. And 75 years later, as we are celebrating his 150th birth anniversary, this is a good time to reflect on how far we have come and how far we need to go. The significance of reading Sri Aurobindo is essentially to direct our attention once again to his essential teachings through his texts. So we have, of course, Sri Aurobindo is a nationally, internationally known figure, but what we want to do through this book is to highlight that he cannot be restricted to any narrow paradigm. He is a vast, his teaching, his writings, they are vast, and we must engage with them increasingly, not through any limited prism, but in their entirety. So that is what we have attempted to do through the book. And I might add that it is also significant that Penguin agreed and has supported this publication, because we have not shied away from presenting Sri Aurobindo in his entirety. We are not focusing only on his nationalist period or his political period, which is of course significant and important. But we have given equal stress to, or even more stress to, the work that he did subsequently. And if you open the book, and the introduction written by Gautam is Sri Aurobindo, the Supramental Sage, which is also the subtitle in our jacket. And that is what we want to highlight, that he belongs to the future, which is calling us to grow towards And his texts and writings are the means by which we can walk that path. Maybe Gautam would like to add to that if he...
Sure.
Got it. No, Devdeep, I think you have done a fine job of introducing. I have nothing more to add, maybe further in the conversation, except the fact that I'm terrified right now. At least half the people in the audience, I know them personally, and I'm just wondering whether they'll get out of here with some learnings or laughter.
Both, hopefully.
No, absolutely. I think, it's the kind of audience we want for the book, so known faces and some new faces as well. And I hope you all will be tempted to read the book. Gautam, tell us a bit about, how the idea for the book originated and took shape.
Okay, so the 150th birth anniversary was on its way, and I was thinking about what to do. For a long time, I had been wanting to write on Sri Aurobindo, didn't have the courage. And I thought that maybe this is a time to start engaging formally. I mean, it's one thing to read Sri Aurobindo, and it's another thing to write reading Sri Aurobindo. I realized later that actually this idea is not my own. And if some of you who have engaged with Sri Aurobindo, you will understand when I say that some of the ideas come to you from outside and some from within. This one came from outside. How it came, when it came, I don't remember. But it was like a seed that got in there and then went down here into my heart. And then I began to think about this book. And I thought that, let me read all the 36 volumes and write this book. And those of you who are conversant with Sri Aurobindo's writings know that that is an impossible task. It would take 2 or 3 lifetimes to read any or all these books in the manner that they ought to be read. So then I thought that, no, I think I'm not going to be greedy. And then I leaned on Devdeep that let us do the book. And then we thought that, no, even that is not enough. Who can, in this audience, many of you have read The Life Divine. How many of you are confident enough to say, yeah, I know Life Divine? Nobody. And so then we opened it out further. And then we invited people who have actually specialized in certain books, read them, engaged with those ideas, perhaps even changed them. Because when you read Sri Aurobindo, whatever goes into the mental part goes, but you change as a person. Writing this book, editing this book, I had to revisit several of the books that I had read earlier through the eyes of some of the authors. And I found new revelations there. If I read this book 2 years later, there will be newer revelations. And that's what Sri Aurobindo is. As you evolve, you grow with his writing, the writing grows on you, you become one. You try to engage with the symbolism of words and ideas, but at some point it comes down here and sits in you, and one day you just realize that you've been transformed, not in the supramental manner, but in your approach to life. Like I can see as I'm a writer, my writings of 10 years ago and today are vastly different. Part of it is because of the jobs, but a deeper aspect in my writing is definitely Sri Aurobindo's writing. So we got the authors together. Some of them are here, and we are very grateful to them. Some authors are so good that whenever we got trapped, we had to drag them. Richard is one of them there. He has written 4 chapters. Sampadananji is here. And one by one, all of them are titans in the books that they read, in the books of Sri Aurobindo that they have read. And yet, they were open to our editing, our suggestions, the changes that we made at the first level, and then Millie's team at the second level. And it's been a good process. Let me also let you in on a secret. Everybody who has engaged with this book apart from us, as in the editors at Penguin, Millie herself, designers, have found something very exciting, and they have actually sat down and read the book. And I think that is the success of a book, that once you start reading it, those who are even producing it with, you have certain semantics, you have a certain style guide, you have certain constraints and boxes. Even then, this book has been able to touch them, and I felt at the first level, that is our greatest success. Now, next level, the book is over to you, and we hope it does the same.
No, absolutely. I think I can vouch for that because the first few people in Penguin who read the book and engaged with it, and moving on to the publicity team, sales, anyone who has had a chance to go through the book really found it very interesting and revelatory in a way because, some people do believe that it is not easy to reach Aurobindo and he can be a little difficult to read, and we'll come to that a bit later. But I think that was a really good thing for us, and it sort of made our purpose more clear because the purpose of the book is to get in more readers and Sri Aurobindo into the lives of many more people, as many people as possible. So I hope this book is able to achieve that. Continuing with that idea, Deep, how was it working with Gautam, on the book? Because it's a different kind of a book, it is an edited volume, it has a lot of contributors. How did you two go about it? And, if you have to describe the book in terms of the structure, how would you explain it?
Yeah, working with Gautam was very difficult. No, but jokes apart, no, it's been a wonderful collaborative process. It was actually during the pandemic in 2020 when Gautam and I started discussing the book. He had come to Pondicherry and we had a fairly long conversation about this. And as he mentioned, we realized very soon that this is something which is bigger than us, and we are only steering or guiding the process, but we have to align ourselves to something much larger which is taking place. And so we sat down and we started to identify who we could ask to write the different chapters. And we had a few criteria that we wanted to emphasize on. One, we wanted people from the ashram, but also people from outside. We wanted people from India, but also internationally. We wanted academics, but also people who are not academics, people who had engaged with the book regardless of whatever profession or careers that they were following. We wanted men and women. So we really wanted to present the books of Sri Aurobindo through the prism of a variety of people. So not through any single lens. So that was really important for Gautam and I to identify people who could show that Sri Aurobindo is accessible and is read by so many different people, regardless of whether they are academics or not. And that is really one of the ways by which we selected people. Some, of course, were not able to, they were not free. But eventually, we managed to get together 19 other contributors. So Gautam and I have around 7 chapters in the book, and then the other chapters were invited chapters. And working with Gautam, of course, is also very interesting because we have a very different perspective. Though we are rooted in the same philosophy and the same vision, Gautam comes from a world which engages, where he engages with politics and economy, and he lives in Delhi, in the heart of where all this is happening. And I'm quite ensconced in Pondicherry, in my teaching with my students and so on. So we also bring 2 different perspectives. And that has been an interesting dialogue and an interesting way by which we have been, we've worked together on this.
I think, Millie, you should just look at us as instruments rather than anything more glamorous than that. We are just the infrastructure, the pathways, the bridges. The real stuff is Sri Aurobindo. The real writers are those who contributed. We became the vehicles, and it's our privilege to be so, and nothing more.
I was talking about Sri Aurobindo's writings and whether he is a difficult writer. So would you like to throw some light on that? Do you think he's
Absolutely.
complex? to read?
He's a very difficult writer, and he's a very simple writer. When you approach Sri Aurobindo the first time, you go to Sabda, and if you make the error of picking up the life divine, you will never read Sri Aurobindo. I assure you. Firstly, at a conceptual level, what Sri Aurobindo does is beyond what we are used to, even as Indians who are exposed to the Gita, Upanishads, Mahabharat, Puranas. Even we, in whom spirituality flows like a matter of fact, like the way we breathe. Even us, we will find it difficult to read the life divine. And if God help you, if that's the first book you pick up. On the other hand, you pick up Vande Mataram, you pick up Karma Yogin, you pick up maybe letters on yoga, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you begin to get a little access, because these are the places where he writes about things that are familiar to us: freedom movement, sovereignty, patriotism, nationalism. And he brings spirituality, spiritual principles into it. The breadth of Sri Aurobindo, from politics to poetry to dramas to prose to analytics of, for instance, the Mahabharata, Kalidas, to spiritual principles, to scriptures like Upanishads, Gita, and so on, is humongous for any one human, any one being to do in one lifetime. He did it. From this library of width, then you get a depth, which is, be it patriotism, be it poetry, be it stories. He takes it into a deeper level that touches you inside. He takes you within yourself. And third, having done that, he takes it to a new height that we are not used to, as I talked about earlier. Put these together, and Sri Aurobindo is a very formidable writer. You need to, at one level, be extremely humble, at another level, be extremely strong to engage with these ideas. Having said that, this book, what we are trying to do here is that this gives you a taste. So 36 volumes, I think, from the beginning of this table to here, is about the physical size of the 36 volumes. All those have been encapsulated in 6 to 7 pages. Each volume is about 6 to 8 pages, depending on the... So this, we tried to make it a little familiar by people who know. So even the complex concepts, the complex language, we have tried to make it more introductory, give you a familiarization. I wouldn't like to call it an introduction to Sri Aurobindo, because that too is impossible to do. But we have tried to give you a familiarity with his writings, with his particular volumes. So whether it is tough or easy depends on you. There is no universal. A person may find Life Divine very easy to do, synthesis of yoga. Another may find it formidable, and he may find letters on yoga. So yes, he's a difficult writer, but once you get familiarized with the grammar of his spirituality, the principles, then I think it becomes easier and easier as you go forward.
I think, so I agree with Gautam that it's also a question of temperament. There are people who take directly to some of the more profound works, and they are able to absorb it. What I have found is that it is not a question of the knowledge of the language. Because even some very knowledgeable people who may be professors of English and so on find it very difficult to read Sri Aurobindo. And sometimes people with no background in literature or philosophy pick up and say that I'm drawing so much from the book. And so essentially each book of Sri Aurobindo contains his consciousness, an aspect of his consciousness. And if you're aligned to that, if there is an opening in you to that aspect that he's putting forth in the book, you resonate with it. And when a question was put to the mother on how one should read Sri Aurobindo, it was put by a student, her answer is very interesting. She says to read a little at a time regularly without thinking too much about what you're reading, to allow the words and the language to imprint themselves, to go deeper and affect the consciousness. And this is a very common experience with whoever reads Sri Aurobindo, that the reading changes you. And that the text can be read multiple times over the many years. So I teach one of the texts that I teach in the ashram college at the undergraduate level is called The Human Cycle, which is a social and political philosophical text. And I've been now engaged with that text for 3 years as a student and then for 18 years as a teacher. And even now, every year I go back to the text with a new set of students, and I feel I'm as much a student as any of them. I feel like I'm learning with them as I'm reading the text. So it keeps giving, and that is what is really remarkable about Sri Aurobindo. I don't know if I could do this with too many other authors.
I just want to add one thing to what Devdeep said. Sorry.
Please go.
There is his magnum opus, Savitri. And I must have tried to read Savitri at least 35 times. And I have failed every time. I read 2 lines, 4 lines, half a stanza, maybe quarter of a canto, and I'm lost. And yet, what Devdeep said, even in those few lines, when you approach Sri Aurobindo, you have to do it with the hermeneutics of respect rather than hermeneutics of skepticism. When you read those few lines, I definitely feel, and I've spoken to several in the ashram who also agree, that there is a presence. You feel these are living words. These are conscious words. They are mantric in their approach. You may not understand the mantra, but the mantra will understand you. And at a non-mental, psychic level, perhaps the mantra and you do talk to each other. That conversation does happen. And I think Sri Aurobindo's writings, if you approach it with a mantric, as though you're reading a mantra, then more than the mental, it becomes an integral reading. You read it with your body. You read it with your heart. You read it with your vital. And that integrality that he talks about is the integrality with which you surrender and read Sri Aurobindo. And that's, I think, so I may not remember Savitri's lines, but I know Savitri is here.
And one last thing, Millie, before we move on to the next question, because this is such a fundamental issue. At the same time, we have to engage with Sri Aurobindo when we read with the mind as well. Because he's writing for a readership that is not all. So he of course wrote a certain number of volumes and letters and so on to disciples. That is a different story altogether. But he wrote a number of volumes for a readership that was not necessarily his followers or his disciples. And there he's approaching us through the mind, through ideas, through thoughts. And we must rise up, if we need to rise up to the occasion, to engage with those ideas. And I think that's the reason why we feel this book is important, not just for our community and the ashram and the followers, but also because it's time for these ideas to gain engagement in the wider context. He speaks for humanity as a whole. And it is not just a deeper psychic reading, though that is fundamental, but there are also very interesting ideas that are essential for us to engage with.
No, absolutely. And that brings me, to my next question, which is on his core philosophy. So what according to you is the core philosophy of Sri Aurobindo, and how is it relevant, now in India 75 years after independence?
So, Sri Aurobindo's teaching starts from that of the ancient sages, where there is an ultimate reality, a fundamental truth of existence, which is separated from us by a veil of ignorance, by a lack of our ability to see that greater reality which surrounds us and which is the truth of things. So with that, in that respect, to arrive at that self, at that higher consciousness, at that ultimate truth, in this respect, it is the same as the teachings that have come down to us for thousands of years. Where it is unique is he brings in an evolutionary aspect where he says the purpose of nature, the purpose of humanity is not to stop at where we are, but to rise to a greater consciousness. And having arrived at that greater truth or that greater consciousness above, to be able to bring it down and to make it act upon the nature, to transform the mind, the vital, the feelings, the emotions, right down to the physical consciousness. The method of doing that, of course, it is a complex, he himself says, it is not easy, it is a difficult and long endeavor. And he makes use of the methods of the past, but he is not bound by any specific method or any specific practice. He takes up the different yogas of the past, but then turns them to an end which has perhaps not been expressed or seen in this way, this total transformation of the individual and of the collective society. So that is the sort of core, you can say, philosophical approach of Sri Aurobindo. And of course, there are some more things that one could say. For example, he says to discover the soul within, to rise up beyond the mind to these higher planes that exist, to bring that down into oneself. So there is a whole methodology. But what is interesting is that it fits in, this is not just an individual philosophical worldview, perspective. It fits into humanity as a whole, collective evolution, growth, history. All of these aspects become illuminated and seen differently when we put consciousness in the center. When we put consciousness in the middle, it changes the way that we understand ourselves and the world. And I think maybe Gautam might want to say something about consciousness in terms of how you were mentioning to me yesterday how the word, fundamentally altered your perspective when you thought about consciousness.
Okay, so I've forgotten that conversation, sorry. but I want to add to your, the basic principles according to me.
We will revisit that,
Is that I think he sees man as a transitional being. So from the ape to the man, the jump that happened, that same consciousness is now going to take us to the next level. And that next level of evolution, which is a primary core principle. What was the word you used? Core philosophy of Sri Aurobindo is in fact not the dissolution of the body or a dissolution of consciousness into the spirit above, but to call that down and change it in our body, the very cells of our body matter. And I think there lies a lot of science and spirituality and the bridge that he has been able to build, which takes Indian spiritual and philosophical traditions to the next level, where it doesn't stop at dissolution, but it comes down back to earth, back into our cells, and transforms them. That's one thing which I wanted to add.
Yeah, but the second part of my question.
We've hardly started.
Well, I had lots more questions myself, and what I really wanted to do was to open the floor for some questions. So, one last question, which okay, there's some miscalculation, so we will continue.
So how much time do we have actually? Then we'll accordingly plan the session. Okay.
How many minutes? Oh, okay. So I think we have, 30 minutes or so, as per my calculations. So no problem.
Half an hour.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So my calculation was right. I think we will continue. And the second part of my question was about Sri Aurobindo's relevance, now in India, 75 years after independence. And, either of you can take that, or both of you.
To say that Sri Aurobindo is relevant in the 21st century or in the 75th Independence Day is reducing Sri Aurobindo into a box that, into a bullet point. I think Sri Aurobindo always has been relevant, but just to emphasize further, I think the world today, if you look at it across geographies, there is a disunity which is driving the world. There is a separateness which is creating fissures, conflicts. And when he spoke of, for instance, the ideal of human unity, it wasn't, or the human cycle, it wasn't about just setting up new institutions. For instance, the concert of Europe being replaced with the next organization, which again failed, and now we have a United Nations, which again is failing, and it will continue to fail until we understand the spiritual unity that binds humanity together. So in that aspect, I would say Sri Aurobindo, nothing is more relevant today for any peace-seeking individual and a peace-desiring economy or a sovereign or a government or a country or a geography than to read Sri Aurobindo today and understand that this separateness is an artificial barrier which has to be overcome. It is important, it has its place, but it is not, we cannot continue with this anymore. On economy, he has a lot to say. For instance, what are the incentives? For instance, self-confidence. It's not just putting money together. I think he just didn't believe in the state doing business. And we are seeing a lot of that in India, and much of which is now going back, thank you. And we are glad to see that happen. But there are also the forces that want in more nationalization, etc. And I think they need to read Sri Aurobindo's chapter in early cultural writings, which is actually a speech that he wrote for the King of Baroda. I can continue to talk about tiny relevances, but I don't want to get trapped into bullet points. I think the biggest relevance, or biggest, if we want to take something, is that when he talks about war, for instance, he was writing about war. He says, and there was some peace, so he said peace is temporary. As long as the stimulus for war remains within, wars will continue. And I think if we really want to seek peace, if we want harmony, if we want a planetary unity, I think it is this harmony within ourselves as individuals, then as a collective, then as a nation, and then as a planet that we need to seek out. And I think, so he writes a lot about the practical aspects of war, outer world, culture, education, and so on, each of which is driven by the conversations within. I think that is what makes it.
I think when we speak of the 150th, it's of course an important marker because it allows us to engage once again with his ideas and read his books and to have these conversations that we are having. But in a certain sense, his is also an eternal birth. And what I mean by that is that there is a fundamental truth which obviously we understand through his life and his work, but it is something which is a progressive, constantly evolving reality. So sometimes I get asked the question, 75 years have passed. Where are the changes that Sri Aurobindo speaks about? How do we see society or the world reflecting those changes? And what I like to highlight is that if we imagine that we will see newspaper articles saying the world is now transforming or there is now change of consciousness is happening, it is of course very futile to have that expectation. But if we look carefully, if we see with a little subtlety, we find, for example, education. Major movements of education around the world, people are asking the questions about what is the purpose? How do we address the child as a being rather than as someone who has to be fed information? And these ideas are even coming into the mainstream. It is no longer something which is happening in remote enclaves. If you look at the idea today about spirituality, if you say that life and spirituality are not separate from each other, no one bats an eyelid. Even people in various other traditions or orders, because it's something that is more and more accepted as a truth, that somehow, intuitively you feel, they have to somehow come together. You cannot keep them divided anymore. And similarly, if you look at patterns in the world, I feel that you will find that whether people attribute it to Sri Aurobindo or not is irrelevant, but the changes that he speaks about, the changes of consciousness taking place, are certainly present and active. And so this is a good time, a good moment for us to sort of rededicate ourselves to those ideals.
Just 1 second. So
Sure.
just to illustrate, because these concepts can get very abstract. He talked about education, and the kind of education that we do, let's say, is a field, a subject, a group of subjects, intersectionality and other jargons that are being spewed out. But in fact, education, the way Sri Aurobindo sees it, and which is something that India must lead through policy, is the complete integral education of the mind, of the emotions, to managing your emotions, the physical, all the at an integral level. And we don't even think about it. Let's take the mind. Is stuffing information or analyzing information about a particular field, let's talk about, let's say, physics, a goal of education? Is a job a goal of education? In the mind alone, he talks about how concentration, the very principles, the substance of education, of a being, of a child, of an individual grown up, is not limited to just knowing more, reading more, being aware more, better informed in the information age, more knowledgeable in the knowledge society. It's also an inward looking to be able to concentrate, to be calm, all these parts. So I think this education itself, it's not to change the texture of a field or a texture or reorganize information. It is also the soul of education that he talks about, and which is missing in all across the world, and sadly even in India.
No, absolutely. And there is so much else. But I'll take one last question and then open the floor for audience questions. When you look at Sri Aurobindo's life and his work, you definitely encounter the mother, and her contribution. So who and what is the mother? Devdeep, you go first.
Well, in a certain sense, it's very hard to even look at them as two separate entities, because one without the other is inconceivable in a certain sense. In the context of reading Sri Aurobindo, I think a lot of people find a lot of help in approaching the mother, because the mother did not write much, though she has a lot of correspondence and a few very important essays, but her conversations and her classes with the children have all been recorded, children and also the ashramites. And so through these conversations, we get an approach into the same vision, the same consciousness, but in a language that is more accessible and also much more focused on the practice rather than merely the principles. And so, in fact, in the conclusion of the book, where we talk about some suggestions and we give some sort of a little guidance as to how the reader can continue their journey with reading the texts, we refer to the mother and we say, reading her is often a very direct path to the same perspective. And maybe Gautam wants to add a little bit about the mother.
Yeah, so reading Sri Aurobindo is very difficult. So the first, if you find that difficult, you should try to read the mother. If you find reading mother difficult, read our book. She also has, how much? 37 volumes.
No. 18
volumes.
18
So
volumes.
if you think 18 volumes are formidable, maybe this small little volume will work for you.
I mean, yes, and of course, jokes apart, I mean, the mother was, you asked who was the mother, and she's the one who really manifests Sri Aurobindo's vision. In practical terms, you can think about the ashram wouldn't exist without her. The ashram school wouldn't exist without her. Auroville, the founding of Auroville. These are important outer legacies. And there is, of course, an entire domain which we can only sort of understand from a distance, little ignorantly, is all the work that she did to bring down what Sri Aurobindo was represented into the world and sort of anchoring it in the world. And there's a whole volume on the mother and letters on the mother. And for those who are interested in further exploring, that is a text that they should definitely read.
Yeah, so if Sri Aurobindo, he drew the contours of integral yoga, of evolution, Mother manifested it using the ashram as a laboratory. I think that would encapsulate.
I think you explained it beautifully. And now I'm going to open the floor for questions. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand and we'll get the mic to you. The gentleman at the back, can we pass him the mic, please?
So while we are waiting for the mic to get there, I just want to highlight once again, I just see some more of our authors are here. So there is Richard Hart's right in the front, and I'm just pointing it out so that in case people want to discuss with them later on or catch them, you know where to go. Richard has contributed 4 chapters, and he's also one of the editors of the complete works of Sri Aurobindo. So we were really happy to have Richard as part of our project, and we are both in awe of his scholarship and his learning, and we have definitely been helped by his direct involvement. There is Dr. Samparananda Mishra, who has contributed a chapter on the writings in Bengali and Sanskrit, and he's an authority in the field of Sanskrit. And I also see one of our younger authors at the back, Anshul Sinha, who was, I'm happy to say, very proud to say, also a student of mine. And Anshul has done his studies in philosophy, and he's written the chapter on the Kena Upanishad. And so to highlight what I had said earlier, that we wanted to select a range of writers across age groups, across backgrounds, from different perspectives, so that really the book is a representative of the kind of reading that happens around Sri Aurobindo's works. So just with that, I hope I've not missed anyone. If there is any other contributor in the audience, please lift up your hand, because that's all I can see at the moment. But now we can take the questions.
Good morning. Namaste. My name is Srinivas, and I'm a student of yoga. So it seems that Sri Aurobindo's writings on yoga are predominantly in English. I have not read much of his, but whatever I've seen of his brilliant poetry, and they are therefore framed for a Western audience. For example, employing keywords like vital, mental, intellectual, etc., instead of what we would call today in the resurgent Indic consciousness as, say, the Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, etc., which are all found in the Taittiriya Upanishad. So, is it the case that there has been more emphasis?
Question. That's a very, very good question. Thank you. No, I don't think it's anything to do with Indians or foreigners or reaching out here and there. English was his language. That's the language he wrote in. That's the language he used. But I think in your question lies a source of future actions. I think we need to get his works translated into as many languages as possible. Let me give an example. In 1960, the critical edition of the Mahabharata got completed under the editorship of Sukthankar. Since then, these are huge. I don't want to get into how they were put together, but the critical edition itself is an adventure. Now, after that, there is a whole new awakening awaited in India through the translations of the critical edition. Likewise, I would say that the complete works of Sri Aurobindo the last book came out in 2017, Richard?
2019, I think.
2019. Yeah. The last book came out in 2019 of his complete, of the complete works of Sri Aurobindo. Perhaps it's now time to start translating his works into other languages.
I just want to add to that. One is that he actually uses a lot of Sanskrit terms. If you were to read the Life Divine and a number of other texts, he is frequently employing Sanskrit terms. In fact, to kind of switch the question, he was asked by another disciple in the 1930s, exactly the reverse question. Is your teaching for Hindus? You are using so many terms in Sanskrit. This was asked by a Muslim disciple. And Sri Aurobindo says something interesting. He says, if I was familiar, if there was a different context, if I was familiar with the Sufi terms, I might use them as well. Ultimately, the only thing that matters is the principle in question, regardless of the language. And English certainly universalizes Sri Aurobindo, not just for the world at large, but also for Indians. Because the fact is, if he had written in any one Indian language, it would be limiting. Much more than it is to write in English. Let us be honest. If there is something that can be read across the states of India, across different cities, it would be in English today. Even Hindi does not have that universal reach that English has in India today. So this is not to say that it is only for an English audience. I agree with Gautam fully. We must translate. We must make it accessible to whoever wants to read.
Thank you. Any other questions? Please raise your hand. Oh.
Yeah, I have read less of Aurobindo. My question is regarding that supramental consciousness evolving into a superior species. Actually, this question is partly to Dr. Parikshit because he spoke about comparing with Nietzsche's Superman. As an individual level, yes, it might happen or it may happen after a few centuries, but there is a saying or some thoughts like the end of the consequence of Nietzsche's Superman was people like Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, or recently maybe even Osama, we can say. So, is there a need to down-emphasize that part of Aurobindo's thoughts because it may end up in a different, or it is prone to misinterpret in that way, only based on the power which Nietzsche proposed. I think it may be still applicable at the individual level. An individual may evolve better, or a group may evolve maybe a few centuries. I hope I got my question right. Sorry.
Sir, the universal fact is that the higher the truth, the greater the danger of misinterpreting and falsifying it. So, because something can be misinterpreted or can turn into its opposite is not a reason not to aspire towards it. The supramental, once you understand firstly, we are in no position to discuss and talk about the supramental consciousness because we are nowhere near it as individuals. So our understanding is very, very secondary. But if you were to read Sri Aurobindo and see how he places it in the context of his evolutionary world vision, it becomes evident that it is the logical next step. And certainly, to speak about the supramental consciousness or the supramentalization of the body, before we have even taken the first elementary steps of spiritual realization and knowledge is foolhardy. So that should certainly not be encouraged, and we should, not have the illusion that we are getting there anytime soon. But having said that, I do not agree with the idea that we should leave it to the side or somehow downplay it, because that is the fundamental role of Sri Aurobindo. In fact, in the book, and I'm really so glad, I have to point out here that we were so happy to work with Millie as the publisher from Penguin. At no point were we told, oh, these are not mainstream ideas, you should maybe tone it down, or don't talk about these things. We were given a free hand to bring out Sri Aurobindo in the way that he writes about his way of looking at things. Which is why in the book, if you open the jacket of the book, the very first thing that you will see right over here is an introduction to the writings of Sri Aurobindo, the supramental sage. That is also the title of the introduction that Gautam has written. And we want to put it out there, that is what Sri Aurobindo represents, the supramental sage. Afterwards, I agree with you, sir, that we should not harbor any misconceived notion that we are rapidly achieving that goal, but we must keep it in view.
Before we take the next question. In the interest of time, we request you to limit the duration of your question to 30 seconds, please.
Okay, I'll be quick.
Sure.
Gautam, when you just started the introduction, like you spoke about the life divine, and it kind of seems forbidding, but in your book, have you touched about his humor? Because Sri Aurobindo's aspect, that humorous aspect, is very much part of him.
So, I think there is a separate book to be written on issues like humor, his spirituality, his philosophical approach, his patriotism, his freedom fighting, and so on and so forth. This book is a familiarization exercise of each of the 36 volumes. Actually, some volumes combine, let's say, 31 books. Because some books are across 2 volumes and there are 3 books in a single volume and so on. We are trying to give you a familiarization of what he wrote in across 31 books or chapters that we have done. So I think there is a great idea lying here in what you say, and I think that idea has been explored by some other devotees and disciples. Because I've read somewhere in some of the those Sabda books about his. But in this book, we have not frontally talked about his humor, although at certain points we have referred to it.
Maybe when we letters on yoga, there might be some reference to it, but not,
If that aspect is just gently woven, that's all.
Hopefully, the person who worked on letters on yoga brought it out. I think they did. Yeah.
But you've certainly given them idea for a new book. So thank you so much. I think we have time for one last question and then we'll wrap up.
This is a specific question about what he terms as the Muslim problem. So from his writings, we get an impression that he just viewed it as more of a nationalistic and political issue rather than a civilizational conflict. So can you comment on this? So what was Sri Aurobindo's view on the Muslim problem?
Who wants to take it? Okay, Devdeep first.
So there are a few references where he takes up this issue. We do find him discussing this issue in his talks, which are not his own writings, but recordings noted by other people. I think a very important source that we can go to is his 15th August message, 1947, where he also addresses this. And he says that if we do not resolve this, if we are not able to arrive at a resolution to this fundamental conflict, it will not only weaken Indian society, but open the door to a possible invasion even. And so for him, whether it's a civilizational conflict or a political conflict, the fact is that he emphasized the essential unity of India. He emphasized the essential Indianness that must permeate and grow in our hearts and minds. And this is, of course, a subject for a much longer discussion. But in his mind, certainly, the view was that we must transcend these limitations, find that source of unity, of Indianness, which is in our hearts and souls, and stress upon that above everything else. And if we are able to reach there, then these problems would find their natural resolution. And if we are not able to address it, and if we descend into conflict and division and violence, he is very clear that the future of India is in question.
Would you like to add something to that, Gautam? Yeah.
No, nothing to add to that, but I just, since we are closing and there is a threat of that bell ringing to throw, before we are thrown out here, I just wanted to, make one small appeal. This book, Reading Sri Aurobindo, is not the last word. So don't look at it as the way it is. It is the first word. I think Sri Aurobindo has been systematically and ruthlessly cancelled by India, by Indian academia, by Indian mainstream. In his 150th birth anniversary, we are trying to rejuvenate something that is core to India. The core, what India stands for, what Bharat Varsha is, what Indian culture is, how India should move forward, and then expand that to a level of humanity. All of you reading this book, we will be very grateful for all that you write to us. But I think the final, what will give us success, how I will determine success, and it may not be sales, Millie, so don't I'm sorry about that, is that
Reading is sales.
if this book can ignite 100 PhDs on various aspects of Sri Aurobindo, including the Muslim question, the Indian language question, I'm forgetting any question that bothers the jokes, the humor of Sri Aurobindo. I think that's where Sri Aurobindo, India needs to rediscover and reclaim Sri Aurobindo into our day-to-day narratives. I think all those who are fighting these civilizational wars and this divisions of society and the science of consciousness and so on, please, you have a treasure trove in these 36 volumes. Go through this book, read the troves, do your own research. Let 1,000 books span on Sri Aurobindo.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Devdeep, Gautam, and to all of you for being here. We will leave with some last words. All right. So I think now we are seeing a lot of kindness from the organizers. I think we have a couple of minutes, so we will
If
close
there's another
with
question, we can take another question if there is another question.
one last question. If anyone, okay, that lady at the back, please.
I already read Swami Vivekananda, so is there a need to read Sri Aurobindo also? Seems like they both say similar things.
Devdeep.
As far as the Indian spiritual and philosophical traditions go, both Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo are on the same plane. But I think if you read Sri Aurobindo, he takes that to the next level, which it will be a process of discovery for you once you start reading his primary works.
And Penguin publishes both. We have a book on Sri Vivekananda also, so please go ahead and read that too.
And actually, madam, there is no need to. If you feel called to read, and if you feel that there is something that you would like to discover and learn, then you should approach it. But it's fine. It is not a competition. They are all different approaches to the spirit. But certainly, I agree with Gautam when he says that Sri Aurobindo articulates a vision that is not only of the past and its glory and its beauty, but also something which fundamentally flows into the future. And each, tradition approaches this truth in its own different ways. But if you are eager for knowledge, if you're curious to know more, then certainly you will gain from that reading.
And Sri Aurobindo has written on Vivekananda. So if you have read Vivekananda, you'll be delighted to know Sri Aurobindo has talked about Vivekananda in some of his letters.
Actually, I just had another question in my mind. You said Sri Aurobindo is not recognized or rejected by the academia. But why didn't the same thing happen with Swami Vivekananda? I find them to be so similar in whatever they say. We celebrate Swami Vivekananda, but by going by what you said, that Sri Aurobindo was not accepted by the academia and others. Why is that the case?
So I haven't studied Vivekananda as deeply as I have. I'm familiar with his works, I'm familiar with his writings, I have read his complete works, but I have not studied Vivekananda the way I have studied Sri Aurobindo. So I don't know what the extent of his entry into academia is or not. All I speak for is Sri Aurobindo, and Sri Aurobindo has been cancelled.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing to what you said, Gautam, that you mentioned about hopefully you can, there are 100 PhDs and so on, and I think that's important. But I think, both of us are equally happy if you're just reading. It's not even that there is a necessity for an academic publication or whatever else, but that there is an access to the works. And we feel in the 150th anniversary, 75 years of independence, that somehow the time has emerged, the time has come for his works to have wider engagement.
And we are extremely grateful, therefore, to take that the Sri Aurobindo Ashram, through its editors, has put out the complete works of Sri Aurobindo online, free of cost, ready to be downloaded and read. It's a great public service that has happened.
No, absolutely. I'd like to thank our panelists, editors, Gautam and Devdeep, and all our contributors who are here, who are also not here. So thank you for being here. You've been a wonderful audience. We will end now, but I'll request our authors to hold a copy of the book for you before we wrap this up.
This is not a launch. Please don't read it as such. The launch has happened already. This book has got the blessings of Sri Aurobindo 2 days ago. So we are just a discussion. It was sent to his room, and it has received those blessings.
Thank you so much for that very special beginning to the day. Copies of Reading Sri Aurobindo are available at the bookstall, so grab your copy and get them signed. Our next speaker is Aprameya Radhakrishna, a serial entrepreneur and the co-founder and CEO of Koo App, an Indian microblogging and social networking service app, also known as the Indian Twitter. He is an angel investor in 35 startups in India. Previously, he was also the founder and director of Taxi for Sure, which was later acquired by Ola. He holds a bachelor's degree in engineering in electronics and communication from the National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, and an MBA in general management from the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Aprameya Radhakrishna will now speak on social media in India, for India and the world. Yes. Please welcome Aprameya, and may I remind you that Koo is also our golden social partner.
Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to speak to all of you today. I'm here to talk about our own journey of coup and what we think is the future of social media, not just for India, but how we are going to be taking it to the world as well. So to begin with, I just want to lay some foundational principles around how social media is structured. All of us use so many apps. Why are there so many apps and why are we all on all of them, right? It seems like that from the distance, but when you actually look deeper, every social media network has a different flavor to it, right? And whether you can talk to everybody under the sun or you just talk to people you already know actually defines one aspect of it, right? So the first division amongst all the social media is whether it's closed, open or semi-open, right? If you see, closed networks are those where you will need a handshake to happen, which means on Facebook you will send a friend request and the other person has to accept it and then you can talk to each other, right? On LinkedIn, same thing happens. You will send a connect request, the other person accepts, then you can talk or you're connected. WhatsApp, you should know both of your phone numbers to be able to connect and communicate, right? Semi-open is, what Instagram started as is open network, but then they've introduced a feature where you could block your profile as well from others openly following. So it's open as well as closed. So it's moved towards a semi-open structure. And Twitter actually is, about thoughts and opinions, and they are open. Like you can follow anybody, you can have anybody in the world follow you, and hence it is open. Okay. Also, what makes social media very unique, each one very unique, is the reason to connect, right? Each network has a reason to connect. And hence, because of that reason, the networks that are formed are very unique. So for example, on Facebook, you're adding only family and friends, right? If you post something on Facebook, you will get a lot of love. You will never hear somebody scream at you, yell at you on Facebook, because it's all known networks. But if you do the same thing on, example, Twitter, it's an open network. All kinds of people follow you. People who agree with you, disagree with you. And the flavor of, you might post the same thing on both networks, but what you receive in return as a reaction is different. What you say on each platform is also different because of that. So on Facebook, you would say, I've gone on a holiday, I got married, I had a child, all of those things, right? And at a certain frequency. But on Instagram, you will actually say what you ate, where you went, who you hung out with, which is more lifestyle, right? And on LinkedIn, it would be only professional, like, what your thoughts are on your career, somebody else's, future in their industry, all of those things. So this is very important to understand, right? Each social network has a unique mood on the platform, which defines who you connect with, what you say, and the frequency at which you say something, right? So in the world of so many social networks, where does coup fit in, right? So when we started off with an insight when one of our, one of the users who was using our first product called Vocal to answer questions on that platform said, I don't want to just answer questions, but I want to also express whatever is in my mind. That got us thinking. Expressing what I'm thinking out to the open is something that Twitter is already doing. Why isn't this user using that, right? And then we found out that what Twitter has been able to accomplish so far is 1% of India who's predominantly speak English, which is most of us in this room, including most of us in this room, to connect with each other. So it is 1% of India talking to each other, right? 98, 99% of India doesn't come there because they're uncomfortable with the language being used, the topics being spoken, the people they can connect to. They don't relate to all of that, right? So that is the open space that we saw. We said 99% of India unable to express themselves on the open internet is a huge problem. All the voices in local languages are actually stuck in WhatsApp groups today in our country. It's just in small, WhatsApp groups. It could be 20, it could be 200, it could be 500, but it's still small. The fundamental freedom of expression, where I can say anything and anybody can hear it, is still not available to majority of the country, right? And that is what we're doing. And this is what we've unleashed, right? So if you see, segment A is celebrities, public figures. Segment B is the English educated achievers of the country. Both of these segments, segment A and B, actually are 1 or 2% of the country today. And them being connected in a network is happening. But segment C is what we have unleashed, right? Conversations between segment A to segment C in their language. So a Virat Kohli talking in Hindi is not happening anywhere else apart from Ku. And hence, he is able to express himself to a whole new bunch of people and get reactions. And if you look at it, C is probably the guys who matter in terms of votes for a politician. These are the guys who actually stand in a queue to buy a match ticket, a queue to buy a movie ticket, right? And that is what segment A kind of realizes, that these are the people who are die-hard fans, or the people, the numbers who really matter. And hence, they have started talking in local language to segment C on our platform. And reactions are very different, right? Virat Kohli gets out for a duck. The English-speaking Indian will say, okay, this guy doesn't know how to bat, this, that, blah, blah, blah. But segment C will actually be emotional, saying, he is our God, I will support him no matter what he does. So these are two different types of audience that we have in our own country. And this is what we've unleashed. And we've been able to get all kinds of people on the platform, right? In politics, every kind of party is on the platform. Media, all media houses are on the platform. Spiritual leaders, sports persons across cricket, kabaddi and others. Entertainment folks are on the platform. And what we are actually doing is not like, we're just hoping that this just grows, right? We have a method to the madness. And broadly, there are 3 ways in which global social media can be disrupted even today. One is, and the broad term that aligns all of these 3 principles, is inclusiveness, right? The first one is, we've built a platform that is inclusive in terms of language and culture, right? So we want everybody to be talking, we want everybody to be connected, and include everybody in daily dialogue, right? Second is, include countries, which means today when a global social media says my way or the highway to most countries across the world, we want to be in a place where we respect the country's way of working, because they have a leader, elected or otherwise. And they basically, every country wants to be able to operate without any disruption from any other entity. So the digital disruption cannot happen in a country which is trying to progress further, right? And that is the second principle. Third one is, today a lot of every social media platform actually doesn't share anything that they earn with their users, right? And that is the third principle around which we are going to be disrupting global social media. So just a few broad aspects. What is important when we say we have localized our product, right? It means that a Tamil-speaking person should be able to easily meet other Tamil-speaking folks, right? That is when a very tight Tamil network is formed. It is not being formed on other networks. So we are, one, making it easy for you to find other people, other handles, whether it's news or otherwise, in your language, which means we're forming a very tight network of people in a community. Second, we're multimedia, which means we understand that people want to express their thoughts and opinions in multiple ways. It could be text, photo, video, live stream, all of this is available. So that language communication is not dependent only on text, right? Third, even expressing in each of those languages, if you type with your English keyboard, you can actually, write out the lipi of that language very easily. So all of that we've done. And because we're connecting this network so well, the Tamil folks will be able to hashtag trend what is relevant to Tamil Nadu more than anything else, right? It is not a national or international trend. It is a Tamil Nadu trend. It is a Kannada trend. It is a Bangla trend, right? So hyper-local hashtags is a reality that has happened on Coup, right? And so I was talking about, celebrities talking to, people in local language. We are all habituated to talk in English. Like I'm addressing the whole gathering in English. If you give me any social media, I will start typing in English. So we've all become English citizens of the internet, right? Now, we cannot change that habit because we're all used to thinking and communicating in English. And so we've built tools, right? So on Coup, you can actually continue your habit of expressing in English. But at the same time, because we have multiple communities, you can choose the communities you want to say that to. And we will actually help you quickly translate that and suggest what that would mean, what that would say in Tamil, Telugu, Hindi, Malayalam, whatever language it is. And with one press of a button, you will be able to now expand your thought to the broader base of India. Your one thought, which used to go only to the English-speaking India, which is very, very small, that one thought can now go to multiple communities of different languages. And you will get a different essence of what it is. We were doing a sentiment analysis on the term Agniveer. And we saw that 60-65% positivity was happening in Punjabi and English on the term Agniveer and related terms. But in all other languages across India, the positivity rate was 95%. Right? So this kind of an insight is possible because we are behaving the way India behaves as a platform. India is a country with multiple languages and multiple influences on each language. So Coup as a platform has become embedded into the wider audience of India. We have now become 40 million downloads, 10 million monthly active users, 1.5 million login every day. And this is growing, right? We've just about hit inflection. And second is, so we've spoken about localized product. And there are so many other countries like India. Indonesia has multiple languages, very small English-speaking population, similar to India. 80% of the world doesn't speak India. So that localization, inclusiveness of the product is very important. Second is policy, right? Multiple countries have a problem with global social media. right? And that's becoming more and more evident as we see things progress. So what we've done is basically said, we will respect the local law of land wherever we are. We've started in India, we respect India's local law of land. If you go to Indonesia, we will respect theirs as well. We won't take an Indian way of working to Indonesia, because that's not what they want. But if you look at it, that's what we are being forced to do. So the more decentralized we become, while technology unites us, but technology should also respect every country as an entity and how they operate. And that is the approach that we will take, right? So for example, we've opened up our algorithm. How you see hashtags, how you see people, how you see your feed, everything is written in plain, simple English. You can go through it on our website and give us feedback. We'll take it up. We're the first ones to actually provide a voluntary self-verification system on the platform. If you want to say, I'm a real person and take what I say seriously than the others, you can actually do it on Koo. No other social media platform provides for that, right? Some of the other things, so we published very detailed criteria on how eminent folks get verified or not across segments, right? So various things that we keep doing to win the confidence of the users who are the center of it all, and the local country that we will operate in. Right? And we've made a lot of headlines around all the positive stuff that we've done around policy. So we've spoken about 2 ways we will disrupt global social media, starting with India and then other countries. The third way is how we monetize, right? So if you look at it across all social media, all of us use it as users and creators. They all take time and attention as investment from the users and creations as investment from the creators. They take both of this, become a very valuable platform for an advertiser to advertise, right? They make the dollars or rupees from the advertiser, but never share it back, despite having taken time and attention and creation from the users. So what we are going to be doing is actually distributing. So if we make 100 rupees, we will actually allocate 10, 20 rupees to go to the user, because they are the ones who have given us time and attention to have attracted the advertiser. And we're going to give tools to the creators to be able to attract that money that we've given to the user back to the creator. So the more the creator engages the user on Koo, more they will attract monetization opportunities, right? So this is the system that we will use to basically disrupt in our third way, which is inclusive monetization, right? So we've included people with language and culture, we've included countries with respect given to their local law of land, and we're including monetization, right? We're using inclusive monetization. And we've not even done the third one yet, monetization, but we've already become the #1 app on thoughts, opinions, updates, news in the country, right? And in terms of engagement, we're sky high, right? So that is what has made us the most preferred app for news and updates. And we will take this strategy to the rest of the world. Every country, there are 2 types of countries that we will focus on. One is a country that has multiple languages, right? Another set of countries are those who have a problem with global social media, right? And say, you have your own social media. We will say, you want to become digitally Atmanirbhar? India has become, please take this and become yourselves, right? So this story of Koo is about inclusiveness. It is not about 1% of India talking to each other. It is about the entire country being involved in daily discussions. And we want to take this to the rest of the world. Thanks a lot. Any questions?
are on Twitter. Because of Twitter and monetization, because those people were getting some monetized rewards, that is why those things happened in US. So if we encourage this monetization on coup, aren't we actually supporting that kind of a thing?
No, so this is very different. So what I meant by global social media not distributing or sharing is, there are, when you
like
scroll
fake
through,
accounts and all those kind of things I was referring
no, that's a different issue. So
Yeah.
monetization is about when you see an ad in your Facebook feed, for example. Facebook has made money by showing you that ad, but they haven't given you anything. So they've made 100 rupees, but you made 0 out of watching that ad. Yeah, but even making a 3-second impression on you also costs money. So we have, what we're planning is to build an economy around which you will have a coup wallet, you will keep getting something or the other based on your engagement, how many times that we have benefited from you, you will get a portion of that. Yeah.
Hi, Anand here. Hi, at the back.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, congratulations. It's a wonderful app. I'm on it, and really fantastic to see an Indian doing so well. I have 3, what you may call devil's advocate questions, if I may. The first one is, if you remember the story of email, how it started from Hotmail, and then there was MSN, and then there were so many others. Then came the inflection point of Gmail. They were offering something that was so totally different and not available on the other apps that people switched en masse to Gmail.
Yeah.
Why should someone who's on Twitter switch to coup, if you can say that in one sentence? And number 2, do you also regulate like Twitter does, for example, on freedom of speech and expression? Do you block and suspend people like Twitter does, or do you leave it to the Indian laws and jurisdiction? And 3, I was talking to someone in the audience here, which is predominantly, thankfully, right-wing and rational and logical, and they were saying, we won't come on coup because na Pakistani honge, na leftist honge, todenge aur peetenge kisko?
No, so 3 questions. So we basically want everybody on the platform, right? It takes time. Like, even after Twitter kind of opened up in India, everybody didn't join on day 1. Everybody joined one after the other. And there'll be moments in time where different types of people will come. So yes, we need everybody to have healthy discussions on the platform, and we encourage, like, as I already said, there are people from across the political parties on the platform already discussing, right? Second, we actually, don't block off your ability to express entirely. Like, blocking an entire account from saying anything at all is not part of our community guidelines, right? So we will not be doing that, as in other social media might behave that way. And your first question was again? Why would they join? Okay.
The first question was
So,
that Gmail offered
Yeah.
1 GB of data, so people
Correct.
think that Twitter is not offering. Thank you.
So I've spoken about it. One, if you want to keep talking to 1% of India, then you shouldn't join. But if you want to talk to the 99% of India, then you should definitely join coup, right? We have a tendency to always like to live in a bubble. If you want to break that bubble and get your voice out to the larger audience of India as English-speaking Indians, I think coup is the right place. And of course, we are following the law of land. That is one of our strategies for across the countries. Like, it's not that it's only for India. We will do that otherwise. And our monetization is a very unique proposition that we are introducing. Yeah.
My name is Akshay Singh, and I'm on Twitter as well as on coup. My only question to you is about the verification of the individual. And to an extent, I see that coup also follows a similar standard of Twitter when it comes to verification. Don't you see that as it is for the Indian individual, the verification criteria should be a little better, and every individual who is worthy enough should be verified to keep check on the trolling and a lot of other stuffs.
Yeah. When did you last see our verification policy?
A couple of months back.
Couple of months back. So, as I was saying, we are the only ones to have published why we give a yellow tick, which is the eminence verification tick, to anybody. Like nobody else even says why they give or don't give. So we've actually Indianized the whole verification system. We also realize that there are more people who are prominent locally who might need a verification, right? Because they're eminent in offline society. So the principle that we follow is, if a person has become eminent in the offline world, then coup is just a reflection of that, right? There will be very few guys who become, also famous because of coup, which will be a set of people, and they will also get. But respecting who is eminent in the offline world is a very important part of our eminence strategy. So we have made a first principle attempt to move away from any guidelines that the global social media has done so far. And your second question was? That's it. Okay.
In the interest of time, please limit your question to 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a brilliant seminar and presentation that you have made. So actually, my question was regarding, we have seen, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, the need for a homegrown social media ecosystem is really important, because at the whims of the American and the other Western governments, we could just be deplatformed or straight out blocked. Like the entire country can be blocked. So my specific question is, what are the problems in effectively and quickly getting up a homegrown social media platform? Like, let's say an Indian Instagram or an Indian Facebook running, what are the obstacles that we have right now in the current business environment? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think social media generally is a very tough business. Like, you need so many things coming together to make it successful, right? And in Thoughts and Opinions, there was an open space of languages, and that's why we are relevant and we're growing fast. In a space where, Facebook is a friends and family network, to create a parallel reason to connect with the same friends and family, there is no momentum or reason for a lot of people to shift onto a different platform on one day. The only reason is, okay, you block that and hence there is another, right? But I don't think, as a democracy, we would want to, stop somebody from operating without reason to enable something locally. So I think social media, every little nuance makes a new social media network. In a world of Facebook, Instagram came in and said, you apply a filter on your photo and make it better looking, and hence they became a social network themselves. In a world of Instagram, Snapchat came and said, I'll make your photos disappear when you send, and hence became a social network. So if you look at it, there is an evolution of need in amongst people, and as long as we can keep finding Indian reasons to build our own social network, I think we will be able to create multiple. And our Indian need is language predominantly. Yeah. Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Vishwanath. I have my own website on yoga.
Yeah.
I post regularly on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. The problem I'm faced with is that I have to join multiple groups and post on multiple groups, but unfortunately, the reach within India is very limited. I get barely 10% continuous engagement. So does Coup solve any of these problems? I'm not on Coup.
Yeah, so if you're producing content that is relevant for language-speaking folks, like Hindi is our largest, like 60% of our platform is actually Hindi. So if you're talking in Hindi on Coup, you will definitely benefit a lot.
I'm on English. I'm in English.
Got it.
I write only in English.
Understood. So one, you can post what you're saying, and you can use our multilingual cooing feature to translate what you're saying on a coup into Hindi, so that it becomes relevant for people in Hindi also to watch the video or content that you're putting.
But how do I reach out? How, will it automatically go to many people?
Yeah. So when you post in multiple languages, English, whatever you've said in English on Ku goes to the English community. What you say in Hindi goes to the Hindi. What you say in Tamil goes to Tamil.
So it's like a newspaper?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Namaste. Yeah. Hello. First of all, I want to say it's a wonderful job you're doing with increasing accessibility. It's something that's new and something that we don't see in India, let alone anywhere else in the world. So I just want to congratulate you on a fantastic job that you've done. My question is, in an age of regulation within social media houses and so on are becoming more and more susceptible to accountability. We've seen this in the case of Nupur Sharma, for example, who was disproportionately hounded using social media, using things like WhatsApp, dog whistling on Twitter, and so on, where a lot of inflammatory content was produced and therefore one woman was singled out. When you want to increase regional focus, do you not think that, for example, you might become more susceptible to things like this? And in the absence of some degree of censorship, I'm wondering as to how you'd go about dealing with calls for, if not explicit calls for violence, some forms of like implicit dog whistling that could lead to violence.
No, so, yeah. So here, we go by the local law of land broadly, right? If something is going to lead to offline violence and there are takedown requests from the relevant body in the country, then we will take it down. There is no doubt in that at all. The problems come up when it is a gray area case, right? Like you don't know whether the law states that this is not acceptable in the country or not. Then there is 50% of the audience which is accepting it, 50% which is against it. So those are cases that even the largest social media are still grappling with. I think it's so, every situation is so different from each other that you'll only have to deal with each situation as it happens. So can you be quick? Can you be smart about what you do in all of those? And so what we are doing is forming an advisory council of ex-judiciary, ex-media, ex-politician and all of these guys come together and they have a combined view of what might happen in this situation. So those are very few situations that we'll have to deal with in a customized manner.
Maybe we can take one last.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Yeah. So, from your vision perspective, for Ku, do you have something equivalent to what is WeChat for China? To make it into a super platform where we do not have to go to any other place other than Ku?
As I said, there has to be an organic reason to exist. Like you can't come, unless there is a ban, you can't come and replace something. Like it's just human behavior. We are a species of habit. Like if you're going to open WhatsApp, you're going to keep opening WhatsApp. To replace WhatsApp in India, you'll have to get the whole population of WhatsApp in India to shift to another platform on one day. It has to happen at that moment. Only then will it get replaced. Otherwise, it won't get. If 10% of WhatsApp goes into another platform, that doesn't replace WhatsApp, right? So the organic reason for Ku is local language. And that's much larger. So it's a very unique opportunity for us. And we're taking full advantage of it. For platforms like a Facebook, WhatsApp, I think they're heavily entrenched. The one big way is banning, which we won't, it's not in our philosophy to do. The other way is, find an organic reason for everybody to shift at once. Or create a localized behavior. Like, okay, there is something about only voice or voice first WhatsApp. Now you're different from what WhatsApp is doing, very relevant to India, and that might work. So, yeah.
Technology point of view, are you compatible with Twitter?
Yeah. So we've actually built whatever Twitter has built in 14 years in 2 years, right? And we've introduced language aspects of it.
I'm Praful, I'm editor of Organizer. Yeah, just a sec.
Yeah.
2 points.
Yes.
One is, now maybe after coup, but Twitter has also started giving this regional, I won't call them regional, other Indian languages option. And that is also growing very fast. So the uniqueness that you had. Now, you are also talking about the WhatsApp or Facebook. On coup also you give option share on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So ultimately you are diverting, your audience also to the same platforms. Can we have something integrated where people will come and share on multiple platforms by creating one message? Means technologically, are you thinking on those lines? And considering the future, because AI is going to determine all these things once you grow, how are you planning to make coup a really open, global, and still truly Indian platform?
Yeah. No, so on your point of, languages by other platforms, see, it's not just about allowing you to type in a language. That's not what we've done. We've actually enabled communities in those languages and enabled distribution to those communities for a creator. That is the architectural difference between us and any other social media. For you to be able to type in English, translate to Hindi, and then project Hindi to Hindi and English to English is unavailable anywhere else. And that is, core to what the language innovation is about. And, the whole aspect of what the world needs in social media today is respect for their own country, respect for how their country operates, their local languages, their cultures, respect for the creator and user in terms of distributing whatever I'm making a little bit to them as well. So all of these three aspects that I spoke about are first time in social media, right? On an open network, local language distribution of content is unavailable anywhere else. So I think we're on the right path and we're growing very, very rapidly. So hopefully we'll be able to meet again in a year or so and say, okay, we're actually bigger. Thank you.
Okay, I'm really sorry for cutting people short by ringing the bell, but we have to stick to the schedule, otherwise everything gets delayed. Okay, our next speaker, Rahul Shivshankar, began his journalism career over 2 decades ago, from a beat reporter in the Times of India to taking the leadership mantle at Times Now. Rahul's career has spanned both print and electronic media. Over the years, Rahul Shivshankar has won numerous awards and has been invited to participate in several high-profile panel discussions. To mention only a few, he was awarded with Editor-in-Chief of the Year English at the 14th edition of the ENBA Awards. India Upfront, anchored by Rahul, a very popular program which echoes his commitment to bringing back the focus on hard facts and separate news from rhetoric, bagged gold at the ENBA Awards for the Best Primetime Show English in the year 2021 and 2022. Rahul has also conceived and anchors the highly viewed and critically appreciated news show Converse, which also won the Best Talk Show English at the ENBA Awards. In 2005, Rahul was part of the original core team that launched India's most watched TV channel, Times Now. Today, as editor-in-chief of Times Now, he has played a pivotal role in catapulting the channel to its next level. He frequently contributes to the blogs section of Times of India. Rahul Shivshankar will now speak on media and free speech constraints.
with your patience. It's not often that I get to be amongst people, potential viewers, and therefore I'm going to speak less and respond to your questions. So I've decided to pen down a few of my thoughts so I'm not all over the place like I am on national news TV every night. I have to say I'm unusually nervous. I'm nervous because it's not often that I'm called upon to tell the journalist side of the story on media and free speech constraints. The last I was this nervous, believe it or not, was when I sought an interview with Rahul Gandhi in the late 2013. Let me hasten to add, I was extremely nervous for him, not myself. If you recall at that time, he had distinguished himself as a particularly conscientious politician. He had torn up an ordinance, you see. And I feared that he might do the same with my question paper. I was so nervous what the public, all of you, might think of him. How you would perceive him. After all, the last thing I wanted was for the public to think that the great hope of India's future was a blue, true-blooded Gandhi. After all, why would he want to be bracketed alongside his great Dada Nehru, Dadi Indira, and Dad Rajiv, who all in their modest ways tried to fetter, intimidate, and plot against free speech and other freedoms, even transparency. This is not how Rahul sees himself, of course. At least not in 2013 and not even now in 2022. I mean, he told us just 2 days back that he would never want to capture the levers of free democratic India institutions like Mr. Modi has done to win an election, to rig an election. In the end, he didn't give me the interview. And I think he was right. I mean, why would a true Democrat want to give me, a well-wisher, who was more interested in his public image, an interview? Godi media, you see. Why would you want to speak to Godi media? Okay, my sarcastic takedown of Rahulji today is not intended to mock him. It's just my way of ridiculing Lutyens media, or whatever you want to call it, for calling me Modi media, me, a once Rahul Gandhi well-wisher. These Lutyen media sorts have really never known who their friends are. Have they? I'm sure some of you will all agree. Ingrates they are, absolute ingrates. 30 years ago, I bet, caught between Doordarshan and All India Radio, you could not have thought that the media sector one day would become the fastest diversifying aspect of India's economy. I mean, all those confounding verticals the media has spawned, Godi media, Lutyens media, NDPT media, pliant media, haywire media, Sanghi media, paid media, squint and you'll miss it in print media, WhatsApp University media, fake media, fact-checker media. I can't keep count, and I bet you can't either. Arey bhai, as Dr. Ranganathan might say, and he says quite often on my show, news hi to hai. It isn't like you are on Tinder looking for who to spend an evening with. Relax, calm down, chill. Well, with the proliferation of digital media, the entrenched lobby that I have alluded to has also acquired a dog whistle. All of this has happened in the past. You know, you've seen various journalists being externed, blackballed, labeled, but this is really at a different level, because this is happening on a massive scale. And there are campaigns against ideologically opposed journalists who you don't agree with from within. Hence all the abuse, the labeling, Godi, Modi, and Bodhi media, all of that happens, and it can severely dent your credibility at a very different level. The smoke and daggers, the smoke and mirrors games used to happen in small parlor rooms, little places here and there, and things really didn't leach out into the public, but now it does. With an entire ecosystem plunging the dagger in your back, government and parties, both at center and state level, now feel emboldened to join the fun. The other is open to victimization. Cancelling out ensures a free-for-all. There's no united press corps standing behind the journalists. In fact, after the prime ministership and the chief ministership of states, the most contested election, as I was telling someone, is for the Editors Guild of India. So you can, at some level, pack your own fellow ideologues on this panel and then selectively call out whoever you want to or stand up for whoever you want to. It's become that bad. Just as a lion thrown out of the pride is fair picking for the hyenas, the other is open to victimization. This is a concern, as when the inability to stand together to defend press freedoms without preconditions weakens, so does fundamentally the cause of free press, taking on governments, entrenched interests, seeking accountability, taking a divergent, dissenting stand becomes so much more difficult. You might be doing the right thing, but because you're not doing it by a section of your colleagues, you will be attacked, thrown out to the hyenas. There's another dimension to the restraint on free speech that I'd like to talk about. I began by mentioning how the higher courts in this country had battered in favor of media freedoms in the build-up to the First Amendment of the Constitution. Today, the judiciary likes to lecture the media about what honest journalism is or a journalist should be, about business interests and an impact on media's independence and why we don't produce enough Pulitzer Prize winners. I mean, even that's their preoccupation, but I welcome this criticism, but not without reminding distinguished members of the judiciary that transparency is best when it's practiced by those most ardently pushing for it. So perhaps Milords could revisit the law of contempt, which can also be used to muzzle an objective analysis of their own working, their own peccadillos. The media can be freer than it is in India, and there's no doubt about that, ladies and gentlemen. But only if its own chieftains truly embrace ideological pluralism and transparency. I'll just leave it at this. The more I say would be a repetition of what I've already sort of referred to as this inquisition, as this insider attack. Because as I said, the choice is a hallmark, of mature democracies. The more the platforms, the more the news, greater the variety of views. Why wouldn't anyone welcome that? I mean, why would the liberal Democrats of Lutyens want to cancel me or limit viewers' choice? Why would they sort of go against what they believe? I was called an Islamophobe recently, and I was quite mystified for what I referred to recently as the Red Fort Republicanism of Independence Day. I mean, why would you want to debate why we are still stuck watching prime ministers unfurl the national tricolor from the ramparts of a red fort? The same red fort is a symbol of imperialism and not republicanism. Aren't there several other sites with far greater claims to inclusiveness that contributed to evolving our sense of nationhood? I mean, think about it. There could be so many other backdrops. Think of Champaran or the hallowed Azad Maidan or the salty flats of Dandi or the walls of Jallianwala Bagh that still bear the scars of British imperial contempt for our brownskins. But we have this annual ritual. And the reason I said so was because I believe that Independence Day needs to be about us, not about some distant figure who is unfurling a flag from this sort of red fort. And I can understand the need for continuity in a republic that is still sort of young enough and has contentious sort of battles over its identity. I can understand that. We want to, on the 15th of August, put on the TV and feel reassured. The state is still there. Wo khade mein, geez, unfurling the flag. Oh no, it's the Red Fort. That means, we're still independent. I get that. But if someone wants to look a little beyond, bring a little bit of something else to it, why should he be called an Islamophobe? But the wokery, and I like to use this word, does love to take me apart for daring to argue against this. They hate my arguing for inclusiveness. I find it bizarre. And when I was asked to speak about media and free speech constraints, I realized it isn't the government of the day that I need to fear, it's the cliques within. The frail egos in my own fraternity that don't want to see others emerge and challenge the fussy and frosty narratives and rituals of Latvians' privilegencia. You see, all government wants to fetter the media. They all do, believe me. Many have called in the previous administrations. Many will continue to call. They will ask you to do this, to do that. At the end of the day, it's for you to draw the line as an editor. The governments at the time of Nehru in the 50s, rattled by criticism of press and the courts, he did it. K.R. Malkani of The Organizer and the editor of The Organizer is right here. And Ramesh Thapar of Crossroads on the left had both successfully challenged attempts on the part of the government to muzzle them. The courts ruled in their favor. This left an embattled Jawaharlal Nehru to introduce the First Amendment to the Constitution that crippled free speech, and we are still laboring from the consequences of loosely worded legislation. More than 2 decades later, during the emergency, free media and speech died only to rise again, so much so that Rajiv Gandhi had to roll back or bury a pernicious attack on free speech being brought through legislation. So turf war between media and government, whether at the state or the center, will keep continuing. It'll go on till we are a democracy. After all, which government doesn't want to control the narrative? At the end, it's up to, as I said, the editor to decide where he or she will draw the Lakshman Rekha. And any editor of editorial integrity, I can say this with a degree of self-assuredness. Any editor who has any pretensions to integrity would not want their independence curtailed because someone's picked up a phone. Actually, they resent it, to be honest. But what if the enemy sits within your own fraternity? What if one side within the media resorts to demonizing and discrediting the other just because they want to monopolize who gets to speak to the public, to the government, when, why, where, and what? They want to be the arbiters. So the more you exercise your right to free speech and expression, the more you take on somebody from one side or the other side will hit back and push back, isolate you, label you. And that's the biggest constraint on free speech. Because after a point, even the most committed will get beaten down. He won't risk it. As I said, the Haina syndrome starts playing on you. I'm outed, I'm external, no one's going to stand up for me, and it's happening all around us. On either side. I'm not talking about here being partisan. You have a government going after X, you have the other government going after Y, you have one political party in the opposition going after X, you might have the one in the ruling government going after Y, and no one's speaking up because everyone is so proprietorial about their little turfs. So today, the greatest fetters on free speech are being applied by journalists themselves. I mean, the other day, I'm not usually one to betray confidences, but I rang up Dr. Ranganathan and I was really worried, this time for myself. I said, after Nupur, wonder what's going to happen. Some madcap is going to walk into our studios and on live television do what they did at the French newspaper. And I said that might just happen, or the Danish newspaper, or what have you. It might just happen here, so just let's tone it down a little bit. He says, what is there to tone down? I'm speaking the fact. And I said, Yeah, but we've got lunatics out there who mix up the fact with hate. So let's be a little careful. I can't see Doc here, but I must say I've now decided, there he is, yeah, pointed out by someone next. He's very self-effacing. But I must say that, I understood where he was coming from, and now I've decided, forget it. If some people are not mature enough to understand, that's their problem, not mine. So as I said, I'll leave it at this. I really want to hear from you, and I want to answer some questions, because I can't say everything that I would want to say unprompted sometimes. So please.
Hi, Rahul. My name is Sudeep. My question is, you spoke about the conflict between the state and the journalist. But how real is the conflict between the ownership of channels or media houses and the freedom of speech? Especially with the economy going bigger, money becoming more important. How real an elephant this is in the room?
I'm a salaried employee. Look, I'll be honest. It's not as if there are no sensitive touch points. There are sensitive touch points for everyone, even for the judiciary, let me tell you that. Have I ever personally got a telephone call from the proprietors to do this or that? No, never. In fact, the one time I was called in was, and this goes against counter-narrative or the narrative that is put out about Times Now. On one particular issue, I was told, when certain journalists during COVID times were being hectored, so we must stand up. It doesn't matter if they're on this side or that side. We've got to stand up. This is about the soul of journalism. This is about our ability to speak. So feel no fears at any level if you speak out. And we ran actually a campaign. It was called Janta Mange Jawab. So a colloquialized campaign. Why? Because at that time, you were not just wanting jawabs, you were wanting oxygen. And it became incumbent to ask those questions, even if it grated against anyone's sense of either entitlement or do-gooding. So we said, look, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. We'll take it on our chins. What can we lose? A few crores in advertisements, but we don't want to lose public goodwill. And I'm very proud. And I've been part of some meetings where I have seen media owners grovel when they've been asked to bend. Witness this. We probably will never be called for another one, but it doesn't matter. It's important to say, but I haven't seen that happening with the Times Group. So I can only speak for my organization, sir. So, I'm sure that there are problems. I mean, we have now a situation where we have editors who are also businessmen, and it's been happening in the past. It's happened in the past too, but I believe we're in a different time when commerce also does matter. Business interests do get hit. So there is some logic in people saying that, okay, diversified business interests, this, that, the other, can have an impact on editorial, etc. But again, it comes down to the company to create those walls between marketing and sales and editorial. Yes, please.
Hi, Rahul. Anand here.
Yeah, okay. You're delighting in this today, aren't you?
And I'm going to give you only 30 seconds to respond.
Right.
Now, I have two questions. First of all, that wonderful articulation of the whole topic. But what, according to you, is more disturbing, censorship or self-censorship? And the second connecting question that I ask is because you're one of the very, very few, probably a handful, even less, journalists who not only write for the print but also are in the news in the channels. So visual as well as times you write your column. So the question is the two sort of, let me put it gently, nudges you more to be careful about what you write. And I say this because we had Kanchan Da, and Kanchan Da once wrote an article that was titled Ram Rajya or Rome Rajya. And the very next day, there was a call from Sonia Gandhi's office where her PA, who's, by the way, I think facing arrest right now for amassing illegal properties. No, not Sonia Gandhi, her PA. Kanchan Da was sacked from his job. He was out on the streets with family and kids. So, A, which is more problematic according to you, censorship and self-censorship? And B, which amongst the two, print or the visual media, tries to curtail your freedoms more? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to be honest because I have nothing to lose, really, quite frankly. I hope that answers the second part of your question, because if I was looking for some sinecures, or if I was looking for money, quite frankly, I would be much more guarded than I am here today. It doesn't matter. I hate being on television. I don't like TV, to be very honest. But I'm there because I want to send out a message on particular issues which I don't believe get reported. So I do it out of a sense of compulsion. I've told my bosses many times I don't want to do any show. Hopefully one day they'll agree. I love writing because it allows you to think things through. It also tempers your own exuberance or your sense of perhaps untrammeled commentary, because you constantly, as you write a line, have to justify what you're writing because you're imagining what the counter would be. So you end up being more nuanced, call it what you want to. And I appreciate the sheer effort, the thinking that goes into the process of writing. Right from thinking of the headline, and I can get quite proprietorial about that. Because sometimes you can say a lot more in the headline than you can say in the body of the piece. So yes, I began my career as a print journalist, and I valued that. But coming back to your first question, as I said, right now, I can handle the government's calling, and state governments. There's been a state of emergency that was imposed in a particular state and barely got commented upon. It's as bad as that. And I can understand why, because there's advertising and this and that, and people might say, oh, zip up, why lose? And, some people have not so deep pockets and so on and so forth, or perhaps very large pockets. But to be honest, I feel right now we're at a point, and I made this comment earlier to another gathering of journalists at an event. The problem is actually within. I have seen the NBA, or whatever you call it, taking a position against a particular news channel because they're ideologically, or some people on the jury or whatever it is, ideologically sort of opposed to that particular channel, so they will go out of their way to make an example out of that channel, and on the other side would be less censorious. So what does that do? That sort of is amplified, as I said, in press and everywhere, and deliberately people will pick that up and splash it, hurts your credibility. So the next time you'll say, I don't want to get into this. So forget it. Let this story go. It's not worth it anymore. And over a period of time, there are many stories that just go. I always put the public interest first. At least that's what we were taught. I never do a sting, for example, where the public interest is not involved. I'm not interested in going out there and, there are certain stings that certain channels do at the behest of a certain party to another party to show how that particular party is on the take or what have you. won't do that unless there is a public interest dimension. If they're doing it to suborn, some institution, or if they're doing it to subvert our democracy, then yes. So I believe right now a large number of newsrooms are worried. There was a huge debate in our newsroom the other day about Mohammed Zubair's second brazen attempt at quoting the law. And people said, no, you shouldn't do this because, again, we'll have disproportionate interests. There's some couple of yellow rags who will write about us and we're done with it. I mean, why are you sort of, I said, no, let's do it because we must know who our fact checkers are. So I did. No one else did. It was conveniently ignored. Some people tweeted here and there. Conveniently ignored. I think one of our panelists, Ayyar Mitra, was there that day. Abhijit, I don't know if he's here this morning, but he was on that show. And it was difficult because I know that the entire fraternity, even those who stood surety for him, would go after me. But it's worth the risk.
A quick announcement, exclusively for speakers, delegates, and Team PLF. Lunch will be served on the 7th floor of the hotel building. I repeat, this announcement is exclusively for speakers, delegates, and Team PLF.
Now, can I ask you a question?
Please, sir.
You can hear me. So many people I know find the truth. Many I know who also revere in lies. You being in the journalism, how do you manage to handle your biases and take 100 people and you say, whenever we go to his room, we find a beautiful quotation which says, cling to truth. How do you manage that? I know many of my friends speak to truth in the media, but how do you manage the biases and prejudices so that you can handle truth?
Look, my job is not to manage my own biases. My job is to be as close to the truth by producing hard facts. So if a story is based on certain facts, the arguments that you build on those hard facts will be strong. I like to take a position. I like to put my bias out there because how can I be a journalist if I'm going to be completely disconnected from something? I'm sorry, I sort of think of journalism slightly differently, especially the show I do. I'm not talking about vanilla reporting. I'm talking about a talk show where I see myself as somebody who must stand for certain values based on immutable hard facts that can be verified. So I open it out. I ask a question and I take back. I hope to elicit answers. I might disagree with those panelists. Where I, of course, draw the line is when they get personal, because I never got personal with them. I've stated a bunch of hard facts. I've extrapolated from that hard fact. I've come to a conclusion, and I put the conclusion out for debate with a question mark. That's not wrong. So I don't go out there saying, oh, I must be, this. No, I must be objective about the facts, not about my own opinion. That's the nature of a talk show.
Good morning. First of all, a disclaimer, I'm an ardent fan of you, so please don't mistake me for this question. In your big list, you missed out on the important word, prostitute. And do you feel bad when the viewers or readers have such a perception about the media? From Times Now to the Hindu to the Indian Express, everywhere, whenever there is an incident, say for example, one special community which cannot be named kills an Hindu, there will be 2 customers, there are 2 people, 2 killed, all these things will come. And vice versa, they will say, in fact, in a case, one Ayurveda pharmacy holder, he killed his wife, he was a Muslim, but the headline was, Ayurveda pharmacy owner kills his wife. And secondly, in Times Now, sorry, not Times Now, Times of India, once when a Muslim cleric made some misdeed, they said it is tantric, and they had a man with a saffron robe. And after outrage, they changed the picture.
Right.
And if this is happening, why shouldn't we have such taglines for media?
Okay, so you came to this conclusion about the perceived bias of Times of India by reading the headline, right? You don't have to subscribe to it. It's a free open market. But why label it?
Sorry, not just Times Now, every media, of course.
No, I'm talking about anyone. Why sit and label their journalism? Don't subscribe to it if you think that they are not objective with the facts. Don't subscribe, it's a free market. But why sit there and say such and such? And if you do want to, you can. Does it bother us? No. What bothers me is when my own colleagues in the larger fraternity start saying the same, without any basis. That's really when it becomes problematic, because you wouldn't want to get into the gutter and respond. I never do. And many people have said, you should, hey, Twitter follower bahut badh jayega. I said, I don't need that, I'm not going to get there and sort of, so I just leave it to the public. If you think that we're all prostitutes, good for you. If you don't think we're prostitutes, great. I'm not going to sit there and give you a whole reason why you shouldn't think I'm a prostitute. If a minister wants to say it, good luck to him. That's it. Yeah.
Rahulji, namaste.
We have just
There is
5
another-
more minutes, and please keep your questions really brief. 30 seconds.
There is another dangerous trend where we see the state chief ministers themselves. I mean, we saw 2 examples appearing, in advertisements practically every 5 minutes across channels. We have not seen across the country so far, thankfully, only restricted to 2 very glorious members. So I'm taking the question from where the member left off there. So there is on one side the perception of the owners of the media houses putting some constraints, but here we see something very blatant, something very, very unthinkable, that the state chief ministers themselves every 5 minutes appearing, and I can imagine the amount of money that is being pumped for these activities. So 2 things. To what extent this is forcing the media houses, maybe in your experience or others, to block out unfavorable news of theirs? Second, where is this kind of money coming from? I mean, are they using the state resources for their personal means? I mean, it is really getting very dangerous.
Okay, there are 3 elements to your question. So the first one is that, look, we are running a service. It's okay to be paid for that service. The public in India doesn't pay you for their service. Most often, and I include myself here, when a newspaper tells me I can't read their article beyond this much without subscribing, I say, forget it, man. So be ready to pay. If you really want news which you perceive is agenda-less, then start paying for the news. This is not altruism. I'm being absolutely dead honest. I also take a salary. I want to be paid. I'm sure you take a salary, you want to be paid. Do you ask your employer where he got his money from? Most often, he might have had stashes of black money, which is being recycled and given to you, but you won't hold them. And I agree, why? After all, we're slightly different level of responsibility. But the second aspect to your question is an important one. Once you accept an advertisement, and the proviso is that you flash it as an advertorial. You don't say that this is part of your programming. If you accept an advertisement, are you going to be now, is your editorial dog being wagged by the chief minister's money tail? That's the part that we should be careful about. That's where we should be focusing. Does that happen? There will always be, as I said, governments who will, whether at the center or at the state level, who will have problems with your editorial agenda. They might threaten you with arrest. I've got 6 or 7 cases by a chief minister of Bengal who thinks that she's the one who's flying the flag for free speech in this country, but on very trivial, idiotic issues. But, they'll never be watered down. I know that. There was one chap, a MP, who jumped the counter and, tried to manhandle some Indigo employees. He sent the police force to arrest me. I had to run from my home at 6 in the morning. They were banging on my doors. I stepped out of the back. They would have taken me to some godforsaken part of Andhra and locked me up somewhere. So, they will threaten you in other ways. Now, you have to, as I'm saying, draw the line. And if you tell them where to get off a couple of times, I think at some point they also need you. They also want to get that message across. So if you say that, look, we're not for sale, they'll have to live with it. And most often, they do. There are some who will pull out advertisements, and then they realize, oh gosh, we're not in the conversation. The Congress Party doesn't send its spokespeople to Times Now. But now I'm told that they are thinking that they lost out. We don't want them back. Not because of, we've got something against them, but I now fear my ratings will go down because we've done very well without them. Nonetheless, I'm just joking. Yes.
Rahul,
Yeah.
one question, especially because you are talking about the talk shows. And somewhere I find that it is not just the society. These talk shows are also caught in some kind of binaries. Because you don't have, you have already pre-decided, the sites, and it's more a debate format. And how far it is constraining the genuine, because one is you are not controlling what your panelist is going to do. And having those 7-8 windows and already pre-decided position on certain issues, it's very difficult to get into nuances. So somewhere I feel people are fed up with this kind of format. But my real question is, how far, it puts certain restrictions, because you are already getting into binaries and thinking in binaries. You enjoy writing, sometimes I feel, because I'm basically from print media, because it allows you to give your, thinking in a more comprehensive and more inclusive fashion rather than getting into those binaries. So this is one. And secondly, we are seeing binaries in media houses also. The journalist fraternity is being divided into national, anti-national, Modi-ater, Modi-bhakt, whatever you want to call it. How far this is constraining the genuine media activity?
No, that's my whole conversation is about the fact that your own fraternity targets you because you don't agree with them. So it becomes more and more difficult for you to take a stand that might even, for example, challenge the government at the center or at the state level, because then you fear the backlash and you find that you don't have anyone standing with you. So as I said, after a point, people who have, a sort of lesser, I suppose, appetite for risk will just throw in the towel. But coming back to your first point, I don't think TV is added to division in society. I mean, we had, I think it was Dr. Ranganathan telling us yesterday how a particular government thought in binaries about certain books and films. I mean, they said they banned some. That's a binary. Someone liked it, someone didn't like it. They did it for a political purpose because a large number of people they thought might have supported them because they did so. That's a binary. So binaries have existed. I don't think TV, and look, today with social media, we've just had, the promoter of coup. I mean, they're doing a lot more, presenting different facets of the conversation. You tweet right now, I think 60% of your tweets will have people disagreeing with you, the responses, and 40% will agree with you, and that's a binary, and that's a conversation. And I don't think we should be scared of binaries. I think what we should be scared of, really, is this sort of unspoken self-censorship that is going on, because journalists themselves are intimidated by their own fraternity, and I think that's ridiculous, and I think that people who are doing it for whatever reasons I've explained, need to really introspect.
One politically correct question and one politically incorrect question, sir.
Please.
So, your friendly competitor channel, when Bengal elections was there, they went to Bangla as Republic Bangla. There is a 50-year-old change that's happening here. The Dravidian philosophy is getting challenged here in Tamil Nadu. When will we see Tamil, Times Now Tamil? We have great Malan sirs and others are available here, but when can we see Times Now coming to Tamil? It's a politically correct question. Incorrect question, one of your ex-colleagues, when during the same COVID time was unceremoniously put in prison, why the fraternity didn't come and support? Or at least from outside perspective, we saw there was no one supporting. And now the recent changes in Maharashtra is clearly telling that he was vindicated. So I would leave that to you to answer.
Okay, so yeah, now the second part of your question I'll answer very quickly. The first part I'll have to refer to the board. That will decide on how we expand and where we expand, even if we have the money to expand. But the second part, look, as I said, this is the essence of what I was saying. That we're so divided today as a fraternity, and I'm sure it has happened in the past. I'm not saying it hasn't, but there is I'm told from people I've spoken to who have, served the profession much longer than I have, that it's particularly bad now because there's an existential crisis for one whole group. It's not just the fact that they are not being given due attention by the government, that they are not called to a lunch and a dinner or given a sinecure or this or that. It's their way of thinking that is being challenged. And they are fighting this battle. And they don't want to hear the other side because then they will be completely irrelevant, even as journalists, even as commentators. So there is this battle going on, and that is what is contributing to this complete dissolution of a sense of fraternity. I'm not making too much out of it. We are a competitive lot of people. In every profession, you have competition. But there comes a time when you need to sort of forget about those things and say, look, at the end of the day, what is it that we set out to do? To present a point of view without it being sort of colored by, money and taint and, pressure and this, that, the other. But you can only do it if you all agree that that's what you're there for. If one side is only fighting a battle of relevance and wanting to be invited and, consulted on decisions and, want to be part of some big famous darbar, then there's a problem. Because, look at, I was reading a few days back a column by a former journalist. I don't know if I'm saying former because I don't know if she's a journalist anymore, but anyhow, she wrote this piece saying that Central Hall is now off limits to all of us. And the Women's Press Corps, the building it was housed in, the government is wanting it back. And I was like, so why would you want the government to pay for your office, where you meet? Why would you, Narasimha Rao might have done that as a great favor to look good. Or because he was a benefactor. Well, why do you want a subsidized house from the government? Why do you want, I don't have a PIB card because someone told me that a lot of journalists don't want the PIB card just for access. They actually want it because it comes with certain trappings. The moment someone told me that, I might be completely ill-informed. Usually am sometimes about these things. I said, I don't want it. If it's some sort of, doorway to X or Y, something I might get. Don't want it. A lot of journalists have been part of various, got co-opted. They're secret card-carrying members of certain parties, and then they suddenly emerge like submarines just before elections and become, nothing wrong with that, But as long as they didn't allow all of that to sort of influence what they were saying, that's what, but why would you want these sort of handouts. Why do you want to be on the Prime Minister's plane? I mean, I can tell you, I went for just one, and I never wanted to go again. This is in 2007. And we went on this very Pondy tour of Germany. And we were taken to this beer garden, and then we were taken to a lovely Michelin starred or whatever it was, some celebrated chef's restaurant. And I never paid a penny. And I asked somebody, I said, so who's paying for this? Is this going to go back to the company? Because my DA is actually only at that time. So they said, no, it's all taken care of, relax. And I felt that, that's junketeering, and there's no free lunch, right? So I said, I'm not very comfortable with this arrangement. And I vainly sort of brought it up with the XP then, MEAs. I don't want to name names. And I said to him, listen, this is my 20 euros, would you like it? Because it's just something that makes me feel better about the lunch. I'll probably enjoy it more. He said, no, it's okay, man. It's okay, it's fine. Just relax. Don't make a song and dance about these things. So I don't understand that. Maybe I'm trying to be a little too virtuous. I don't mean to sound like some, I've also made mistakes on air. I've put out news which, turned out to be wrong in this mad scramble to get it out there first. It happens. But I've sort of not tried to meet many people. I've tried to sort of, stay a little untainted by all of this, if the word can be used. So I think we shouldn't really get so, worked up about these things, as long as at the end of the day you can justify what you do to yourself. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we will now take a break for lunch, and we resume at 1:30 p.m. sharp. You don't want to miss the next session. It is J. Sai Deepak in conversation with Anand Ranganathan. What does the future portend for Bharat? An attempt at crystal gazing.
Total environment homes. Their innovative spaces are displayed on our standees in the corridor. We thank our print and digital partner Swarajya Magazine, our festival partners Zoho and OHM, our academic partner Rishihood University, and our session partners Smart, Indic Academy, and Jaipuria School, Lucknow. Our next speaker, J. Sai Deepak, is an engineer turned litigator practicing as an arguing counsel before the Supreme Court of India and the High Court of Delhi. A mechanical engineer from Annamalai University, Sai graduated with a bachelor's degree in law from IIT Kharagpur's Law School in 2009 and has carved a niche for himself as a litigator in civil, commercial, and constitutional matters. He has been part of several landmark cases, such as those related to the Sabarimala Ayyappa Temple, the Sri Padmanabha Swami Temple, the Basmati Geographical Indications, and the marital rape exception in the Indian Penal Code. In 2019, Sai was awarded the Young Alumni Achievers Award by his alma mater, IIT Kharagpur. Apart from delivering lectures on constitutional issues, he writes prolifically for leading newspapers and magazines. He is the author of the best-selling book of the Bharat trilogy, India That is Bharat, Coloniality, Civilization, Constitution. We will now have J. Sai Deepak in conversation with Anand Ranganathan on what does the future portend for Bharat, an attempt at crystal gazing.
Yes, fine. Yeah, can you all hear me? Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So this is a real joy for as much as for you as it is for me to have Sai amidst us, and I think there's. And I always quip that if forget about lawyers, for anything you want to say, you should hear what Sai's views are, and only after you know what his views are, then maybe kind of structure or restructure what your views are going to be on that. So it's a real joy to have Sai amongst us, and it's really remarkable, what he's done in such a short span of time. Here we have only 35 minutes to us, and of course the soul sisters, the two soul, there they are. They're laughing right now, but their things are, nails are out like this. So, and they have the bell somewhere, I think. So we would be very careful, but we thought you would like to ask Sai a lot of questions. So more than half of this 35 minutes we've kept for question and answer session. And the other half, I thought I'll begin by, in a couple of minutes, to summarize what I think of this, and then I leave it to Sai, and then we can ask each other a couple of questions, then we'll throw open. So, it's a very interesting topic. What does the future portend for Bharat? So not India, but Bharat. An attempt at crystal gazing. So in one aspect, I think it's, I'll possibly talk of a glass half full, half empty, and Sai would possibly, I don't know, knowing him, he will talk of both, I suppose, glass half full and half empty. But if one were to, in one way, it's quite easy, this attempt at crystal gazing. I know there's no crystal ball here, but at least I can, kick off by saying from 24 to 26 would be Narendra Modi. From 26 to 29 is Amit Shah. From 29 to 34 is Yogi. From 34 to 39 is Yogi again. छोड़ना नहीं है तब तक ये सारे historians और क्या हैं ये सब इनका, but all through that Rahul Gandhi would be the leader of the opposition. So that is. Then from 39 to 44. 39 to 44 would be Hemanta Biswa. 44 to 46 would be Annamalai. And 46 to 49 would be J. Deepak. Oh, Tejasvi. But you would have a fight with Tejasvi. He would form another party, and he would give you outside support. That's like Dr. Swami is doing. No, but so in one sense, that is what crystal gazing is. I think the whole psychology of the nation has changed, I would say, towards the better. And we were talking the other day in Pune about, this scare that people generate about Hindu Rashtra is coming. And I put it on that table that Hindu Rashtra is already here. And, our constitution is much more stringent against Hindus than Hindu Rashtra would ever be. So, right now, Hindus are suffering the constitution, which possibly they wouldn't when Hindu Rashtra would be there. And if it is there already, then what are we got to worry about? And Sai knows we were talking about the control of Hindu temples and so on and so forth. But coming back to that, away from crystal gazing, what does the future portend for Bharat? And there, I don't want to go, there's a lot of static. So I don't need to go further down 30, 40 years till the Prime Minister of India is sitting next to me. But 5 to 10 years, and I think it is, as I say, to me, it looks like, and we're talking of Bharat, not India. So we're talking of, making amenities available to 1 billion people, if I can put it that way. So this is not aspirational. This is something that Rozmarra ki zindagi, or in your daily life, what you require, what all of us take for granted, don't even think about. those things, tapped water, electricity, gas cylinder, toilets, those would be supplied, housing. Now, that pace has certainly quickened tremendously under Modi. There is no doubt about it. It is also a fact that all those things, although less innovative, especially in Ujjwala or insurance scheme, health insurance, were being done by previous governments as well, Congress and non-Congress governments as well, including Atal Bihari Vajpayee. The question is not that we should be a welfare state. I, for one, I like India to be a welfare state till such time that we don't have to worry about supplying all these common things to necessities to people. Till that time, India should be a welfare state. But the thing that we don't realize is that welfare state is only possible in a capitalist state. Welfare state is not possible in a socialist state because very quickly you'll run out of money. You need to generate money to then spend it, and you decide to spend it on welfare. Now, why do I say that? Many people amongst you would say, "Arey, ye to JNU se, ye to kahega ye welfare state." But the fact of the matter is that every capitalist organization or corporate is now doing what they call as CSR, corporate social responsibility. They're giving back to the society. They want their workforce to be happy and healthy. Well, India has a labor force of 515 million people. And Shamika yesterday talked about how 50% of them are not actually taking part in what they should be. And that's not good for any economy. You need a fitter, highly educated, or even educated, healthy, not debilitated with disease, a workforce that will contribute to the economy. And that is right now possible only with a welfare state. So yes, India needs to be a welfare state. The only question is, how do you keep on generating money to pay for these toilets, to pay for Ujjwala, to pay for Ayushman Bharat, to pay for tapped water? You need that money. And I'm sorry, we just have not been able to get away from this disease of socialism, of state control, of realizing that you cannot generate, as Margaret Thatcher used to say, that socialism is only good till such time you run out of other people's money. So we are using other people's money, and that cannot be good for a state. So in very short, before I pass on the mic to Sai, the future does not portend very well for Bharat, because very soon they would have housing, they would already have bank accounts, they already have toilets, they are going to have tap water, every one of them is going to be insured, and after that, what? They are going to ask for more. Bharat is soon going to become, and I'm not lauding India here, just to say that there is something above Bharat. You can say Bharat 2.0 if you don't want to use the word India. But Bharat 1.0 needs to go to not the second part of Desai's trilogy, of Bharat trilogy, but Bharat 2.0. And there people, the same people who are right now satisfied कि हमें तो toilet मिल गया, हमें तो आयुष्मान भारत हो गया, हमारे बच्चे स्कूल जा रहे हैं, they are going to say, after that what? We need something else. So are we planning for that? For Bharat, I dare say we cannot, unless somebody tells me that your next bolus of 30 lakh crores is going to come from here. Your next 40 lakh crores is going to come from. Nobody is thinking in tens of lakhs of crores. We are just thinking in 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores that we've gained this FDI, we lose that thing. It's incremental. We need to decide these reforms, agricultural reforms, which I won't go into, but things like that are so momentous, they will change the course of the country. Those things are not happening. I don't think our politicians right now have the strength to go for that. When those things happen, then Bharat will transform to Bharat 2.2, but till now, I don't see a very good future for Bharat. Sai.
Namaste. Thank you for turning up in such huge numbers for the post-lunch session. We'll try and keep this as informative as possible. If I have to identify the areas of concern, I would say 2004 effectively marked the arrival of the non-left political veto, rather 2014. then over the last few years, we've seen a very clear academic resistance being put up. Whether or not we are the mainstream, that is for perhaps posterity to decide, but I would say that at this point, we cannot be ignored, thanks to the likes of Anand, Vikram, and so many others. The question that perhaps we are now looking at, in light of what has happened over the last 18 months or so, is are we going to be pushed to develop a street veto? So the political veto has arrived, the academic veto is here. Will we need a street veto? Which is perhaps the most uncomfortable and icky question to answer. If yes, how do you do justice to your allegiance to the Constitution and still put together a semblance of resistance to prevent a worse eventuality? Or are we going to be forced to hug the cactus? That's a question that perhaps we may have to ask in the next decade. Now, apart from this, I think you may have to do justice to 2 or 3 things, and to build on what Anand has just said, is how do you deal with belligerent neighbors? How do you satisfy the aspirations, the economic aspirations of a society? Because once you've kickstarted an aspirational model, there is perhaps no end to this. Therefore, what's going to be your economic model? Is this going to be endless growth? And to ask this question, would it put me in the same basket as a Luddite? Hopefully not. How do you do justice to those aspirations, bearing in mind that climate change is a reality, coupled with the fact that you're not exactly a resource plus society or a resource plus, let's say, landscape, so to speak? How do you do justice to all of this? I think these would be our challenges. Last evening, Mr. Vembu made a wonderful point, which is that it's not going to be possible to pursue the Western economic model, at least as far as this part of the world is concerned, without doing grave injustice to environmental concerns, and also the sheer population that you may have to feed and do all that. But his point was, the solution is not to ask them to be happy where they are. That's not the definition of contentment that he came out with. In fact, his position was you may have to do some kind of trade-off between prosperity and contentment. And that would mean Bharat is not going to indulge in an academic discussion on what could be a different model of growth or economics. It may have to be a real-time discussion, because you may not have the ability to pursue economics or, let's say, growth the same way that the West has, considering that the timelines are different, considering that our realities are different. But if you do not have the economic wherewithal, would you be in a position to put up a resistance to China is an important question. So I think these are not easy questions to answer. I don't claim to have the answers. I'm just trying to highlight the issues that we may have to cross and deal with over the next decade or so at the very least. I look at 2030 perhaps as a tipping point, if not 2024. And 2030 could perhaps require this civilization to take a very serious decision with respect to the way forward. Because going by the, let's say, the extraneous additions to the population, and I'm sure the audience understands what I'm pointing at, we may have to deal with a lot of issues which we are trying to ignore. Because you see, at one point, this is a very interesting phase we are in, because you're looking at an explosion of voices on the cultural front, on the academic front, while simultaneously you're being beheaded one by one. So the definition of terror has changed, the execution has changed, the modus operandi has changed. So you cannot anymore look at, let's say, your scorecard on the terror front from the perspective of how many bomb blasts did you manage to prevent, how many terrorist attacks you managed to prevent, because everything that's going on at this point, by definition of the law, is a terror attack. There is no other way of putting it. Are we in a position to deal with it? In which case, are we going to create a paranoid society? Because if your neighbor is going to be the next person who's going to lynch you or kill you, then what kind of a society are you looking at? So before economics, perhaps protection and survival may be the first issues that we may have to confront and deal with before we look at the next issue. Economics तो बाद में आएगा, पहले जिंदा तो रहें, उसके बाद देखते हैं क्या होता है. So the flashpoints obviously would be Kerala, Bengal, Western Uttar Pradesh. Kashmir, according to me, is still not a resolved issue. It's not a settled fact. To put it in the language of the Britishman who used the word settled fact after the partition of Bengal in 1905. According to me, 370 doesn't lead to Kashmir being a settled fact. Perhaps the game has just about started. Will this lead to resettlement of Kashmiri Hindus? We still don't know. And if the events of the last year are anything to go by, the situation is still bleak and grim. Perhaps the Indian state has a greater hold over the situation there and has managed to gain some kind of leverage over the cottage industry, the conflict cottage industry. But does it translate to creating conducive atmospherics for resettlement of Hindus? I think is still a huge question mark. We still don't know. And the oft-neglected aspect of Bharat's geography, the Northeast, what's going to happen there is something that we need to seriously consider, because that has become perhaps a crown colony of sorts, if not in the manner in which the British intended it, but for different reasons it has become a crown colony. Will Bharat be able to assert itself on the global stage without being able to address multiple parallel governance structures in all these flashpoints? Would you have the moral authority, or let's say even the respect of the rest of the world, if you cannot dismantle all these parallel governance structures, which for all practical purposes, in some parts of the country actually charge a tax as well. So if there exists a government which is charging a tax alongside you, then आपके घर के मतलब ऊपर इतने बड़े प्रश्न चिन्ह हैं, you can't even handle the neighborhood after that. So one of the things that I've been very, very careful about, at least after the first term of 2014 to 2019, is maybe before we start projecting our aspirations of the status of Vishwaguru, let's first set our house in order. And in that sense, I would certainly give credit to the fact that we are trying to get our basics right in the first place on the economic front. One of the reasons why I don't see culture and economics in silos is several cultural issues are capable of being addressed if the economic aspects are addressed, which means, to be honest and to be blunt, if you take away the incentive for conversion to a significant extent by having a prosperous society, to some extent you can even prevent the stem of conversions to a significant extent. So I'm looking at it from that perspective. And this is not the esoteric thinking of the well-fed. We have all come up the hard way. At least my generation, most of us have come up the hard way. So we understand the importance of economics, and we also understand that there is no need to trade off culture or civilization on the anvils of economics. Both can go hand in hand, and Bharat has no other option but to ensure that both go hand in hand, because we perhaps represent a certain civilizational resistance. So that, I think, would be more or less the, let's say, the picture of the future in terms of the issues that we will deal with. The outcomes are, of course, in the hands of the gods and plural. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sai. If I can, before we throw open, I can ask you a question. It was quite clear to me that the issues that I was talking about, and both of us talked only about Bharat, the issues that I talked about that Bharat needs right now, and if you were to correlate it to why Modi won the second term, I would put to you that Bharat, more often, more largely than any other constituency, if you want to call it that, was satisfied. Bharat was satisfied because what Bharat got was exactly what Modi promised Bharat would get. Gas cylinders at breakneck speed. Gadkari was there to provide highways. Then you had, Ayushman Bharat, health insurance. You had so many other things. Basically, the necessities Modi promised and Modi delivered. So Bharat, I put to you, did not have much of a grouse. And I also added to that 15 years down the line, Bharat will start having grouse because all that money has to come from something. So right now, all that money is coming from borrowing. Very little of it's being generated to, or maybe a fraction of what India is capable of generating. We are still shackled into a socialist state, proud socialist state. I mean, I don't want to even go into the details of the examples. We're still growing sugarcane to the extent we are the world's second largest producer of sugarcane. We are destroying the environment through that. We use the irrigation water required for that is equivalent to 1 quadrillion liters. It requires only 7% of arable land, but it requires 77% of irrigation water. And sugar prices have halved in the last 6 years. And just day before yesterday, the government increased purchase of sugarcane to 350 rupees per quintal. So, we are a socialist state. 10, 15 years down the line, Bharat would start to wonder, look, it is not going according to how we planned. We were satisfied, we are not satisfied now. What you seem to be saying, that Bharat has not demarcated necessity and economic prosperity and what it is getting with the cultural one. So you're saying something very interesting, that maybe Bharat wants both of them to go side by side, and what you also said, Bharat would prefer to have protection before economic prosperity. Did I hear you right in that?
So I don't think we have arrived at a point where perhaps, notwithstanding the fact that development is a necessity, and that can't be denied at all, I don't think it has become an issue on the basis of which elections can still be contested. Now, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I would simply judge it on the anvils of whether Hindus can afford to treat development as the primary parameter on the basis of which you decide on the performance of a particular government. I don't think we have arrived, we don't have the luxury of taking that decision yet. In your opening remark, you made a point on the state being a welfare state and whether is it desirable in the first place. I would want to think of a model, and with people like Muthuramanji being here and other economists being here who are capable of answering this question, I would seriously ask myself this question: is there a way that the society is a welfare society whereas the state is not a welfare state? And strike the distinction between the state and the society. Is there a way that societal institutions can partner with the state to ensure that certain benefits are rendered on the basis of community resources, the manner in which German churches aid the government of Germany? Is that a model that you can consider looking at? In which case, then, of course, it will come back to the pet peeve of who controls those institutions, who has the say with respect to its resources, what would be the identity of the state, so on and so forth. That model may actually work well without, and I would hope that these obligations, societal obligations which are cast on the societal institutions, come from within as opposed to a state imposition. Okay? That way, you would have perhaps done something which is very, very important, moved the needle from a rights-based discourse to a duty-based discourse to a significant extent by creating such an atmosphere. And the burden and the tendency to look up to the state for everything, that my bap mentality, could come down. And you're hoping to create a certain spirit of self-reliance in the society itself by making sure that these institutions take responsibility for some of these aspects. Now, for instance, whenever there is, let's say, disaster management that has to be undertaken, there is no active handshake between the state and the society when it comes to disaster management. Everybody does it because they feel that they have to or they want to, but there is no plan here which involves making them stakeholders or participants in such, let's say, situations. Going beyond disaster management, can we look at the next level as well? Start with disaster management and see how we can partner with them, and then extension of civil facilities, identification of groups, inclusion of these institutions for the purposes of census collection. That is a role that several of these institutions perform in Europe. If that seems to be the model that you constantly look up to, these are the things that you could perhaps learn from them as opposed to the worst of things possible.
So that's a very interesting thing that makes me also reconsider to some extent my stand, although I have to think about it. What you're saying is that going forward, the welfarism aspect of India, which is required, can be shared. It need not be put, the onus need not be put entirely on the shoulders of the government. But for that, I put to you, Sai, that the government itself is stifling the sharing of this welfarism, because to take one example of the control of Hindu temples. I mean, you have 113,000 temples under government control. And Sai knows more about this, and T.R. Ramesh, our friend, than anyone else. The fact of the matter is that with those thousands and thousands of acres of temple land that are under the control of government, the rent the government gets is in lakhs. The rent the temples would get, if it was their land, would be in lakhs of crores. So the loss itself is phenomenal, and that money that the temples would earn would then go to welfarism, would go into setting up of Hindu schools or other schools or hospitals, which churches and other organizations of other religious communities are doing at breakneck speed. Hindus are being shackled. They're not allowed to do that. On top of that, any money that is earned by the Hindu temple, the government charges state to state that varies administration fee. So in Andhra it is 21%, in Tamil Nadu it is 12%. So you are milking the amount that the Hindus have that they could use for welfare state. Did I read you correct? So, yeah. But do you see a change happening there?
So, I think what I'm trying to do perhaps is to reach out to the economic right of the country to perhaps make a case for temple freedom in a slightly different way, assuming that the civilizational pitch has failed miserably. Let's assume that's the case. Then what is the way forward? That's one. So if you look at most of these HRC legislations, you have something called as a provision for CGF, the Common Good Fund. Okay. And the Common Good Fund effectively envisages the use of surplus funds that come from the temple
Terribly
collection.
sorry to interrupt you. On this Common Good Fund, at least of Tirupati I know, they recently built a flyover costing 600 crores. The government put in 150 crores and they took 450 crores from the temple.
So there I will apply my, call me a bigger periculus, doesn't matter, but I would say I would want the use of those funds exclusively for the community to which the money belongs. That's the first thing. The second thing is there is a serious mental barrier among Hindus, even when this point is made to their own benefit, which is that they say, all of us benefit, so what's the problem? That's the stupidest answer that you could actually get, because you don't realize what's happening. But that every such instance is a gradual encroachment of your autonomy over your own resources, and with that your space and so on and so forth. So I'm saying, okay, let's try and recast that sentiment and try and project it into a different direction altogether. You have a certain bleeding heart altruistic tendency, okay, let's at least change the target audience to which this is done, as opposed to cutting off that particular issue altogether. I'm saying limit it to a particular audience. And that way you benefit directly. So that caters to our wonderful sense of self-interest and self-preservation, and also make sure that your attempt at being a bleeding heart is also catered to some extent, right? So that way you could do this, and you can try and see if you can address issues such as education, health services, and perhaps, let's say, nobody goes hungry policy, as far as we are concerned. If, let's say, the Common Good Fund can be used on these lines, with the community being made responsible for the execution of these plans, and the resources coming back to the community's hands, I would assume that perhaps certain basic issues which the government is trying to spend its money on could be saved by the government, and that could be put to good use to some other, let's say, initiative, and the community taking responsibility for this. There are certain solutions which are possible, which is why if most people have bothered to notice, or if they bother to read the petitions, it's not as if the entire dhancha or the framework of the TNHRC legislation or any HRC legislation is sought to be struck down fully. Got it. So that's not what we've done. Only those aspects which undermine the community's own ability to run the institution, which are statutorily provided for, are sought to be attacked. So for instance, the first question that every Hindu who's bothered to read or taken interest in this subject has asked, what happens when the government chooses to vacate its royal back from this particular institution? What do we do? So is there a way that we run this institution? I said, please bother to read the legislation. There is a provision for a trust already. Those provisions are not being interfered with. The provisions that are being interfered with are the provisions which permit the Babus and the government statutorily to undermine another part of the legislation itself. So one part of the legislation is used to the detriment of another part of the legislation, thereby taking away the fundamental provision of autonomy of the community over its own institutions. So those overarching Orwellian big brotherly provisions are the provisions that are sought to be gone after. So if you can take that away, you still have a decent framework to go ahead with within the existing legislations, which do justice to two aspects. One, control. Two, stakeholdership. Three, use of funds. Four, let's say, retention, preservation, and maintenance of traditions. And five, architecture. These are the issues you're looking at. Architecture, gold, jewelry, contributions, and how do you manage this society, so to speak, and how do you make sure they're part of the running of this institution. All our social justice tendencies can be accommodated there. So the point is, attack the provision in part, leave the rest intact, and if you can tweak it a bit, there are workable solutions possible without us having to wait for one red revolution.
Fantastic. Before I throw to the thing, just 20 seconds. I completely second your point, because I just remembered from Sanjeev Sanyal's wonderful book, Churn. He actually said what you said initially, that initially, ancient times, or even in medieval, temples were actually governments. There were no governments as such, they were kings and queens, but the temples were the center of our lives. They provided schooling, they provided education, health, prosperity, banks. They were, and he said that the reason they were mostly on the banks of seas and rivers was because they there was easy, yes, absolutely. And they were replicated tens of thousands of times, and each one of them was successful. So maybe when, we talk of the government leaving complete control of temples, they can at least begin. They can charge administrative fee for the money that temple earns, but on the loss-making activities of them controlling temple land, at least they can relinquish that right, so that the temples can earn lakhs of crores versus lakhs that they are earning.
So here's an incentive that I'm willing to give the government. Charge the same amount, but to ensure that the money is used by Hindus and for Hindus. Do that. Which means the common good fund, if it is used for a secular activity which has got no benefit directly to the Hindu community, should result in us accusing the government of having breached its own, let's say, supervisionary.
That might also result in a lot of ghar vapsi. A lot of people would want to become
exactly
Hindus.
The point and exactly the direction in which I'm pushing it for. Okay. That you associate the church with education and hospital, I want to replace that in the Hindu mind, period.
Very interesting. Yes. Can we now throw open, there are a lot of hands that have gone up.
To the point and not longer than 30 seconds.
And focused on Bharat, because that is what the thing is.
Yeah, wait for the mic, please, and 30 seconds for one question, not more than that.
Okay. Do these restrictions on temples apply to the Arya Samaj and Ramakrishna Mission, for instance? And if not, how do they get around it? And how do they prosper?
So the first thing that I think we need to be able to frame the question slightly better, you don't have one, so sorry, I'll just wait for sir to, yeah? There is no umbrella legislation. So none of these questions should be general in nature, because you see, you have state-specific legislations in different parts of the country. So whether or not Ramakrishna Mission or its associated institutions are treated as HRC institutions, one, they're of course Hindu, notwithstanding the litigation that happened. Now, two, most of these states which don't have a specific HRC legislation use the Trusts Act, but in a selective fashion, a slightly selective fashion, okay? Because you see, if it happens to be a waqf, then it goes out of the trust and goes to the waqf legislation. And everybody else is governed by the Trust Act. So as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, if you happen to be a matha or a temple associated with a matha, you are significantly immune from interference, okay? Which is why there is an attempt in the mid-70s to try and find out if there is a way that some of these important temples can be pushed under the umbrella of a particular matha, so to speak. But otherwise, some of these exceptions are available in certain states. Some states don't make this distinction between a Matran temple and a non-Matran temple. This distinction does not exist. It's a question of a state-specific legislation to see what does the provision of that particular legislation say. So to the best of my memory at this point, I don't think Bengal strikes this distinction. Yes?
Namaskaram. Actually, I had a question regarding...
Just a minute. Sorry. Since it's an all-India institution, every institution or every branch will be subject to the laws of that particular state. So it's not as if there is a blanket exemption or a blanket treatment to Ramakrishna Mission. For that matter, even Arya Samaj for that matter. Now, Arya Samaj, I think under the definition of Hindu, there is no exception. There is no exception to Arya Samaji temples as well. Jains are exempted, for that matter, from Tamil Nadu legislation, but Arya Samajis are not. Yes, that's the position. Yes.
Yeah. So my question was, like yesterday, Dr. Ranganathan
Only request. I tried to say this at the outset when somebody said, this is not a temple freedom session.
Yeah.
I have chosen to answer only very limited questions on this particular subject. I've said whatever I've wanted to, whatever little I know. I've said this in multiple platforms. So I would request you to do your research by watching that. Stick to the theme as much as possible. Yes.
Yeah. It's not a temple-related question.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yesterday, Dr. Ranganathan was talking about Karl Popper and the paradox of intolerance.
Sorry, what?
Paradox of intolerance.
Right.
And Abhijit Ayar Mitra was talking about judicial reforms. Even today, you guys were talking about judicial reforms and other sorts of reforms. 295A is what something he was talking about yesterday. So my question is, all these things are indicative of some sort of Republic 2.0. So what do you think, like, if that will happen, when that will happen, and how that will happen? Is it something like a Subhash Bose INA thing or a Bolshevik revolution or stuff like that? Thank you.
In the 1920s, after Lala Lajpat Rai was deported and once he came back, this was after his participation in the land agitation in Punjab, which was known as the Pagdi Sambhal Jatta movement, which he fought along with Bhagat Singh's father and uncle Kishan Singh and Ajit Singh. He realized that the invention and the creation of the Congress had dulled Bharat's revolutionary instincts significantly, because that organization was found as an anger management and containment organization. This I've elaborated significantly in the second book. This is a shameless pitch for the second book. So I've dealt with significantly. Now I think that he also lamented that this was the reason why the revolutionaries weren't getting support from either the money bags or the masses. Now that is effectively the DNA of the current society still. It hasn't changed significantly, no matter how much we say, Kshatra badhao, ye badhao, that hasn't happened yet. Okay? So the first level of response is, I don't think India is capable of a revolution in the manner in which you understand it typically, or those connotations don't apply to the current society at this stage. That's one. Second, as far as, let's say, a Bharat 2.0, a Dharmic Republic, or whatever it is, first, whenever I refer to Bharat as a Dharmic Republic, it's neither a theological state nor is it a theocratic state, because Dharma is not theology in the way you understand it, so that distinction needs to be understood first. Second, I think that the research on that particular front in that department is woefully short for anybody to come out with a very specific flesh and bone response as to how it would look like, or how would it touch, smell, taste, and all that. You have no idea. So right now, I think there are initiatives being undertaken by multiple people at different angles. Culturally, how would it look? Constitutionally, how would it look? From an academic perspective, how would it look? There is no attempt on the part of the one entity which is supposed to bring all of these people together to see, okay, what should be the master template, and that entity has to be the state. So far, I don't think the entity has actually taken that interest to understand, can we actually hit a reset? That question hasn't been asked. So perhaps when, let's say, you have enough research and enough material in the public domain, and you start generating a chorus of voices around this particular subject through articles, through discussions, and people start saying, now I think it's time for us to go for a 2.0, because the first, let's say, the first phase of this experiment has failed miserably, has failed the Hindus miserably, then I think there is a pressure which hopefully would translate to political pressure and then translates to an electoral incentive, which then you're looking at the delivery of goods at some point. But you're not going to be able to do this in less than 2 decades. I don't think it's going to happen in less than 2 decades. So I would, assuming that we are witnessing Khilafat 2.0, and we are in the midst of Khilafat 2.0, let's see, I would say that it would take about 25 years from the end of that particular Khilafat. And our reactions to what's going on and our decisions that we take as a society, which would decide the way forward. So far, I don't think we have taken a decision yet. Reactions are not decisions. We are reacting to it. We haven't taken a decision yet.
Namaste, Saideepanji. I just had a simple question on the trade-off between economy. Sure. I was particularly interested when you said that as you grow as an economy, you become richer, and therefore you're less likely to be coerced into conversions and things like that.
South Korea is an exception, I understand.
Right, that's fair.
Yes.
I think like world over, we've seen that as countries get richer, they then, tend to become less and less, religious and so on. That's why missionaries and so on move to poorer countries. How do you think India will resist this problem, particularly when there's so much like, let's say, Hindu hate and things like that within liberal circles? Thank you.
As long as we continue to see Europe as the model to emulate from an economics perspective, whether you like it or not, you would also be emulating Europe from a cultural perspective. No wonder you believe that for us to be economically prosperous, you need the European model of secularism to be imported here. But you don't even understand that for you to import it properly here, because if you understood it, you wouldn't value an Indian brand of secularism, right? So the only way that I think you can strike a balance between both is that perhaps you go with a hybrid model of economics to see what is it that you can learn from the other side, and also what is it that you can do to retain your own contributions to economic thinking, and also retain, at the very least, the current levels of cultural awareness in the hope that it continues, which means reject those parts of Western economic thinking which require you to undergo through another round of secularization, which I think would be unacceptable. Because then what are you ultimately fighting for? If this is what you want, you might as well offer yourself en masse as a population for conversion. You might as well benefit economically. That's what they're anyway offering you. Let us all be one huge rise-back population. That'll be the end of it.
Hi, here.
Yeah, but if I can just add to that very quickly, I think when you very correctly put that the welfarism aspect needs to be shifted away from state to, very rightly, to religions that others are doing it, other religions are doing it, Hindus are being shackled from doing it. I think what possibly we can also comment on is the sheer magnitude or the difference in scale of what the government welfarism is possible and what the temples are possible. So the example is front of us in the last 2 years during COVID. I mean, it is physically impossible for, let's say, a temple that is even controlling, let's say, some and successful temple or a bunch of those temples to feed 80 crore people, to vaccinate twice over 1 billion people. So that money will always be a repository of the government. Right. So we would always be struggling, and we must always be forcing the government to use that money wisely and to generate that money wisely. Of course, what you say is correct, and I'm not against that at all. Right. But the sheer scale is scary.
Understood. I'll just add one point to what Anand said, and hopefully I'll shut up with that. The point is, I think, if you were to even revisit our notions of a Bharatiya state and how it is supposed to look and all that, I would assume that going by how we have chosen to treat society as permanent and state as transient, the attempt has been that the fall of a particular regime shouldn't translate to an upheaval in the society's existence, and that's how our institutions have been structured. That was significantly retained, even according to me, during the Islamic invasions. For the very first time, the entire system was broken and infiltrated inside out after the advent of the European colonizer. Until then, I think that system was still working, which is very clear from the continuity of education systems until his advent, which is very clear from the continuity of other societal institutions, good, bad, and ugly, until his advent.
To give you a light-hearted analogy, BJP is temporary, RSS is forever.
I am not getting into that. To quote Mr. Vajpayee, मैं इसमें पढ़ना नहीं चाहता. Okay. So the point I am trying to make is perhaps the ideal dharmic state would be a state which creates conditions which are conducive for continuity of societal institutions and has a soft touch approach, as opposed to being entrenched in the society deeply, which we don't want, either from an education perspective or a religious perspective. Protect us from the outside and give us the atmospherics needed to thrive. I think the Hindu society is capable of doing the rest.
Do you want more philanthropy from our billionaires? Would that be added to this, or?
I'll answer that question the day I become one.
Here, I think mine would be the last one. I'll just keep it as short as possible. Will Bharat, that is when I'm referring Bharat, Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, will they be able to sustain the heritage, culture, and religion with the onslaught of commercializations? I mean, when I say commercialization in terms of businesses, if people have to stay there, they need to earn money. And if commerce activities happen over there, IT hubs go over there, then will they be able to sustain religion, culture, and heritage?
Perhaps you may want to keep industries which thrive on urbanization outside these cities and keep them to the Tier 1 cities. And those business models which keep their ways of life alive, maybe you can focus on that. Two, I think one example, and perhaps this is one city that I would like to watch and see the decision it takes to protect itself as a cultural hub of a particular state, is Mysore. Okay. Because it's undergoing massive amounts of, let's say, movement from Bangalore to Mysore. And I think with that, the infection spreads further from Bangalore to Mysore. Okay? And there is an active civil society movement to resist that particular transition, because it comes with huge, let's say, burden on the infrastructure is the first thing. Second, all the traditional style architecture which we all go gaga over once we go to San Francisco, we lose that in Mysore, okay? 3, along with that changes the cultural facade of that particular society and its attitude to culture. So they're trying to resist that as much as possible under a supposedly Hindu government, okay? So the development activity that's being undertaken in Chamundi Hills has been actively resisted, including by Sri Bhairappa. He's written articles and he's initiated letter campaigns against that. He's even written to perhaps the topmost constitutional authority in this country to no effect and to no avail. I would like to see what they do next and see if you can protect Mysore, then perhaps you know what would be the way forward as far as the other cities are concerned. Because if Mysore as the cultural capital of Karnataka is not able to protect itself, then the hope may not be as much for other tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So let's see, wait and watch.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our next speaker, Prashanjit Basu, is an economist and historian. His book, Asia Reborn, won the Best First Book Award at the 2018 Tata Literature Live Mumbai Lit Fest. His career began at Wharton Econometrics in 1990 and has over the years seen him as Chief Economist, India and Southeast Asia, at Credit Suisse First Boston, Chief Economist at Malaysia's Khazanah Nasional, Chief Asia Economist at Daiwa Securities, CEO of Maybank Kim Eng Research, Board Member at Tata Capital PVT Limited, Chief Asian and Indian Economist and Chief Malaysia Executive at Macquarie, and Director of Asia Macroeconomics at UBS. He has taught at various international institutions, including University of Pennsylvania, S.P. Jain School of Global Management, and ESSEC Asia Pacific Business School. He has also served as president of Singapore's India Club and Tagore Society, and has recently been a consultant to the Asian Development Bank. He is currently chief economist at ICICI Securities. Prasenjit Basu will now speak on the Indian economy at 75.
Inspired by the previous session, I'll start with something dharmic. My previous book, Asia Reborn, explores why it is that the parts of Asia that were ruled by Japan are the most prosperous today and have been for the last 60 years. And the parts of Asia that were ruled by Britain, the longest, are the poorest. So, but really, if you think about Japan, it is a dharmic state. Japan is the one place in Asia that has retained its culture and traditions, and it is a genuinely dharmic state. It has an education system that is dharmic, that hasn't changed, has not been influenced by the West. So if we are looking for a model, the model is there. Please analyze the model of what Japan has done and why Korea and Taiwan, emulating the Japanese model, are equally prosperous. And prosperity diminishes as you move west away from Japan, partly because the rest of Asia is much more influenced by the West. So if we want, and now, just a simple point about this, not only is the education system dharmic, but the economic arrangements that they had began with providing employment for the mass, providing employment for everybody as quickly as possible through a labor-intensive export model. It's a very simple approach. India has not done it. Bharat has not done it, which is why we have this problem of high unemployment, of a very low labor force participation rate, all of which Shamika Ravi talked about yesterday. So the fundamental thing we need to address, apart from returning to our dharmic roots, is to have a labor market that operates in a free market manner and is not constrained by West European legal systems. So unfortunately, we are currently there with West European legal systems for labor legislation, partly from the 1890s and partly from the 1940s. That is being reformed. One of the reasons I am much more hopeful about the future of Bharat, and I'll tell you why, is that labor reform is central to what this current government, Modi 2.0, is doing. It has already done in the form of legislation. It has been passed by Parliament, it has been signed by the previous president, but interestingly, it has not yet been notified. You know, in India, some things are passed and they aren't notified. There was something called the Benami Transactions Illegalization Act or something around those lines, passed in 1988. It was not notified until 2014. September 2016, September 2016. It took that long for the law to actually become law. It was passed, but it was quietly shelved because it was not something that was wanted by too many people. So now the labor reforms have been passed, they haven't been notified, but in some states they are being implemented. So we are progressing. So let me just start with the inheritance. I'll start with the inheritance that we had in 1947. Now, I don't consider that this 75th milestone is such an important one. India did not begin, or Bharat certainly did not begin in 1947. But at any rate, our constitution says we started in 1947, and so we are 75 in a week's time. Now, but the inheritance in 1947, from all records that exist, from the time, at least of Christ's birth, for want of a better term, from 0 AD until 1700, India was the world's largest economy. There was a brief 200-year period when perhaps China was slightly ahead, but for that 1700-year period, for almost all of it, except very brief periods, India was the world's largest economy. And if you're the world's largest economy, though, you're generally likely to be the world's largest trader, and your culture and influence spreads all across the world. Now, we can't say for sure that the whole world was dharmic prior to the Ice Age, but it's possible. But anyway, what I can tell you is that if you travel across Asia, Bharatiya influence, dharmic influence is everywhere, all the way to the Philippines. You know, when Magellan was killed 501 years ago, he was killed by a Hindu ruler of a little island called Mactan in the Philippines. And he is celebrated in the Philippines. The only thing the Philippines don't know, he was Hindu. He is wearing a dhoti. In all the statues that you see in the Philippines, he's wearing a dhoti. And he's a Hindu. His name is Lapu-Lapu, Sri Lapu-Lapu. Now, anyway, so he was the ruler, and he killed Magellan. So this was around the same time that other Portuguese, Magellan was Portuguese, although he was flying under the Spanish flag. Other Portuguese, of course, were hanging around the west coast of India, in Malacca, in what is now Malaysia, etc. But let me just quickly run you through this. In 0 AD, India's share of world GDP was 32%. About a third of all the income in the world was generated by India. The next largest was China with about 25%. The great Roman Empire that we study so much about and see so many movies was 14% of world GDP. And Italy, Rome itself, was 6.1%. So that was in 0 AD. By 1000 CE, India was still 28% of world GDP. China was 24%. And this, after all, was the golden age of India. This is the golden age of Bharat. You had the Guptas. The Guptas knew gravity. Aryabhatta described gravity. He had measured the circumference of the earth 1,000 years before Newton's famous apple moment. Brahmagupta had created the decimal system, elaborated on much of basic mathematics. Not only that, we had steel. There was wood steel that was essentially actually originated in Tamil country, but was available across the country, across the Bharatiya civilization. And you had Kalidas writing his poetry and his plays. You had Panini writing his grammars. But not only that, as Gurucharan Das points out, he was writing some beautiful love poetry as well. And Varaha Mihira was writing the first great encyclopedias that the world knew. And, of course, you had Vatsayanas, Kama Sutra, and sometime before that, you had the Pallavas and their Cambodian cousins. All across Cambodia, you still see the remnants of Pallava influence. There were the 5 Pala universities. Pala universities, Nalanda, Vikramshila, Odantapuri, Jagodal, and Somapura. You had 5 of them with at least 10,000 students each from all over the world. There were at least 200 to 300 Koreans, 200 to 300 Chinese, all the time in Nalanda. And Nalanda is the only one we know a little bit more about, but there were 5 of them. That was the Ivy League of that time. The World Ivy League was in Eastern India. And that Eastern India was then conquered by Rajendra Chola, who became Gangaikonda Chola and established his capital in Gangaikonda Cholapuram. And then in 1025, he went and conquered the great Srivijaya Empire across the Malay Peninsula and what is now Indonesia. So all that was 1000 CE around that time. Now in 1700, India still accounted for 24.5% of world GDP. China was still second at 22.3%. And India was still the world's clothier. When you think about clothes throughout human history until the Nehruvian period, India was the clothier to the world. And suddenly, we have stopped being the clothier to the world, and now China has become the clothier to the world, and now to some degree, it's Bangladesh. Now, the interesting thing is, we were still, 1700, we were the clothier to the world to such an extent that actually Indian cloth improved European lives hugely. Europeans used to wear wool on their bare bodies. So it was very scratchy. There was no vests and underwear. It's just wool, straight. It's a horrible, horrible existence, especially in the hotter periods of the year. And so when they discovered that they could trade more freely with India through the sea routes, they began to have much better lives. Their clothes improved. And Daniel Defoe in 1708 wrote that everything we have, our curtains, our bed linen, our vests and underwear, they're all Indian stuffs. 1708, okay? Now, before that, 1708, the British hadn't even really conquered anything. What were they doing? They were in Madras. They were in Madras and they were trading. And they were beginning to dominate the trade in peninsular India from their base in Madras. There was a man called Elihu Yale who became president of Madras. Some call it governor, some are president. He was president of Madras for 5 years. He made so much money in 5 years that he established one of the great universities of the world, My daughter is going there next week, so I'm quite happy. Thank goodness, great university. But where did he make his money? Looting India. Now, what is interesting about Yale, Elihu, is that he made most of his money. He was governor, but he had a lot of illegal trade going on outside the East India Company. East India Company was making money, but Elihu Yale was making even more. The next to next governor of Madras was a fellow called Thomas Pitt. Thomas Pitt made so much money. I mean, his wealth is today worth probably about $500 or $600 million from what he made in his 10 years in Madras. He established a dynasty that dominated British politics in the next century. There were 2 prime ministers called Pitt, his grandson, great-grandson. So, all just from trading in Madras. Now, meanwhile, Britain banned the import of Indian textiles in 1705. 1705. When did the Industrial Revolution begin? 1760. 55 years later, they kept Indian textiles out in order to protect and build up the so-called infant industry in Lancashire of textiles. So, by 1900, India's share of world GDP was 8.6%. China's was 11.1. Actually, I should also just mention, 1820, India's share was still 16%, much lower. It had come down to 16%. China's was double that, 33%. So China had not yet been subject to colonial depredations. Its share was now 1/3 of world GDP, where India was 1,820 years earlier. So India had been halved to 16%. Now, in 1820, Britain still had a tariff of 80% on Indian textiles. They had removed the ban, replaced with a tariff, but they were charging. So Indian textiles, even in 1820, were far more efficient and cost-effective than British textiles. So they had to charge an 80% tariff to keep Lancashire competitive. Right. Now, so by 1900, India's share of world GDP had come to 8.6%. The real tragedy, though, and a real disgrace, is that it fell then to 4.2% in 1950, but it fell further to 3.2% in 1980. You know, my infamous question to Rahul Gandhi was about this. You went from 4.2% in 1950 to 3.2% of world GDP in 1980. You did a little bit better the next decade, but you were still at 4% of world GDP in 1990. So the entire Nehruvian period was a wash. We had a smaller share of world GDP in 1990 than we had in 1950. Absolute disaster that the Nehruvians brought about. And I could go on and on about them, but I don't want to. I want to move on to the future. So, what is our share today? This year, India's share of world GDP will be 7.5%. At PPP, the whole thing is PPP exchange rate. So, our share of world GDP will be 7.5%. Note that that is still lower than in 1900. We haven't yet overcome the impact of colonialism and pseudo-colonialism under the Nehrus. Okay, now let's look at what has happened. This is the chart on the left. Unfortunately, you can't see, even I can't see it from here. Okay, what's written down there? Now, the main line there on the left shows you India's GDP growth each year, real GDP growth each year from 1952 until today. Notice that there are sorry, as a pointer. Yeah. Okay, so this is 1957. The first recession India faced was in 1957. What happened in 1957? Very interesting. You know, I mean, you hardly hear about this, but in 1956 was the famous industrial policy resolution, which said that almost all of the economy will be controlled and run by the state. 1956. 1 year later, India had a balance of payments crisis, and India had to turn to the IMF. Now, these, on the second chart here, on the right, I have shaded the periods during which India was under IMF auspices. India had IMF programs. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. The last of them was fiscal year 92. That is the year of the big economic reforms. But the first one was in 1957-58. Then you had one in 62. You had one in 66. And then, of course, in 1980, the acceleration in growth that started was after a $5 billion IMF program. That was the biggest IMF loan to any country until that time. It didn't make too many headlines, but that was a huge one, and it definitely helped to reduce some of the Nehruvian controls and get the economy moving a little bit faster. Note that since that 92 one, there has been no other need for economic reform. Why is that? The chart on the right shows you the balance of payments current account deficit. The current account deficit is the total amount of imports of goods and services that exceed the total amount of exports of goods and services. Another way of thinking about that is that the current account is the difference between national savings and national investment. If you are investing more than you are saving, you're going to have a current account deficit. So when you had big current account, you see that if you look at this, when you had that big deficit, I shouldn't look there. Okay, when you had the big deficit in 1957, that 1957 deficit was about the current account. Now, so you had a current account deficit of just 3% of GDP in 57, 58, and that caused a big problem. Why? Because in those days, whatever deficit you had was funded through foreign aid. And if you need foreign aid to fund your deficit, then you better go to the IMF and fix it. IMF has to fix it for you. And that's essentially what used to happen. The IMF used to fix it and force some change. Now, the other interesting point is that, Morarji Desai is known for only one thing nowadays. But the reality is that when Morarji Desai, in the periods from 1950 to 1990, there were 1950 to 1977, there were 9 years in which Morarji Desai presented the budget. In those years, India's real GDP grew 5% on average. The average growth during that entire period was 3.5%. That is real GDP growth. Real GDP growth per capita was growing about 2% less than that because the population was growing about 2%. But Morarji actually deserves a lot of credit. If it hadn't been for Morarji, he became finance minister soon after the IMF crisis happened, the first one, and he improved the economy. He liberalized a little bit. During the 2 years that Morarji was prime minister, India had its fastest economic growth between 1947 and 1979. India's GDP growth was 6.5% in those 2 years. So that fellow, he should not be known just for one thing. He should be known for at least another, which is the best manager of the economy. He was a proper administrator with a slightly right-wing approach, as in fact, if you look at the Congress in 1950, Nehru's candidate for Congress president was defeated by a little-known right-wing person, so-called right-winger, and a Hindutva-type person called Purushottam Das Tandon. He defeated Nehru's candidate. So the left, this leftist approach that was enshrined in the 1956 Industrial Policy Resolution was, in fact, a minority view. But unfortunately, it came to be taken as gospel. Now, last year, of course, 2020, the fiscal year 2020-21, was the single worst year in terms of economic growth for India. It was a terrible year, but we had a global pandemic. India chose to take slightly extreme measures to deal with it, a lockdown for almost an entire quarter. So that was the worst year. But, so if you look at this, the chart on the left shows per capita GDP growth. And per capita GDP growth has actually in the fastest 5 years of per capita GDP growth in modern Indian history is Modi 1. the Modi 1.0 government, 2014 to 2019, per capita GDP grew 6.21%. That was the fastest growth that India has ever achieved in terms of per capita income. But of course, the last 2 years have been a much more difficult period. And now the recovery is beginning. Last year was a very good year. This year is going to be another very good year of economic growth, close to 8.5%. Last year was 8.7. This will be about 8.5. Next year, likely 9%. So you have a very strong recovery happening because if you look at this chart on the right, the chart on the right shows gross domestic investment. The yellow line is gross domestic investment. Note that in 2002, this big surge in gross domestic investment began, which is the investment to GDP ratio rose sharply, and when that happens, you can generate faster economic growth. And note that even during the pandemic year, there was a downward spike in GDP growth, but investment spending remains strong, and that should ensure that you'll get a quick recovery, and that's what's happened last year in this. The way to think about economies really is that when all emerging economies emerge, they begin by exporting to the world. It started with the British Industrial Revolution. That was the first emerging economy. They were exporting, and they had a captive export market in India, right? So they had a captive export market in the empire, and they were exporting to the world. Now, why does every emerging market, every emerging economy begin with exports? For the simple reason that the world market, by definition, is always much larger than your own domestic market. And so it made a lot of sense for India in 1947 to be export-oriented rather than closed. For whatever reason, that didn't happen until 1991. Now, since 1991, there's really been a spectacular performance in exports relative to the past. So in the year 1991-92, the year of the economic reforms, India's total exports of goods were $18.5 billion. Last year, India exported $429 billion. So that's a 23-fold increase. And in terms of services, goods, in terms of invisibles, as I call them here, can't see it unfortunately, invisibles, in the year 1991, it's invisible, unfortunately. So it was 8.9 billion. In 1991, total invisible exports were 8.9 billion, that is all services, including remittances, 8.9 billion. Last year, last fiscal year until March 2022, that 1 year, it was 369 billion. Went from about 9 billion, 8.99 actually, 9 billion to 36.9, 41-fold increase over a 30-year period. So there we are beginning to see the benefits of participating in the global economy, exporting to the world, and the more competitive we can make our exports, the better our prospects for catching up and closing the gap with the colonizer economies of the past. But the last 10 years have been a really difficult period for the world economy. This is not something that is easily understood. And the reason for it is completely misunderstood around the world. So I'll try and explain why this misunderstanding is occurring. And mainly it's occurring because China is very good at bribing economists, journalists, politicians, etc. So let me tell you, China is responsible for what's happened here. Now, if you look at this chart, the chart on the left shows you the red line is global GDP growth. The number is generally averaging around 3% over that time. You'll notice it's about 3%. Just take it from me. But the interesting thing is that the blue line, every year you find the blue line is much above the red line until the year 2010. After 2010, the two lines are together. Notice, two lines are together after 2010. Before that, every year, global trade volume grew 1.5 to 3.5 times as fast as global GDP. Since then, what has happened? What has happened is, I'll tell you in a minute, it's all China, but I'll come back to this. Okay. So if you look at this chart, China has a completely dysfunctional, non-market financial system. It does not operate on market principles. And so, if you look at this chart on the right here, that shows fixed investment spending in China, India, and about 10 other economies around the world, including the United States, Europe, etc. For US, Indonesia, US is a developed economy, Indonesia is an emerging economy. Over the last 25 years, the compound annual growth rate of fixed investment in Indonesia and the US is just 3% a year. So 3% a year compound annual average growth over a 25-year period. Now, in China, the increase over 25 years, so this chart shows you last year's investment spending, fixed investment spending, various countries around the world, compared to 1996, 25 years earlier. So China's level is 1,717% higher than 25 years ago. Singapore, Indonesia, US are just about 120% higher. So 1/10 the increase that China has had over that 25-year period has occurred in those places. Now, India is slightly better off. India's is about 600% higher than 25 years ago. So, not a complete disaster, but what I'm arguing is that China has been over-investing, and the rest of the world has suffered an investment drought. India is part of that investment drought, but slightly less adversely affected than the rest of the world. Okay? Now, how has this been made possible? Chart on the left shows you money supply in China, US, Europe, and Japan. The red line, guess is which one? So China, in the year 2008, before this Western financial crisis of 2008, China's money supply aggregate amount was 6.56 trillion US dollars. Now it is about 39 trillion US dollars. US, we've been hearing about this enormous amount of money creation by the US. US was 8.8 billion in 2008. It has gone to 8.8 trillion in 2008. It's gone to 21 trillion now. It's about half the size today of China's money supply. Now, why is this important? Well, in the year, my wife teases me that I am predicting a Chinese financial crisis all the time. I've been doing it for 19 years. Because 19 years ago, there was a financial crisis in China. Only we don't know it. Because China is so good at managing the news. They had NPLs of 50%. Okay? Now, if a banking system has 20% NPLs, all its capital gets wiped out and the banks are finished. If you have 50% NPLs, you're triple bankrupt and you're finished. But we don't even know about this. S&P, Standard & Poor's, a very important rating agency, put out a report in June 2003 saying China's NPLs were at 50%. Try to find that report anywhere. It vanished in 48 hours. But you can find, I will send you, if you ask me, I'll send you, WhatsApp you, the Wall Street Journal report about that report. At least that exists. So I'm not talking through my hat, okay? Now, so they should have closed the banks and started anew. Instead, they turned to Goldman Sachs and others who put in money into the banks and recapitalized them, and then they listed the banks on public markets, and investors bought it. They said, if Goldman Sachs can buy the bank, surely it must be good. Not just Goldman Sachs, UBS, the one that I used to work for then, Credit Suisse, they all did it. I tried to tell them not to, but they wouldn't listen. Anyway, so now, interestingly, if you look at the world production of steel, okay, steel, This year, India is going to produce about 125 million tons of steel. In the whole history of the world, there's only been one country that has ever produced more than 125 million tons of steel in a year. Apart from India this year. India hasn't yet. This year, so far we're on track to get to 125 million. China, in the year 2000, reached 128 million tons. That was already a record. No other country had ever produced that much. China was at 128 million. Do you know where China is now? 1,033 million tons. So the rest of the world's steel production, in that year, the world steel production was 840 million tons. Last year, the rest of the world still produced about just over 800 million tons. China alone produced 1,033. This is also true of aluminium, it's true of cement, it's beginning to happen with cars. If you look at solar panels for photovoltaic cells, 70% of world production is happening in China. Why? Because when a banking system is bankrupt, when it's completely bankrupt, you should close it down. China didn't do that. The same banks continue to exist. They took the bad loans off the bank's books and just said, come on, go on, lend. And it was recapitalized by the rest of the world, by capitalists. Capitalists recapitalized the Chinese banks. And so they let this continue. And now, of course, over the last 2 or 3 years, the rest of the world has woken up to the menace that China is. It's a bit late in the day. We should have known the menace it was in 1950 when they took over our neighbor Tibet, which is a dharmic civilization. It was taken over. That is when we should have known that they were an enemy. Unfortunately, we didn't figure it out. So, now, if you look at China now, China's foreign reserves have actually been declining. But if you look at the chart on the right, this shows the green bars on the right show you China's trade surpluses. In the last year, the trade surplus was $823 billion. If you have $823 billion trade surplus, how are your reserves coming down? In the year to date, China's reserves are down by $160 billion this year. So what's going on? The Chinese, especially the Communist Party members, know that this is a house of cards. They're taking their money out. Everybody who can takes a suitcase full of cash and goes to Hong Kong. Okay, so what I'm saying then is, completely. So what I'll do is, I'll just quickly summarize my key points. Well, we're now in a geopolitical environment where, now the reason why I talk so much about China is because this is very relevant to us. China is our neighbor. We are the second biggest producer of steel, aluminum, cement in the world. So we've done reasonably well on that front. Where we've completely failed is in labor-intensive manufacturing. We have missed the boat on textiles, garments, shoes, toys. These are things that everybody uses. The whole world uses it. Remember? You need clothes, you need shoes, everybody. Toys, as soon as the kids are born, they have a huge bunch of toys these days, right? So those are the things that you should be producing. And India doesn't produce those basics. Now, those basics can only be produced in large factories if the labor laws are changed. And fortunately, we have that. Now, we need to press the government to notify the labor laws now. So if they notify the labor laws, then you'll get a big surge in employment that will transform India. Meanwhile, the production-linked incentive scheme is already bringing in lots of capital and helping to lift the economy. So I think India is in a very good place. As an economy, the Bharatiya economy is on the cusp of a very substantial transformation. But we still need to urge the government to do a few more things in order to get it right. And above all, we need to restore dharma. Now, why I started with dharma, there's a beautiful book by a man called Dharmapal, written in the 1980s. It is called The Beautiful Tree. He looked at the fact that in the 1820s, British governor of Madras called Thomas Munro did a survey of education. And he concluded that every village, people voluntarily created schools that were run by the community. And so despite the destruction of Nalanda and Vikramshila and so on, the community was still providing the public services that Anand and Deepak were talking about. And it was still being provided, and India's literacy rate was higher than Britain's in the 1820s. But by the time of independence, so-called independence, our literacy rate was down to 14%. And our life expectancy at birth was 32 years. So from that, we have done a lot better, especially since 1991. I think the prospects are great for the future. And so we have the prospect of becoming a genuinely prosperous economy, but we need dharma to be restored to the center of that economy. Thank you. Do we have time for a question or two? One question. You can have one question. Yes, please. Yeah. Yeah.
How wrong is it right now in India to have all these multinational companies taking a lot of monopoly of holding India?
Okay. Now, quickly to address that, I don't think it is wrong to have foreign companies investing in the country. But yes, what you talk about the British role is an interesting one, because first of all, we didn't get independence in 1947. We got dominion status, which the Congress had explicitly said they did not want. As of 26 January 1930 onwards, they were saying, we're not going to take dominion status, but they did take dominion status. Now, it's interesting because during the Second World War, the British borrowed money from India, and they didn't repay it. The amount that they borrowed was $5.4 billion. $5.4 billion at that time was equal to 19% of India's GDP in 1947. 19%. Yeah? So they owed that to India. The Britain only owed $4.4 billion to the US through Lend-Lease, to fund the Second World War. They had borrowed from the US. We know a lot about this US borrowing, but they borrowed more from India. Most of that money was never properly repaid. In the end, what the British did was, what the Indian government did, and Nehru's government, is that they bought an annuity which was used to pay the pensions. With that, bought, with your own money, you're buying. Anyway, they bought a so-called annuity to pay the pensions of Britishers who had worked for the British Indian government in military and civilian side, both. And by the way, the Indian naval chief until 1959 was a Brit. The Air Force chief until 1956 was a Brit. What independence was that? So that is why Nehru even more, he shouted from the rooftops about being a socialist and a communist. He was a communist, unfortunately, but he shouted from the rooftops about all this anti-colonial stuff. But in reality, this is what he was actually undertaking. So, frankly, if what we should have done with the British companies in 1947, if we were rational, what Argentina did. Argentina was owed about $1 billion by Britain. They said, okay, you own so-and-so property, so-and-so assets here, corporates. You hand them, we'll value these, you hand them over to us. So had they done that, had India done the same, we would have dominated the world tea industry and we could have remade it. We could have dominated the world jute industry and remade it. Then, those are the things that we used to export. So there were, this was just one of the many opportunities that we missed because of the corrupt deals that Jawaharlal Nehru made with Edwina and Dickie Mountbatten.
Our next speaker is Shiv Arur, Senior Executive Editor and Anchor at India Today TV. He has covered the Indian military for nearly 2 decades and has reported from conflict zones such as Kashmir, Northeast India, Sri Lanka, and Libya.
He won 2 awards for reporting and founded the popular award-winning military news and analysis site LiveFest. He has authored Operation Jinnah and co-authored India's Most Fearless and India's Most Fearless 2. We will now have Shiv Arur in conversation with Abhijit Iyer Mitra on the soon-to-be launched India's Most Fearless 3. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So we have the unenviable job of waking you all up because I know all these post-lunch sessions, you're all heavy after lunch. I don't have that responsibility. Shiv has that responsibility. So if he doesn't wake you up, feel free to throw stones or rotten tomatoes or rotten eggs or whatever you want at him. Now, just to give you a background, India's Most Fearless, this is volume 3 that we're talking about right now. But if you read volumes 1 and 2, they're extremely important books. And why that is because mostly you hear about conflicts, conflict histories written. There's very little focus on the individuals. Okay, the individual heroism, the individual command decisions and things like that taken. Now, in most other countries, you know, they tend to lionize and glorify their heroes. In India, we just tend to forget about them. You know, the media tends to pick up 1 or 2 photogenic figures who get covered in Kargil or something like that. And what about the hundreds of others who died, each one of which is a story of, you know, valiance and heroism and all of that. So that's why this is really important. And it's one thing making a TV documentary. Remember, TV documentaries are never footnoted in archives. This is what leads to your archival history, which then becomes easy to access. So that's why this is important. So please do go buy it. It's published by Penguin. It's being released
on August the 14th.
On August the 14th. I am lucky. I got my copy earlier. So do go and buy it. Now, the thing is, I'm not actually going to get into details of the book because we actually want you to buy it. So this is more like a amuse-bouche, you know, a sort of titillator for you to encourage you to go buy the book. So in your own words, Shiv, why don't you sort of sum up what all have you covered here? And if you could also give us a history about what your thinking was, how do you divide parts 1, 2, 3?
First of all, absolute honor to be here, and I'm thankful to the organizers for giving me Abhijit, who stands entirely by himself and his personality, but not very many people know is also someone who has written extensively on the military and is one of the most sought after persons on military issues. So fantastic, also a huge fan of Abhijit, independent of all of this, apart from him being a dear friend. So this is an honor for me, and thank you to everyone here. Like Abhijit very rightly said, you know, in this country, either it's, as when it comes to soldiers, when it comes to individuals in the armed forces, either it's Bharat Mata ki jai and this overarching sentimentalism about the military, or you just don't talk about them at all. There's nothing in between. So in these books, I think the compelling reason for writing these books initially, you know, was not something emotional at all. It was not like a Tiranga or a Bharat Mata and we need to tell these stories to inspire generations. You know, I don't see myself as some kind of, you know, person who is going to inspire generations. I am a very ordinary journalist. My real reason for writing these stories is that these are fantastic stories, objectively speaking. You know, from any measure of imagination, these stories are superb stories. And we began in 2017 by writing India's Most Fearless 1, where the lead chapter was on the Uri surgical strikes. General Satish Dua, who was instrumental in that operation, is sitting right here, so big honor. He's also in the book also, in one of the most memorable scenes. So if you read it, you'll know what I'm talking about. And it involves a bottle of whiskey, but I won't tell you anything more about that. But the fact that we went to the armed forces and said, look, I know that we know that you don't like these stories coming out in public in too much detail, but these are amazing stories, and if people are going to be inspired by them as a side effect of reading them, what is your problem in that? Let's share these stories because these are wonderful action stories involving Indians like you and me, not some superhumans, people like Abhijit and me who've got, who are deciding what to eat in the afternoon, what message to send our girlfriends or wives or whatever it is, what excuses to make about not going home on leave early enough, really, really bread and butter everyday things. And these are people like us. So it was very important for us to do that. We set the bar really high, I think, thanks to the armed forces with the Uri surgical strike. The second book led with a first-hand account of the Balakot airstrikes. And it's my greatest honor that the third book that's out in the next few days has a first-hand account of I'm sure you're going to ask me about that, Abhijit, but just to say that it's a first-hand account of the Galwan clash that happened in 2020. You and I both know that there were claims, counterclaims, kitne mare the, horrible questions like that became a very ugly kind of propaganda war between India and China. I'm very happy to tell you that this chapter is from the words of the people who actually fought the Chinese. Not my opinion, not the government's opinion. The Lance Nayaks, the Havildars, the soldiers who were actually there facing off with the Chinese, their words are in this chapter. And many of the questions that you have about what happened are all answered in this.
So Shiv, one of the things you mentioned was, the difficulty in negotiating with the military over how much you can reveal and how much you can't reveal. Because there is a certain line called operational detail which you don't want to get into. How did you end up negotiating that, especially for Galwan, given that it's so fresh and it's a current ongoing dispute where we've still not demobilized per se?
Absolutely great question, and this is something that has taken a kind of roller coaster journey, because as defense journalists, I've covered defense for I think 18 years now. Over time, one gets to know about the things that you can reveal and you can't reveal. You know that as a journalist. But in the writing of this book, I have to admit that we got carried away quite a bit, because to the credit of the armed forces, they gave us amazing access. They never said, you can meet this person, but you can't meet this person. You can see this book, but you can't see this book. We will censor something and give it to you. The armed forces never once did that. And they sent us everywhere. They said, see what you want, speak to whoever you want, record whatever you want, write what you want. The only condition is show it to us once before you publish it, and we might have a few suggestions. You will not believe, Abhijit, that for the Galwan chapter and for many other chapters, in fact, probably all chapters, but since we're talking about this one, I can tell you, they did not recommend a single change to the entire chapter. Not even a single change. Me and my co-author, Rahul, we were quite sure that there were certain things they would probably say, maybe we don't want to reveal this or reveal that. The army was absolutely clear. They say, you are the authors, you've written this, it's your work, and your interpretation and the way you've done it, and you've spoken to the actual people who were in that operation. So why should we censor anything? So the army was very, very clean-hearted and clear about it, saying that they recognize the fact that this is a mission, an incident that has become twisted and kind of damaged because of all the claims and counterclaims. They said, let India and the world read what the people who survived that night have to say. And let's see if anybody can oppose that.
And getting to Galwan, what were some of the things when interviewing the soldiers you found that surprised you, in a sense? Something that you probably hadn't seen in the mainstream narrative, or that was quite different from the mainstream narrative?
The really unsettling thing about the Galwan incident, and most people don't know this, and we go into it with quite a bit of detail, is that the people who were fighting, the Indian soldiers and the Chinese soldiers who were fighting, they were familiar with each other. They knew each other. Most of them knew each other because they were interacting in meetings, border patrols, they used to cross each other. Some of them were friends, some on the Indian side spoke Chinese, some on the Chinese side spoke Hindi. they would exchange currency notes and things like that. You have to understand that it's not a hot border. The India-China frontier is not a hot border like the line of control, where friendships form. And the problem with what happened in Galwan, Abhijit, and to everyone here, is that something changed that night. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. The Indian side was clear that the Chinese were going to remove certain encroachments. They had a friendly meeting. After all, we're talking as friends here. Arey yaar, you guys have come 200 feet inside. Please remove this stuff and go back. You're not supposed to do this. But then, as an act of treachery, because China had already planned this, the same team came back with a much larger team after dark, and then everyone knows what happened. The news started filtering in about what happened, because it was a complete act of treachery. It was an offense. There was a lot of death. Abhijit's also spoken about it quite a bit. The weather, the freezing river, the fact that the Chinese completely violated the existing code of engagement as far as using weapons against each other. There are written rules before the Galwan incident about how no weapons are supposed to be used. No bodily harm of any kind should happen. Everything will happen in a peaceful manner. It completely killed that entire thing. So when we approached it, one of the surprising things is that, since you asked that, Abhijit, is the soldiers, and we made it a point to speak specifically to as many Jawans as possible, because the Jawans are the teeth of the military. Of course, I'm not saying officers are not, but the officers lead. But the Jawans are the ones who are actually part of the hand-to-hand combat, right? They're the ones who, of the 20 people who lost their lives, you know how many Jawans there were who lost their lives, and then there was the commanding officer, Colonel Santosh Babu. And this might be an emotional thing, but for me, in all the years that I've interacted with our Jawans, there's a purity about them. There's an amazing simplicity about our soldiers, and there's a purity about them. They're not swayed by, what people think about what they're saying. They're not worried about log kya sochenge about my opinion. So there was almost like this childlike purity about them, saying, "Arey ye log to hamare dost the. These people were our friends. This guy I met, the Chinese interpreter who was also part of the operation, this guy used to help us, translate messages so we could understand each other better." So there was a sense not only of treachery, but also of shock, saying, this is not that kind of border. This is not that kind of frontier. We knew each other. We met each other every 3-4 days for these small little border exchanges and meetings. So how can this kind of thing happen? Ye to upar se aaya hoga. Because finally the large numbers of people, as you know, Abhijit, who showed up for the Galwan clash were people who were not even part of that unit. They had come from somewhere else. They had been summoned overnight. They landed up there just to do the fighting. So the so-called friendly Chinese on the other side, they didn't even have a choice, because it was a larger military/political decision to create a situation like this and indulge in this kind of bloodshed.
Right. Do you think fundamentally, because you would have interviewed lots of soldiers, not just in Galwan, but other parts as well, do you think that, firstly, that loss of trust in that particular sector has now been sort of institutionalized across the border? Just because, the way the talks are going, they've been going on for over 2 years now without a satisfactory conclusion.
16 rounds,
yeah. Yeah. How much do you see it permeate those border troops? Are you seeing a sort of cold freeze come in those interactions now?
That's actually a really, really good question, Abhijit. The answer to that is yes and no, and I'll tell you why. What happened in Galwan has had very, very far-reaching effects on how India sees the Chinese on its border. For many decades, we've had largely peaceful. When I say peaceful, I mean that it's still a disputed border, but there's no crazy fighting going on and record numbers of killings taking place or anything like the line of control. There are established border protocols on how we deal with each other. But the Galwan incident, and Abhijit is absolutely right, is that it has permeated in many ways down to how we regard them, in the sense that the Indian army and, dare I say, the Chinese army have been forced into a sort of stage of constant readiness. Because there is already an element of unpredictability when it comes to the Chinese. They don't respect border protocols clear by what happened in Galwan. They don't respect established diplomatic lines of communication. They say one thing in Beijing, they do another thing in Galwan or in Pangong or other places. They constantly play mind games in order to try and confuse the adversary. So this is standard operating procedure for the Chinese. So the one effect that Galwan has had is that any sort of latent trust of a peaceful status quo on the border, that's dead, that's history, that's never going to happen. India is completely armed and ready for any eventuality, not just in Ladakh, but central sector in Uttarakhand, Arunachal Pradesh, anywhere else that we share a frontier with China. But on the converse side of it, Abhijit, and you can look at this in any way that you want. Ultimately, it's easy for all of us to sit here and talk about how soldiers are dealing with each other across a small little fence or a small little wall. After all, they're humans. They're deployed there for months together. You will get to know the Chinese guy. You will get to know them. You will probably share stories. If you're doing a night watch or a night guard, you're going to get to know them. How does it matter to you that your two governments are at war and stuff? Ultimately, you're humans sitting over a campfire on a frontier area, and you're going to be dealing with other people as humans. Ultimately, when you reduce all these things down, they're no longer just robotic soldiers sitting somewhere. We tend to regard militaries as kind of bloodless, cold, action figures sitting somewhere at the border. Ultimately, they're people like us. They are from us. They're from this society. Many of them might be related to you, and they're there dealing with other humans. So in that sense, Abhijit, it hasn't permeated in that sense. Like, for example, there was a recent visit to Demchok where someone told me about the fact that this is one of the places where they're the most ready for some kind of violation. But there's still that friendliness at the very, very company, tactical, small soldier level. It continues to exist. Because these are relationships.
Of course. In the past, we had those videos in 2017 come out of the danda beatings and the stone throwings and all of that. It was always a case of, "Arey, ye to hote rehta hai," and then they'll go play football and things like that. But why do you think this was quite a paradigm shift in the way? Because China always seemed to want to maintain a sort of cold border. They never wanted it to go hot. So to macro this a bit, what do you think changed in China, or do you buy the miscommunication theory that this was a local commander gone rogue?
I don't think it was a local commander gone rogue because as you can see, the situation in Ladakh has become a very a frozen kind of status quo. The large deployment of Chinese that was there in 2020 after the first face-off has only increased over time. They've built bridges. They've activated additional air bases. So this was not some local commander who decided we need to teach India a lesson. This was definitely, in my view at least, Abhijit, a larger political decision to make use of the pandemic, to make use of the world distracted by COVID-19, which of course is China's greatest export, and other things, to kind of action their many expansionist impulses. They're doing it right now in the East. They've done it in Ladakh. I also believe that it was part of a strategy post possibly the abrogation of Article 370 and the creation of Ladakh as a union territory. Could have been one of the, I don't believe it was the trigger, but I believe it was one of the things that was taken into account by China as, hey, how are they taking all these decisions in a place that's so close to, a place where we're already having a lot of trouble, which is Tibet. And therefore, I think they incrementally started doing this. 2017 on the banks of Pangong, I don't know if anyone here has seen that video, viral video from 2017 where Indian and Chinese soldiers beat the hell out of each other on the banks of the Pangong Lake. And then 3 years later, you've seen what happened at virtually the same place. That's where the standoff actually began. Many people think it began in Galwan. It didn't. It actually began on the banks of the same lake in Ladakh, and nothing has changed. It's gotten worse.
And just to be clear, that Y curve where this entire thing happened, the Y bend of that river, It's literally just about 100, 200 feet inside India as we understand it. It's not the 20 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1.5 kilometers that people were saying, right? Let's take this to another tragedy. I'm sorry, I'm just focusing on the tragedies, but just to keep it relevant to today's audience. The second thing you discuss very majorly in this book is the crash of the helicopter that claimed General Bipin Rawat's life. Do you just want to talk us through that generally without going into too many details?
So General Bipin Rawat, who needs no introduction here, was one of the strongest advocates of this book. It was to him that me and my co-author Rahul had gone to back in 2017 saying, let's do this. Let's tell stories that you guys would otherwise never tell. And he was one of our strongest endorsers and advocates of this kind of thing. And we had met General Rawat 3 days before that crash. We'd gone to him with an initial plan. We hadn't even started writing anything, and he'd called us to his house, and we'd gone to meet him. And he was like, "Tum log kya kar rahe ho? Why are you delaying this so much? I get calls all the time saying, when is the next book out?" And we were just being lazy and whatever and stuff. And obviously another terrible lesson in not taking anything for granted. And 3 days later, everyone knows what happened. In this, and this is something we're revealing for the first time here, that the second chapter in our book is about, everyone here remembers that when that helicopter crashed, one man survived. His name was Group Captain Varun Singh. He was an Air Force pilot. He wasn't the pilot in the helicopter, but he was there. So everyone remembers that for 1 week he had survived. He was alive. He was taken to Bengaluru. Tragically, he passed away. Not many people know that Group Captain Varun Singh is also a recipient of a Shaurya Chakra for a previous incident. So we went to the Air Force and we said, I know it's too soon. The tragedy has just happened, but I think it's important that a country that came together to pray for a guy they didn't even know in this amazing way. And I think everyone here remembers, right? The sole survivor of that crash, he was being looked after in the ICU in Bengaluru. And we thought it's very important to kind of close the loop, as it were, on Group Captain Varun Singh, young fighter pilot, just in his late 30s. And so the Air Force, after a degree of consideration, said, we can do this. So one of the chapters, happy to tell you, is on Group Captain Varun Singh. It details a bit about the crash itself, but doesn't go into the aspects of why the crash happened, but it goes into his absolutely amazing backstory. This was a guy who was, everyone has that one picture of Varun Singh, which you all remember, him in his uniform. But wait till you read the kind of stuff that this guy did while he was a fighter pilot. He was crazy. So that story is also a great honor to be in this book.
So was he in good cheer when you interviewed him?
We never got to interview him at all because we wrote the chapter after the crash.
Right.
So we never got to, that's again the sad part. In fact, me and my co-author actually had this, what if we had interviewed him before? Would we have gotten, more of a perspective? Sadly, and one can be cynical about this, but, and this is one of the reasons why we wrote this book, because you see faces and you hear some stories during Republic Day or Independence Day, and then they're forgotten. I'm sure that most people here haven't even thought of Varun Singh since that crash happened. Like for the last 6 months, nobody would have thought of him because you felt very emotionally about it at that time. You felt very strongly about it that time. You maybe even prayed for his life, because you're all good people. But we're humans after all. The parade moves on. Then you're moving on with your life. And who has time to think about Group Captain Varun Singh? So that's one of the reasons we wrote these books, because I think the written word has a life. It makes these people in some ways immortal. There's no date on these soldiers and these officers because the written word kind of transcends everything. And I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I wish I'd met him. I really wish. I mean, the stuff we heard about him was, this guy was like your typical, let's go and get this done kind of fighter pilot. The real Top Gun type of image that you have of fighter pilots, this guy embodied that.
Was this entire thing about, just macroing it a bit, the first thing that we heard once the news of that crash broke were a whole lot of conspiracy theories. And some of us find those conspiracy theories quite irritating, if not downright insulting. But there is a whole psychology to conspiracy theories. Because you observed it much more carefully, what did you make of all those conspiracy theories and the entire psychology behind it and things like that?
I'm not surprised at all. I think conspiracy theories, by their very nature, are quite amusing because it shows a level of creativity. To name just three, since Abhijit is not naming them, I'll name the three conspiracy theories that came out the day of the crash. One, obviously, our good friendly neighboring terrorists. Okay, they had come and they whacked this guy as revenge for Uri and etc. etc. Number two, LTT terrorists, Tamil terrorists, who had come and killed this guy. The third conspiracy theory, and this is actually one of my favorites, is that the Air Force got it done themselves. The Air Force got it done because of the whole, he's the chief of defense staff, there are territorial wars between the Army, Navy and Air Force, and that the Air Force is involved, the Air Force is involved in bumping off General Bipin Rawat because they are not happy with the decisions he's taken. Preposterous, BS like this was part of conspiracy theories that went crazy viral. People were like reasonable people were talking about them and saying, did you hear? People are saying this, rubbish, complete rubbish. But I'm not surprised by them, Abhijit, because the fact is, especially in an incident like that helicopter crash, which all of you remember, it broke, then we didn't know what was happening. Is General Rawat in the helicopter? Is he not in the helicopter? Is his wife also with him? We don't know. Who else was there? Who was flying? Where were they going? Did he survive? Did he not survive? General Rawat is no more, but his wife has survived. No, his wife is also no more. Then there was information that General Rawat is the sole survivor of the crash. There was all this misinformation and confusion over this. And I think that was just ripe for all these silly conspiracy theories.
Right, but at least in private, the army was quite forthright. I think we got to know at least a good 14, 15 hours before it was announced that
they were very
forthright.
Yeah,
they were. And there was also the video which came out, which, those chaps walking on the railway tracks, which kind of made it very clear that it wasn't a shoulder-fired missile or anything like that the LTT or somebody had deployed, just to move further to yet another tragedy. Unfortunately, this is military stories and heroes.
There's a lot of tragedy in this book, he's right.
Yeah.
But there's also a lot of, the nature of this book is, sorry Abhijit for interrupting you, but the nature of this book is many of the heroes we've written about are, were killed in action during the missions that we write about. But there are many who we're very happy to say are still alive. And I always tell my co-author, I hope that one day we can write an India's Most Fearless where everyone we're writing about is alive.
Next one up is the April 2020, the Karen sector, where 5 of our commandos died. Now, it's not the first infiltration that's happened. It's certainly not the most deadly infiltration that happened. What was particularly special about that focused you onto that specific story?
Well, just to introduce you all to that mission, this was, and I won't be surprised if most of you haven't even heard of it, but you should know about it. This was a mission, an encounter that happened in April 2020, just days after India went into lockdown, like the national lockdown everyone remembers. It was just literally a few days after India went into a lockdown. There was an intelligence alert about this big terror infiltration by Pakistani terrorists in the Karen sector. It's a high altitude LOC sector in Kashmir. And it was a devastating operation because the Indian Special Forces, the 4 para, doesn't need any introduction, but the 4 para Special Forces of the Army is the same unit that conducted the surgical strikes. Famous, fearless warriors, one of the most decorated Special Forces units as well. And they went into this operation, young commandos, in the prime of their careers, and it was a devastating loss because they lost 5 men, 5 commandos were killed in action, hunting those terrorists in the most, I can't describe it. You'll know when you read it, but you'll also see some pictures which are there in the book. The most hostile terrain that you can imagine, like multiply that by 100. Like steep snowy cliffs, blizzard conditions, absolutely nowhere to keep your feet. you're a mountaineer, dodging bullets, chasing terrorists down these deep snow rift valleys. It's the scariest, one of the scariest stories that I've ever written. And I think what drew me to it, Abhijit, to answer your question, is just the fact that it happened at a time when the country was in lockdown. That was especially a shock. And two, that the fact that I think the special forces at large were coming to terms with the loss. You know, in Uri, the Uri operation was, there were no losses. One of the soldiers was injured during the return from Uri, but incredibly, there was no loss of life. It was a perfect operation. In this particular operation, there was a terrible stroke of bad luck. I don't want to spoil it for you because you'll read about it in the book. There was a terrible stroke of bad luck in what would have been a similarly, you know, clear-cut operation where these guys would have gone and got these terrorists. There was just a terrible, unforeseen, not in their control stroke of bad luck to do with the weather that doomed that operation. And I think that's what really spoke to me, Abhijit. The fact that there's nothing these guys could have done. There's nothing these guys could have done to make that any better. The universe was not on their side that day.
When was the last time we... Yeah. When was...
Open them to, if you want.
Questions, sure. When was the last time we lost that many commandos? Because a commando is an extremely high-value soldier, right? Losing one commando is almost like losing a Mirage 2000 in Air Force terms in that sense. When was the last time we lost a commando in combat situations before that?
We've lost commandos during the Pampore encounter on the outskirts of Srinagar a few years ago. We've also written about that in the previous India's Most Fearless. But on this scale of a frontline, special forces unit, I don't think it's ever happened. All in one single encounter, Abhijit.
Yeah. Okay, folks, questions? Right at the back. Right there. Keep the questions short, please, so that we can give Shiv more time to answer them.
So during these clashes, for each and hour or each and every minute, we came to know soldiers died on the border. So wasn't that the breach of national security? You news channels covered that. Apart from that side, we didn't, still we are claiming the actual figures of these Chinese soldiers, which has not been disclosed by the Chinese army or the Chinese media also. So aren't we breaching the national security and showing, look, our Indian soldiers, this many Indian soldiers have been died from India. Wasn't that the breach of national security? I'm yet to complete. And apart from that, your colleague was also very interested to show what was the number, what was the actual number from the Indian side to the world as well as to the Indians also. Wasn't that the breach of national security?
Okay, so two answers. One, it's not like we journalists. I accept most of the hate that journalists get.
No, I'm asking about your colleague.
Wait. I'm saying most of the time we deserve it. But in this particular case, I have to defend my fraternity because we were reporting the losses that the army was reporting. The army issued an official statement saying this is what has happened in Galwan and these many people have lost their lives and these are their names. These were all official figures. These were all official things. There was nothing unofficial about it. On your second question, there has been a lot of tutu meme over the figures of the Chinese side. Okay, the Chinese say 4 of our people were killed in this clash, which I find it very distasteful as a journalist, as a human, as a person who covers defense, to talk in this way about dead soldiers. It's horrible, whether it's China, whether it's Pakistan, whether it's any country. I find it frankly distasteful to talk about itne mare hain, this many have died, they are lying, it's not like this. This is just personal. I'm not preaching to anyone, it's personal. But the reason why it's become important to clarify on that point is because China claiming 4 people have died was a political message. It was not a message of fact. They were doing it in order to make India seem like it was a weaker country, to humiliate us on the world stage, to paint this picture like it was a one-sided battle, that the Indian army is incompetent, that the Indian military didn't know what hit it. So that's the reason why it becomes a political issue and not just an issue of facts. And therefore, I'd like to tell you that the key question of how many Chinese died, not in my view, not in the view of the Chinese, not in the view of the government, not in the view of the BJP, but in the view of the army unit that did the fighting and recorded those losses, is in this book.
Anyone else? Two more. Kritatma there and Rajat here.
Hi, firstly, thank you so much, Shivji, for what you're doing and for bringing it. My question is that when you said that the chopper crashed and a lot of misinformation was flowing through, do we have an intelligence apparatus that is on SIGINT, TechInt, and all of that was on an overdrive, trying to know where the disinformation is flowing from? You know, the IP addresses, like the connections, was that rolling while this information was spreading and coming out to kind of curtail and contain it? Or if you can elaborate.
I'll give you a very honest answer, because that's what you expect from me. We have TechInt, SIGINT, communications intelligence infrastructure in the country, but it is not as hit the ground running and fast enough to actually detect these things in an actionable time frame when these things are actually developing. This is not a criticism. This is work in progress, because tracking such things during a developing situation are always going to be very difficult. Most countries are far ahead of us, including China, in this kind of thing. Certainly Pakistan. We're catching up. I think it's the answer to your question is that it's still work in progress. We've been late on that bus.
Thank you, Zain.
And the last question right here, the gentleman in the zebra stripes.
Hello, Shiv. Good afternoon. So I have no question related to India's Most Fearless. I will read that book, 100% sure. So I have a question for you. So whenever you talk of bravery of our forces, maybe the Air Force or Army, or क्यों न करे भाई हमारी forces है, तो I see like a few of the comments, like hatred comment on that also. Related to you, Shiv, when you saw like on the comment, maybe it's sponsored by coup, so I will take a coup, I will not take other. So how you deal with that?
What kind of hatred are you talking about?
Even on the, let's say like they used to call the Modi Bhakt, when you say something, they
on
used
Twitter
to
or things
portray,
like that. Yeah.
I always see that, when I see the comments. So, like a special media, I will say coup, but where I'm talking, I see the comments.
Yeah,
So-
I hear your question.
Yeah. Thank you.
If anyone follows me on social media, and Abhijit's very much like that also, it's like, you don't give importance to hatred. I mean, you run with the punches. I mean, we're all humans at the end of the day. If someone abuses you on social media, so what? They may be having a bad day. They may be frustrated about something else. Their life might not be going in the way that they wanted to.
Even some politicians
no, no,
also,
no, no, no,
like
no,
a
no,
number
no,
of
no, no.
like they have.
No to fro, please. Thank you very much. That was the last question. I hope you enjoyed this session. Please go buy this book. It is going to be released on the 14th of August. And you'll be able to buy it at all major bookstores. And you can also clap for me for not bullying my junior from school days.
Oh yeah.
So it took a
Fun
superhuman
fact, he's my
effort
senior
not
from
to.
school.
So thank you guys. Hope you enjoyed that.
I'm here for the rest of the day. I know the time was short, but if anybody has any more questions, I'll be happy to take them from you. Thank you.
We will now have the book launch of Narrativizing Bharatavarsha and Other Essays, followed by a lecture by Professor Soumya De. Dr. Soumya De is a professor at Rashram School of Public Leadership and holds a PhD from the Center for Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. His primary research interests are intellectual and cultural history. He has, till date, authored 3 books: Becoming Hindus and Muslims, Reading the Cultural Encounter in Bengal, 1342 to 1905, The Cultural Landscape of Hindutva and Other Essays, Historical Legitimacy of an Idea, and Narrativizing Bharatavarsha and Other Essays. We will now have the unveiling of Narrativizing Bharatavarsha and Other Essays, after which Professor Soumya De will deliver his lecture on trends and practices in Indian historiography.
Where's Aravindan?
Mr. Aravindan, please come to the stage.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me clearly. So, as you've learned, I teach at the Rashtam School of Public Leadership, which is one of the schools, academic schools of Rishi Hoot University. And Rishi Hoot University, as you know, is academic partner to Pondicherry LitFest. We are a new institution, and we call ourselves a social impact institution. The idea is to produce research and to put out academic programs which are relevant to societal needs and address the societal needs. Not to do scholarship for its own sake, that is. So the theme for this talk, the theme for this lecture is trends and practices in Indian historiography. I shall try to speak for about 20 odd minutes so that we have a little time left for an interaction or a Q&A session. Now, let me tell you, let me forewarn that this is going to be a rather pedantic talk, but then you cannot avoid pedantry when you bring up a topic like this. So I shall refer to academic works and monographs every now and then. I shall bring up historians and their approach towards Indian history. And by the way, let me also clarify that when I say Indian historiography, I do not necessarily mean only works by Indian historians. That is, works by Indians on Indian history. I shall bring up a few British historians too. And I shall also refer to a British school of historiography pertaining to Indian history towards the end of my talk. Now, pardon me. First things first, I'm an academic historian in the sense that I've been trained to be a historian. I understand that academic historians do not enjoy a very good reputation these days anymore, and that is due to understandable reasons, of course. But let me, to begin with, clarify what do we mean by historiography as academic historians. To put it very simply, historiography is the art, science, or craft, whatever you term it, of conducting historical inquiries and writing histories. And how do you conduct historical inquiries? There are two aspects to the process. First is that you consult primary sources, which is archival documents or travelogues, let us say the travelogue by Huon Sang or Bernier, and so on, which we term primary sources. And then we consult, then we look up a secondary material or secondary sources, which is works by other historians previously produced in a particular area, in a period that we have taken up. So this is historiography. A topic like this is, of course, enormous. It could be the subject of multiple PhDs and multiple monographs. So, perforce, this will be a rather sketchy presentation. Please pardon me for this. If you're familiar with the area, probably you might find me wanting. But then we are short of time here. Now, the dominant trend or the dominant practice in Indian historiography has, of course, been the Marxist one, right, since independence. And the Marxist school of historiography was, interestingly, founded by a mathematician. But more on this later. The most important Marxist historians have been, since the 1960s or 70s, individuals such as Romila Thapar, D.N. Jha, R.S. Sharma, etc. And for a long time, their scholarship on ancient India was the last word. Now, these people, of course, interpret ancient India in a strictly materialist frame. That is the dominant framework of a Marxist scholarship. What do I mean when I say materialist frame? Well, they understand history or historical possession, development in terms of class formation, stratification, as they call it, configuration of classes in a particular society in terms of the dominant classes and the dominated classes, the exploiter classes and the classes which are exploited, the forces and relations of production, and so on. And by the way, a while ago I mentioned that this school of scholarship, interestingly, was founded by a mathematician. D.D. Kosambi was his name. And Kosambi's idea of history was that it is the gradual movement, the gradual progression of forces and relations of production. So the Marxist school of historiography primarily understands history, historical possession in terms of material production and the forces in terms of classes and means of production involved in material production. Now, going back, returning to these people, D.N. Jha, R.S. Sharma, Romila Thapar, etc., when they study state formation in ancient India, for instance, they understand the state formation in ancient India in terms of stratification. Their argument is that, certain varnas, the upper varnas, the Kshatriyas, Brahmins, etc., they cornered a greater portion of the social surplus, that is the resources of a society, and arrogated to themselves a dominant position in society, and thus they became the ruling class. This is their understanding, interpretation of the state formation process in ancient India. Now, the thing about the Marxist understanding of state formation is that they understand the state in terms of domination relations. The domination relations are a very key concept, a fundamental concept in Marxist historiography. State societies are primarily configurations of the dominant and the dominated classes. The state in Marxist materialist understanding is not the outcome. I'm emphasizing the word not here. In a Marxist understanding, in a Marxist framework, the state is not the outcome of a cultural imagination or a moral imagination. They have a very cynical understanding of state and state societies, as they call them, and they understand state societies in terms of domination relations. So their understanding of the ancient Indian state is not a cultural or a moral one, it is primarily a material one. Moving on to other aspects of their historiography and their narrativization of ancient India, they of course accept the Aryan invasion theory or a slight inflection modification of the Aryan invasion theory, which is the Aryan migration theory. And they also posit a determinate rupture between what they term the Harappan and the Aryan periods, Indo-European periods in Indian history. They do a materialist interpretation, they do a materialist examination of the hymns of the Rig Veda, and they argue that the Vedic period, as they call it, was without a civilization, as they understand it, in the sense that there were no exchange networks, by which they mean trade. There was no trade as such. There was no craft production on a large scale as such. That is why there was no trade. There was no commodity exchange on a large scale, once again, which is also why trade was absent. The dominant mode of the economy was pastoral. The Vedic people, as they termed them, they were pastoralists, they were herders, they were cattle herders, and by the way, according to them, they consumed beef. So this is another aspect of their historiography. While positing a determinate rupture between the Harappan and the Vedic periods, they also insinuate that the Vedic cultural imagination or Vedic religious practices were actually at variance with modern Hinduism. And they repeatedly insinuated that beef consumption was an orthopraxis. By orthopraxis in history, we mean an established practice, a dominant practice. So this is another aspect of Marxist historiography that one ought to be mindful of. They posit a rupture between Hinduism and the Vedic religion, as they term it. Ancient India is predominantly presented as an atrocity narrative, as this time and place in which the dominant Varnas were ruthlessly exploiting the lower Varnas, the Vaishyas, the Shudras, etc. And all achievements of ancient India in linguistics, in astronomy, in mathematics, in architecture, etc., in literature definitely, are obfuscated by them. They do not refer to these achievements, which is also why, as I mentioned a while ago, ancient India is predominantly presented as an atrocity narrative in Marxist historiography. Moving on to early medieval period. Once again, the dominant historiography of early medieval period is Marxist. And what do I mean by the early medieval period? Well, roughly the centuries between the 8th and, or rather the centuries from the 8th till the 11th. 700s ACE, that is after Common Era, till 1000 ACE, after Common Era. Anyway, so this is the time period, this is the period rather, pardon me, this is the period that we refer to as the early medieval. And the entire postulate, the entire understanding of the early medieval in Marxist scholarship is built around the idea of Indian feudalism. And this idea was developed by R.S. Sharma. Now, how did Indian feudalism come to be? A very problematic idea, by the way. It is unsustainable upon empirical scrutiny, but Marxists are not terribly bothered about empiricism, actually. They only select the facts which suit their presentation of history. I mean, you might have heard about cutting a shroud to fit a corpse, but they're perfectly capable of actually chopping up a corpse to fit a shroud. If there's a finger sticking out, or pardon me, I'm sounding a little gross here, but if there's a finger sticking out or feet sticking out, they're perfectly capable of chopping them off so that the corpse fits the shroud. Anyway, to return to this construction of Indian feudalism, it has been done. It is the handiwork of this gentleman, Professor R.S. Sharma. So how did Indian feudalism come to be? According to him, towards the end of the Gupta period, towards the end of Gupta rule, the rulers made land grants in large numbers to Brahmins. And it was with two objectives. The first objective was, of course, expanding the arable, as we say in history writing, that is expanding cultivation. And secondly, these rulers were trying to deal with a major social dislocation. This is the idea proffered by R.S. Sharma. What was the social dislocation? The social dislocation was that the lower Varnas, the Vaishyas and Shudras, were getting a little recalcitrant, disobedient, that is, in relation to the higher Varnas, the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas. And they were unwilling in this period, according to R.S. Sharma, to discharge their regular servile functions. So Brahmins were dispatched to different parts, different corners of the Gupta kingdom with land grants, and police functions, administrative functions were alienated to Brahmins so that they bring these people under control, basically. Now, R.S. Sharma, by the way, he gets a little candid while relating this narrative, he actually confesses that he doesn't have a concrete empirical evidence to support this postulate. He builds this entire postulate on the basis of Puranic references or Puranic descriptions of the Kali age, in which this social dislocation is actually central. The idea that the Varnas, the lower Varnas, would be disobedient and they would be unwilling to discharge the servile functions relative to the higher Varnas. Anyway, a rare candid moment in Marxist historiography. Nevertheless, you can understand, you can imagine how hegemonic this historiography was once in the university circuits. It is still hegemonic, by the way, but once upon a time it was supremely hegemonic. And despite the fact that, Sharma actually owns up to his gaffe quite candidly. Despite this, his books have been prescribed textbooks at DU and definitely at Jawaharlal Nehru University, where I did my PhD at the Center for Historical Studies. Anyway, moving on, there is a slight corrective. The saving grace is that there is a slight corrective to the Marxist understanding of state and state formation. And this corrective has been provided by an American gentleman, if I remember correctly his nationality, Burton Stein. Burton Stein has an interesting idea upon the early medieval state, upon the Chola state and later the medieval state, the Vijayanagara state. He has done an extensive study upon these empires, and he has come up with the idea of the ritual segmentary state. Now, to put it very plainly for you, in his understanding, the state represents a moral imagination and a cultural imagination. To unpack further this concept and as to how he develops it, studying the Chola state, the Chola Empire rather, Burton Stein argues that the Chola emperor, the great Chola as he was called, exercised his suppressive authority only in Tanjavur, the Chola capital and its vicinity. That is, he exercised his police functions only in Tanjavur and its vicinity. The rest of the Chola kingdom was actually a conglomerate of sorts, of nadus. He terms them ethnic territories, where the dominant mode of production was the peasant economy. And in the context of this peasant economy, there were these local lineages, local chiefs, nayakas, and their families. And these lineages articulated with the authority of the great Chola, or rather they substantiated the authority of the great Chola in a ritual form, in a cultural form, in the sense that they emulated the role of the great Chola as the supreme patron of Brahmins, temples, and cows. So in this sense, the Chola state was integrated. Making sense? I hope it is. Never mind. So in this sense, the Chola state was integrated in a ritual framework, in a cultural framework. Similarly, the Vijayanagara kingdom, the Vijayanagara empire, in which case, according to Burton Stein, the annual Vijayadashami celebration actually played an important role in integrating the realm. It was an occasion on which the authority of the Vijayanagara ruler was broadcast across the kingdom in a ritual form. All the Nayakas would be in attendance. They would substantiate royal authority and so on. Anyway, let us not go into all the nitty-gritty, but the point is that here the state, in Burton Stein's understanding, is the outcome of a cultural imagination of ritual functions, ritual performances, and it is a very important corrective to the Marxist understanding of the state, which is rigidly materialistic and is in terms of domination relations. Coming to medieval India, I shall conclude over the next 10 minutes or so. I understand this might not be terribly interesting for you. Anyway, it is, thank you. Moving on to medieval India, the historiography of medieval India is rigidly oriented towards Delhi. The historiography is centered around the Delhi Sultanate and later the Mughal Empire. For instance, what are termed local kingdoms or regional kingdoms, such as the Kakatiyas, they are not mentioned at all, barely mentioned. The Ahoms find no mention whatsoever, and so on. So this is a kind of historiography which is very imperial in its tone and tenor, in the sense that it focuses entirely on these imperial formations built around Delhi. The Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire are almost entirely studied from the administrative and economic points of view. They are studied in terms of their administrative and economic organization. The cultural element of these imperial formations, the cultural aspect of these imperial formations is completely ignored. For instance, historians of medieval India pretend as though Islam was not important to the Delhi Sultanate or the Mughal Empire, that they did not derive their moral rhetoric from Islam, or that Islam was not a motivator for the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire. And of course, all instances of cultural oppression in medieval India are completely ignored, completely obfuscated. All the instances of temple destruction and desecration are ignored. If you go to Delhi, some of you might have visited Delhi, the entire Qutb complex is actually constructed out of the masonry of a demolished Hindu and Jain temples. Very likely, once upon a time, it was a major Hindu-Jain temple complex, a ritual center. I mean, the part of Delhi where the Qutb complex is located is today known as Mehroli. Mehroli was originally called Mihirapura, if I remember correctly, as I've read in Professor Meenakshi Jain's monograph on this period, on this place. Anyway, so these are certain, striking characteristics of the historiography of medieval India, that it is focused entirely on the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire, which are studied purely from an economic and administrative point of view. Their cultural aspect is ignored. However, if the cultural side of the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire is brought up at all, it is only in terms of imperial culture, that is the culture surrounding the throne, how deference was offered to the Sultan or the Badshah, what was the culture of the nobility, what were their cultural practices, etc., etc., what was cultural production like in the Mughal Empire in terms of dance, music, and so on. But culture in its religious dimension is ignored when these entities, such as the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire, are studied. The dominant accent of the scholarship, even in this case, even in this instance, is Marxist because it is materialist. All the influential, important scholarship in this context is again Marxist. I bring up a few monographs, for example, Irfan Habib's Agrarian History of the Mughal Empire, in which case he studies the Mughal administration in relation to the peasant economy. And by the way, it's a very candid account. He also owns up to the exploitation of the peasant economy by the Mughal Empire. It says a PhD, as I know, and when you write your PhD, you have to be a little honest, perforce, because many universities have open defense, public defense of PhDs, and then the thesis goes to 2 or 3 examiners. So in this case, he's quite candid every now and then. As about the decline and disintegration of the Mughal Empire, the historiography upon this theme too is Marxist, in the sense that it is economically deterministic. I bring up Muzaffar Alam's Crisis of Empire in Mughal North India. And according to Muzaffar Alam, the Mughal Empire began to disintegrate in the 18th century due to zamindari uprisings. And interestingly, according to Muzaffar Alam, despite all the instances of the exploitation of the peasant economy provided by Irfan Habib, as argued by him, the Mughal Empire actually made the peasant economy more prosperous. The Mughal Empire brought a greater prosperity to the peasant economy, and this made the zamindars desire a greater share of the agricultural surplus generated by the peasant economy, which is why they rebelled in the 18th century in increasing numbers, and it caused the disintegration of the Mughal Empire. There is another monograph on the same theme, Satish Chandra's Parties and Politics in Mughal Empire. According to him, the Mughal Empire began to disintegrate due to a phenomenon called the Jagirdari crisis. There weren't enough Jagirs left to distribute among the Mughal nobility. I don't go into the details. I suppose I'm running out of time here. The bell is rung. Okay, so now I jump straight to the historiography of modern India or colonial India. This is an interesting realm, interesting terrain, by the way. Here I find 4 dominant trends. 2 of them Marxist, actually, variations of mutations of Marxist scholarship. One I call nationalist Marxist. You can also call it institutional Marxist. The other is a critical Marxist. The third one is the subaltern school. The fourth one is the Cambridge school. It is the Sahib's Englishman school. Now, to bring up the institutional Marxist point of view first, it was developed by Bipin Chandra, who was very loyal to the previous regime, to put it politely. He even justified the emergency eloquently. Anyway, so this institutional Marxist point of view studies the freedom movement in terms of its class configurations. But at the same time, according to Bipin Chandra, the freedom movement was not dominated by a particular class, not by the bourgeoisie. There was instead a struggle for domination or hegemony upon the freedom movement. So his position is that it was a multi-class movement, and of course, eventually it was led by the Congress Party. So in his account of the freedom movement, it is the Congress Party which is leading it throughout, and his account of colonial India, of the freedom movement, in this sense becomes a biography of the Congress Party, of the International Congress. The other position is the critical Marxist position. It is developed by Sumit Sarkar. He doesn't actually dilate on the class configurations within the freedom movement, but every now and then he insinuates that the freedom movement was manipulated by big capital, by the Birlas, by the way, who were very close to Gandhi. He every now and then makes this insinuation. Moving on to the subaltern school, according to them, the freedom movement was an elite initiative. It was an elite endeavor. It wasn't a popular movement, according to them. The freedom movement was a realm of politics in which there was a vertical split between the elite and the non-elite. The elite were in the institutional arena. They insinuated this. Well, the non-elite were dominated by impulse and violence. So if you see an impulsive, violent side to the freedom movement, it represents the non-elite side or the subaltern side. This is their position. Finally, concluding, coming to the Sahib's school, which is also called the Cambridge School, according to them too, internationalism was spurious in the sense that it was authored by the elite. It was elite endeavor. And the roots of this position, the basis of this position is traceable to a monograph authored by an Indian, interestingly, Anil Seal. But Indians become bigger Sahibs than Sahibs when they go abroad frequently. Yeah, that's true, unfortunately. So according to Anil Seal, you know, Indian nationalism was the outcome of the presidency elites coming together gradually, coalescing gradually. The elites in the Bombay presidency, Bengal presidency, in the Madras presidency, founding organizations, voluntary associations, as they call them, such as the Indian Association, the Madras Mahajana Sabha, Bombay Association, and so on. And the eventual outcome of this gradual coming together, greater cooperation between the elites of the various presidencies was the Indian National Congress. Now, moving on to other Cambridge School historians, they are C.A. Bailey and Judith Brown. According to them, once again, Indian nationalism was spurious, and actually it represented fractional interests, you know, the interests represented by patron-client relations at the local level, in the neighborhoods, in the small towns, and so on. C.A. Bailey develops this position in an important monograph. It is prescribed when you are doing your master's. It is called, well, I have it written down here. It is called The Local Roots of Indian Politics, Allahabad, 1880 to 1920. So according to C.A. Bailey, you know, the Congress, so to speak, struck roots in Allahabad city in the 19th century because it leveraged the local patron-client relations or networks. For example, it brought over the Muslim service class, which was in alliance with the Dargah keepers, who were their clients, and it brought over to its side the Kayasts, and the Brahmins, the Pragwal Brahmins, a subcaste of Brahmins dependent upon the Kayasts. Anyway, I'm providing a very sketchy picture of what he says in this monograph. The point to be noted is that, according to him, Indian nationalism wasn't nationalism at all. It was spurious. It was only the expression of these local patron-client relationships. They came on board the Congress to fulfill their personal, well, local agendas. Finally, to conclude, Judith Brown builds upon C.A. Bailey's position in a sort of a political biography of Mahatma Gandhi. It's very interesting, by the way. If you find it, do read it. It is called Gandhi's Rise to Power. According to her, Gandhi took over the Congress very quickly, by the way. He returned to India in 1915, and by 1918, the Congress had gone over to his point of view. He did this very quickly, according to Judith Brown, once again by leveraging the patron-client relations at the local levels. According to her, he worked his way into these local networks of power and influence. and he deployed in various parts of the country his subcontractors. The subcontractors is a concept that she develops, who leveraged these local networks of power and influence on his behalf. She identifies certain people as Gandhi subcontractors. At this point, I remember one name, Rajendra Prasad. I conclude here, and I may take a few questions. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Brilliant. I learned such a lot. I have a long list of what to avoid now. But I just want to ask you in terms of correction, should it be replacement of content or should it be giving thinking habits to look at primary and secondary source? What is your approach to correction?
Yeah, that's right. So we have to go back to go back to archival documents, go back to primary sources as far as possible. I mean, to give you a few instances, few examples of how Indian historiography has been less than truthful. I mean, we all learn in school and college that it was the Muslim League which demanded proportional representation on the communal basis first in 1906. The truth is that the Congress conceded the same very principle way back in 1889. In 1889, the Congress passed a resolution at its annual session which actually conceded this idea in principle. So this is the extent to which, Indian historiography has been less than truthful, as I said. So we have to go back to archival texts as far as possible. And, well, this initiative has to come from professional academic historians because archival research takes a kind of training which not everyone, I'm not being snobbish here. It is just that it requires a kind of training and you have to acquire it, you have to invest in it. You can't just walk into the archives and begin, delving into documents. So we have to go back to primary texts and as far as possible broaden our conceptual frameworks. I have no problem with Marxist conceptual frameworks, the class struggle, etc. They do play a helping hand in terms of understanding historical possession, but we also have to bring in culture, mentality, cultural imaginations into our understanding of history. So historiography has to have this element of heteroglossia. Heteroglossia is a concept developed by Russian philosopher Mikhail Bakhtin, which means a multiplicity of voices. You have to bring a multiplicity of voices to our telling of history. Sorry, pardon me.
Yeah. So the question is on this historical sheet anchors. Thank you. The last few years, can you take us through the developments in the idea of historical sheet anchors? Because whatever little we understand as students, not of students of history, is the Western and the Marxist flawed idea of couple of critical sheet anchors has led to fast forwarding or post dating of many of the Indian events and kings. So has there been serious research as a resistance on sheet anchor question?
Not yet. I hope I understand you right. By sheet anchors, you mean the basic key concepts and dating.
Yeah, so particularly the dating of, identifying the Chandragupta Maurya and Devamshi Priyadarshi with Maurya, the Ashoka Maurya.
Yeah.
So, and then that leads to, for example, Shankaracharya himself, if we correct this, it goes back 2,500 years. So,
I understand, yeah. So, considerable amount of revision is required as far as this aspect of historiography is concerned, what you term sheet anchors, the basic concepts, the key texts and their dating, the key personages, the individuals and their dating. Again, well, the initiative has to come from the professional historians community because it takes multiple various kinds of training. For example, in handling coins, in numismatics, in epigraphy, in reading and deciphering inscriptions. And of course, in reading and deciphering ancient texts, which is not always easy, by the way. You can't just pick up the Arthashastra, untranslate it, and begin to make sense of it. The Sanskrit language has not been the same throughout the ages, for example. Vedic Sanskrit is sometimes termed a different language in its own right. There's this, I suppose, a Dutch Indologist he died some time ago. His name was Frits Staal. According to Staal, the Sanskrit of the Vedas ought to be termed a different language altogether. He called it Vedic. But anyway, probably that was another agenda that he was pushing, that of, bringing about more ruptures in Indian history. But the point is that the initiative has to come from professional historians, and which is why, in academic spaces, we need heteroglossia, once again, multiplicity of voices, so that this very necessary revision in Indian history is carried out. Again, the thing with Western historians is that when it comes to Indian historical phenomena, they would ascribe them as late a date as possible. The Mahabharata is dated to the early centuries of the Common Era, 1st or 2nd centuries AD, as we said once upon a time. Some people would say, some Western historians would say, the Vedas did not assume their final form till as late as the 15th century AD, and so on. So they try to downplay the antiquity of Indian phenomena as far as possible. And the money comes from the West, that is where the most lucrative fellowships lie, the visiting professorships are there, and so on. So Indians sell out so very frequently. Anyway, so thank you very much. It's been great speaking before you. I must take off because I have a flight to catch. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot again.
Our next speaker is Prafulla Ketkar, editor of Organizer Weekly since 2013. He has over 20 years of experience in the fields of research, media, and academics. And his areas of interest are comparative political philosophy and comparative civilizations. He is also the advisory committee of the School of Journalism, Delhi University. He has been writing on issues related to international politics and foreign policy, with special reference to China and Southeast Asia, trade and economy, and non-military security issues. He is a member of the JNU Court and National Book Promotion Council. Recently, he has also been appointed as a member of Rajya Ram Mohan Roy Library Foundation, Ministry of Culture as trustee. He has worked at the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies, IPCS, New Delhi, and as a Ford Scholar. He has co-authored the book Alternative Approaches to Security and edited the book What is Being Hindu? He has written several articles and has 2 entries attributed to him in the Encyclopedia of India, India's Foreign Policy Towards Europe, and Brief Biography of Lal Krishan Advani. He has traveled widely as part of the Bharatiya delegation, especially to China, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Vietnam. Prafulla Ketkar will now speak on Swaraj at 75. What to celebrate and why?
Thank you. It's really challenging at the end of the festival when everybody has spoken about, by and large, why and what is important in the last 75 years. Talking about what to celebrate and why. And there is a story behind it. In my introduction, one part perhaps was missed out. For the last 2 years, I have been working with Prasar Bharati as an advisor to this special commemorating program for 75 years. And there was one Babu who had cleared one poster and a logo which I had to fight out till the top level to get that out, because it was saying India at 75. And that's why I have deliberately said Swaraj at 75. It was political independence that has completed 75 years. Bharat or India as a nationhood, as we have heard for last 2 days, that is since antiquity that is existing. The idea of India is also neither British nor Nehruvian. In fact, I had to find out, Soumya has left about this entire, methodology part. I had to fight out with many historians also on many issues. And because this basic understanding and the problematic area is not just about the dating or the, the factual references, and the basic problematic area is imposing European standardization on non-European communities. That is the fundamental problem. Imposing that uniformity everywhere is a problematic thing, whether it is from the Islamist point of view or Christianism point of view or communism point of view. These three isms are essentially, methodologically, uniformist and therefore imposing certain standards on others, which they believe to be true. That is the problematic thing. And that's why when I'm saying Swaraj at 75, what to celebrate and why, that was the question that was asked to me when I started challenging this typical bureaucratic celebration. And then we started getting into this periodization, what to cover, why to cover, and I'm going to build up on what the first day, though I couldn't attend, but fortunately I could listen to that lecture because Annamalai himself shared it on social media. And then what Kanchanda said yesterday about the decolonization. I think this 75-year celebration has given us a great opportunity to revisit our history, freedom struggle, the spirit behind it, and whether we have lived up to that spirit in last 75 years objectively. And I think this is going to begin a new era in many ways. On 14th of August, that the project that I was working with, a series called Swaraj, is going to start on, it will be initially on Doordarshan, but hopefully it will be on various OTT platforms also. We are covering it in 75 episodes, from arrival of Vasco da Gama to the partition. And that is why that is very important. Simply because I'm not getting into the Islamic aggression as of now, because the character of European colonization was entirely different from the Islamic invasion. And when it comes to the European colonization, I'm deliberately calling it European. If you go into the details of 1494 Thessaloniki Treaty, where Pope is actually mediating between the Spanish and the Portuguese and dividing the entire world with a line, that Portuguese will go to the east and Spanish will go to the west with the message of Jesus. It means, I don't know how many of you have read First Voyage, the diary written by Vasco da Gama's companion, where he is very clear why he is coming to India. Broadly, we have what we are doing through Swaraj at 75 is, there is a broad narrative about India's freedom struggle. And critical aspect of that freedom struggle is being told as, see, these Europeans basically came, and that is why we need to understand why what Kanchanda was talking about, why Bankim Chandra or Rajaram Mohan Roy or many other thinkers, even historians, consider British rule to be a kind of blessing in disguise, because we got rid of this, the Islamic, Islamization of India and the chaos that was created. The primary reason is, broadly, the narrative is, when the Europeans came, okay, centrally there was a Mughal rule, but otherwise there was, complete chaos. We were fighting amongst ourselves. There was no idea of India. And basically, the Marxist historians have reinforced this. but because British consolidated the rule, so we developed a sense of nationalism as a reaction to it. And while developing that sense of nationalism, we started fighting primarily non-violent way. And that's how we got the independence through the method of satyagraha. Because we were already divided, so while going, British got us partition for the benefit of us, so that we shouldn't keep fighting amongst ourselves. And while doing that, British gave in between, railways and post and centralized government and many good things to us. So we should celebrate. And most important thing, we are talking to each other in English. Common language of communication, as if, there was nothing to communicate. I don't know what Adi Shankaracharya must have done from traveling from Calicut to Sharda Peeth. What kind of English he must have used to communicate. But what is going to happen? The many archival documents have come out, and it's going to completely dismantle this popular perception about, I know many people sitting here have, but still, there are very, very common things that I am going to share just 3-4 examples that what we need to celebrate and why. Like, for example, many of us know, and in school books at least we have heard of Vasco da Gama on 9th of April, somewhere on, sidelines of Calicut he came. By 27th April, he came to the court of one Calicut king. And what was his name? But popularly, it was told as Zamorin. Interestingly, Vasco da Gama writes his name, title as Zamorin, and name as King Pristin. In his diary, it is written as, because he clearly states that I came in search of a Christian king who will help me in spreading the message of Jesus Christ. Now he is really disappointed because he came with a plea saying that Arab and Chinese traders should be thrown out of India and only Christian traders should be allowed. That was the plea. And the message that is given, what is told to us as Zamorin, in Malayalam at least people know that it was the title that was called Samudri, the protector of sea. The person who had the right to govern the laws of the sea. That's why the title that given by Arabs and Chinese was called Samudri. But the dynasty was Manikvarman. And they were the worshippers of Bhagwati. The sword that was given was called Bhagwati. I'm not saying this. Vasco da Gama is documented. Nobody has bothered to even read his diary. Because we believe that whatever freedom struggle took place, it was mainly after 1857 and especially after 1885 when Congress was formed. Now, Swaraj 75 has given this opportunity to relook at us, ourselves, with a different perspective. So, and if there is another interesting incident about Vasco da Gama, then I'll move forward. He says, I came with 6 gifts to King Pristin sent by my king. And when I entered his court, I saw his plate of betel leaves also was made up of gold. After seeing that, I was ashamed to present the gifts sent by my king to the king of Calicut. That's why what Annamalai said, or what Mr. Amit Shah also said in Delhi on the same day in the morning, that this myth of that we were poor We didn't know how to do trade. We were primarily living in villages, and besides agriculture, we didn't do anything. That myth has to be bursted. So the second part of it is economy. The first part of entire European colonization was onslaught, as Islamists did, was onslaught on the idea of dharma. Not just religion, the idea of dharma. And that's why wherever they went, initial resistance was on religious lines. Annamalai spoke about Rani Queen Velunachiyar. You should read the inscription that is written, and it is again very interesting part is that inscription is called Jambudvipa Declaration. She is giving a call. Remember another myth. I'm going to burst 3-4 myths and then I'll come to the post-independent period. All women were going sati. They had no access to education. No? We have seen what Acharya Dharmpal has done. Incidentally, as we are celebrating Sri Aurobindo's 150th anniversary, Acharya Dharmpal's birth centenary is also going on. In his beautiful tree, he has analyzed this entire part of especially Madras province. Enrollment and everything that we know. But the most important part is access to education, 97%. And especially the schools like philosophy, medicine, nursing, where girls' enrollment was more than boys in 1798. Again, these are British documents, not RSS documents. So if this was the case, what happened between 1798 to say 1840s, by the time Charles Trevelyan come up with this idea of English education in India, and in one stroke he decided to make all of us illiterate. Because English was imposed as the only language of communication and education, especially in the government thing. Interestingly, I found one Ajna Patra by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. It is much earlier than, it was a Portuguese period. And that time he had his, small but very important kingdom carved out at Hindavi Swaraj up to Tanjavur. And he has passed one Ajna Patra stating the most problematic concept that has colonized our minds in the post-independent period is this idea of linguistic identity. Anybody, I have challenged this Marxist historian on the panel, outside, ICHR, everywhere, and I have told them, give me a single instance where any Indian, any king, any member of any society before 1940, till Congress formed their own Pradesh committees, state committees on the basis of languages. Before that, give me a single instance where Indians have fought among themselves on the basis of language. Why didn't we fight? There were many more languages than what we have today. Many more dialects than what we have today. How did this idea of Tamil nationalism and Bengali nationalism and Marathi nationalism and Assamese nationalism came into existence? Who is responsible for this? Who fueled this in the, not much by the British, but by the Congress in the post-independent period? So the systematic destruction happened in 4 phases. That is my analysis. The first onslaught was on Swadharma. Second onslaught was on the economic, educational structures. Third was on economic, and fourth was political. What happened in last 75 years, the basic problematic area is the last phase that happened after 1905, that is division of Bengal, partition of Bengal. That part, 1905 to 1947, which was the part of Swaraj, we consider as the sole objective of our freedom struggle. Political independence as the sole objective of our freedom struggle. We forget that before that, there was a strong phase of Swadeshi. Before that, there was a strong phase of national education and Swabhasha. And before that, if you see 1857 or rather 1835, then there is a strong phase of Swadharma. So if we need to understand what constituted our freedom struggle, then we need to analyze it as Swadharma, Swadeshi, Swabhasha and Swashiksha or Rashtriya Shiksha, national education, and then Swaraj. We have attained Swaraj. What about the first 3 parts? That is the critical question that we need to ask. And for that, I would request you, unfortunately, this book is still not available in English. I'm getting it translated. But this is originally a speech given by Acharya Dharmpal called Bharat Ka Swadharma. Swadharma of Bharat, where he's talking about the structures, institutions, and ideas based on Swadharma. What has happened in last 75 years and what we are struggling about? You know, we have spoken about temples. We have spoken about, say, economy. We have spoken about education. We have spoken about historiography. And still, we are playing around the parameters imposed by others. Simply because we don't know what we were before this colonization started. So we have created a mirror image about ourselves taught to us by the colonizers that, oh, we must be like this. There must be so much of exploitation. There must be caste-based differences. There must be gender disparities. Yes, there were differences. I'm not talking about, everything was ideal. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been colonized. But the problem was not about what British saw us. British saw us from the European prism. In Europe, that time, language was the major basis for nationalism. In fact, language and religion were the only basis of nationalism. The idea of Rashtra that existed in India from time immemorial, that was originally, and that is perhaps the reason why we have systematically, or our historians and especially the communist historians have, forced us to systematically forget the pre-British history. When the Europeans were fighting among themselves and we were resisting all of them. Like, for example, how many of us actually know about the role Raja Martanda Varma played, or Battle of Kolacham? Or, for that matter, way back in 1555, 60, from Ulal Rani Abakka. Can you imagine a queen just decide not just to leave but arrest her own husband because he is aligning with Portuguese? And we still buy those stories that the situation of women was very pathetic. Yes, it was bad, only where the Islamic rule was prevailing. The Bengal side and the Rajasthan side. The aggression, where Islamic aggression was direct, and after the victory there was a tendency to create their own haram, there we have seen the drastic deterioration of condition of women. Whether in the form of sati or jawar or institutionalized or whatever, but when it comes to women, that process of Islamization has played a critical role in deteriorating their status in the society. But otherwise, here on the south and the west we are seeing, and I deliberately give these 4 examples, Velunachiyar, Rani Abbakka, Ahilyabai Holkar, and Rani Lakshmi Bai. From 4 different centuries, from 4 different regions, from 4 different castes, one decides to leave her own husband, 3 of them are widows, and still they lead the army, and nobody questions why a widow woman is leading our army. Have you ever thought about this entire period of history or these characters in such a way? I think this Swaraj at 75, we are revisiting all these characters. That itself is an important thing. But more than that, there is another reason. If you go through the history carefully, of course, Islamic invaders have had their own impact, and they almost killed entire or converted. But European invasion was not less brutal. This is another misconception that, rule of law and basically law-abiding people, especially about the British. Oh, comparatively French, compared to French and Portuguese, British were better. And some people went up to the extent of saying it's a grace of God on us, that British. So why? Of course, there was, as I said, reference point was Islamization. So compare to that. But if you see right from America, because 9th August is coming, and again a new twist will be given. Internationally, it is celebrated as the Indigenous Peoples' Day. Against whom? Against whom? Against whose aggression on indigenous people? Why don't we ask this question that on 9th of August, it was Columbus who reached on the American shore. And that's why it is celebrated as Indigenous Peoples' Day. Whose message he was carrying? Whom did he finish? If you see from Americas, Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia, compared to other countries, India saved Southeast Asia, but Australia and New Zealand, wherever European colonizers went, their first victim was the indigenous population, traditions, and culture. Somebody today was talking about Japan. I would say sorry. Even Japan got Americanized post-World War. India is the only saving, because Japan was never directly colonized by the Europeans. The same with China. India is the only exception. This land is the only exception that has seen almost 700 to 800 years of Islamic aggression, more than 450 years of European colonization, and still got Swaraj with its own ethos. Yes, we lost some land. Yes, we lost our population. Yes, the sacrifices were made. But still, that originality of what they were thinking as pagan is still retained, and that is the biggest frustration of all anti-India forces today. We are still surviving with our original ethos. After 1,000 or 200 years of continuous attempt to finish this civilization, unfortunately, in the post-independent period, when we started perceiving ourselves as independent nation, as I said, we consider political independence was the ultimate objective of our freedom struggle. If we carefully study the philosophy of our freedom struggle, if we revisit the tradition of bhakti, then Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, then coming to the actual freedom struggle part, then we realize that there was no single moment where there was no physical resistance to European colonization and there was no religious or spiritual force behind this physical resistance. How many of us know that before 1857, in 1855, there was a Kumbh in Haridwar, and who were the special invitees? Tatya Tope and Rani Lakshmibai. And special messages, the roles were assigned. Whom will give a message to which king or which Nawab, which mandir or which mutt is going to approach whom? By 30th May 1857, that was the planning that was done in Kumbh. Those documents are coming to the public now. How many of us are aware of this? This, you know, is an unique opportunity now because, and this was possible because I see post-independent, there are, again, in this entire struggle, especially 1698 to 1947 till today, if there is one issue, if you find consistently playing a role across India, and it became an issue of resistance, both to the Islamists and European colonizers, if there is one constant issue, if you like to believe it or not, go by documents. If there is one issue, whether you see Northeast or Punjab and whatever excuses today people might give, if there is one issue, that is cow protection. It's very interesting. I was also shocked. 1698 first fatwa is there during Aurangzeb's reign. Oh, sorry, 1598. 1607. Right, 1698. 1698, the first battle that took place on the issue of cow was in Punjab. And just 3-4 months back, I went to the bordering areas of Meghalaya. And I found, I got very interesting documents. And again, another myth or, got busted, because I found that Khasi Darbars have a documented history of more than 800 years. And interestingly, one person who came to meet me, he's not same Khasi, he's a Christian Khasi now. And that person was narrating me his family story. I was instrumental in finding out his great-great-grandfather's, not grave, a memorial. In Bengali it was written, Sardar Diwan Singh, 26 जुलाई 1956, पंचतत्व में विलीन. And it was in a pathetic condition. And after seeing that, he was also in tears. Diwan Singh and Ram Singh were two Khasis who led the fight of Khasi resistance against the British and missionary aggression from 1820 to 1829. And they are also taking the same stand as Velu Nachiyar is taking here. It is not about you and me. Vijayanagar was our protector. Now the time is to forget the differences. Our models of governance may be different. How to collect the taxes may be, different. This is the fight for our culture and our identity. Every temple will go. Every temple will have a cross. We have to fight this together. This is the message of Velu Nachiyar. This is the message Ram Singh and Diwan Singh giving. This is about our identity, our resources. We have to fight this battle. And people are standing behind them. We have forgotten this. I found 937 freedom fighters in Nagaland who joined Indian National Army with Subhash Chandra Bose. Documented. What happened between 1944 to 1947, 15th August, that the region and the community which decided to even skip a meal to support Azad in the Fauj, suddenly started saying that we are an independent nation and we are still grappling and fighting with the Naga issue. But fortunately, the things have changed over the period of time. If you see whether 1960s, initially Praja Parishad Andolan of Jammu Kashmir, then 1960s, the Goraksha Andolan of 1960s, entire movement that was built up against emergency, then the Rama Janmabhoomi movement. If you see these phases, then you would realize that there was a consistent attempt, a slow process to revive that spirit of Swadharma, Swadeshi, Swashiksha. Somewhere we are seeing those fruits now. Somewhere people are getting awakened. 370 and what is happening in Ayodhya are just symptoms of it. Many people think that it is it's the political change that is leading to everything. I have a different take. There was something that was already changing in society that led to the political change. It facilitates, definitely it plays a role. So I think we are revisiting, we are celebrating our civilizational existence despite this colonial aggression, both from Islamist and European Christianist forces. And still, we have a legacy of people like Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, who essentially believe that India has a role to play globally. India is reasserting that role today. There may be certain issues on, textbooks and rewriting history and many other things. But somewhere that pressure is being created. This awakened Hindu mind is reconnecting with this Bharatiya ethos through this Swaraj at 75. I believe that is a great achievement of this entire celebration. So I don't think it is just a symbolic. I don't think it is just, having a bureaucratic celebration or putting just a tricolor on in the name of Har Ghar Tiranga. It is basically the process of intellectual churning. We are still able to celebrate Pondy Lit Fest in Pondicherry, after Pondicherry seeing these many years of colonization. This is not a small achievement. This has not happened everywhere in the world. Please don't forget that. It was the first festival that tried to create this as an intellectual force, as a model, and that is also not in a very, politically very conducive place. We are able to do that. We have shown that we have courage to do that. This itself is a great achievement that we should celebrate. Unless we learn to, learn to celebrate our valor, our patience, our sagacity to fight against all kinds of brutal forces, we would not understand our real history, and we would not be able to reconnect the message of Swadharma, Swadeshi, Swabhasha, Swashiksha, and Swaraj to the present context. I hope this celebration, this intellectual celebration, would give us that drishti, not just vision, a drishti to reconnect the idea of selfhood to the present condition. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers for giving this opportunity.
Question now. Oh, sorry, there's no time. We'll go on to the next speaker. Okay. We can take a couple of questions quickly.
Hello. The fake narratives from Savarkar, a British stooge, to Bharatiyar, a coward who took asylum in Pondicherry, and women are oppressed, those kind of fake narratives and so-called minorities are not safe. They are built in local level and also the global level too. As we, a common citizen, not linked to any political party or proper journalism, what can we do to dismantle this agenda by the driven lobby?
The answer is very simple. See, for over the years, many times, these allegations that were made were passed on without giving any rebuttal. Now, the kind of work that people like Sandeep are doing, so we have now sources, we have repositories. Now we are creating even archival section in Swaraj at 75. Many original documents. So you would see, interestingly, Motilal Nehru writing a letter to British, what kind of facilities Nehru should be given, Jawaharlal Nehru should be given in Ahmednagar jail. And it was a right for every prisoner. Savarkar is not doing this for himself. He is doing for all the people, all the Indians who are arrested, and he thought he is better outside than inside. So it was more a tactical or strategic move. He was a true follower of Shivaji. Before meeting Afzal Khan, he writes series of letters saying that, how afraid I am seeing, just listening about your, personality and valor. And in that, Afzal Khan is, completely under false impression, which Shivaji uses. So, the point here is, it is an intellectual battle, and every one of us have to be now warrior. There is no need you to be a professional historian, or I am also not a professional historian, nor I am a trained journalist. But nobody asks me now, what is your qualification? So, it's basically, if you have that fire, wherever you are, whatever you are doing. Many people ask, I'm from the science faculty. I asked them, what can I do? I said, do you know how many scientists have fought against the British policies? How many of you know that Jagdish Chandra Basu refused to take even his salary, because it is not equivalent. And when British said, okay, we will consider your case, he said, no, it is not my case. It is the case of India. If you are giving equal salary to all Indians, then only I will accept. Otherwise, I am not going to. I will keep working for my students. I will keep working in my lab, but I will not accept your salary. Have we ever recognized those scientists? So, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, go for the original sources and fight for something that is from Indian perspective. I am not saying it should be only good and goody about Indians. Yes, we had certain fault lines. We have certain fault lines. We need to work on them. But language definitely was not our fault line. It was a colonial creation manipulated by Congress and communists.
You were talking about Velina chair. Before that, close to that time, there are 75 polyglot wars between the East India Company and the polyglots. Was that not, those battles, I think, were purely political? And was it backed by the urge to revive or preserve the culture?
See, this is again a problematic thing when we say something is purely political. Of course, like for example, when, within 3 months of his landing in India, by September, he came in April, in September, Vasco da Gama had to flee. Many of us do not know this, but Manik Varman literally forced him to flee because he was trying to sell his commodities in Calicut market. He was unsuccessful. And his ships were standing there in the port and he refused to pay the taxes. So taking benefit of rains, he ran away. He comes back in 1502. Whom did he approach now? The king of Kochi. There everything starts. Because Samudri was getting the international status and all these, Vijayanagar's fall and rise of Samudri is happening almost simultaneously. Now all other kings who were subsidiary to Vijayanagar obviously started feeling inferior in front of him. So whoever is challenging Samudri, they were trying to take benefit of it. It was true with Bagadi king, who was husband of Queen Abakka. The same problem with him. He was saying our main fight is with Calicut, so we can take benefit of Portuguese. Now this idea was challenged. Why? And that for that we need to read, Sardesai and both Sardesai and R.C. Majumdar, where the role of Shivaji and his vision is being discussed. His kingdom was very small. But the vision that he gave allowed Marathas, again, it is a misnomer, it was not never, they themselves never called, others call them Maratha, they always call them Hindavi Swaraj. And that Hindavi Swaraj became an inspiration for next 200 years. Shivaji was passed away in 1681. The last battle, and M.G. Ranade, Justice Ranade wrote this book, Rise of Maratha Power. It's a very interesting narration because it is completely nullifying the British narrative about, or rather even Islamist narrative, कि हमसे सत्ता छीनी है, 800 साल हमने राज किया था. So British took the reins from us. That myth is nullified by M.G. Ranade's book way back in 1890s. So I think this is it was not political, it was not religious, that was happening that time, everybody was, destructing each other's places of worship. These are also myths. Yes, there were differences among kings, but when it came to the culture, Shivappa Nayak, there was another important figure in coastal Karnataka, took sannyas. When his brother died, his sister-in-law, who is a widow, goes and meet him and gives him a call. What are you going to do with your sannyas? If gods are not safe, if temples are not safe, Portuguese have reached here up to Goa, and you are concerned about your mukti and your salvation? A widow sister-in-law giving a call to elder brother-in-law to come out of sannyas and take the reins of the state to save gods. Is it just political? We need to revisit this with proper documents. Yes, there were differences, but as I said, they were more on the basis of collecting taxes and model of governance. But when it comes to the idea of from Himalayas to Indian Ocean, this is a sacred land. Kashi is Kashi, Rameshwaram is Rameshwaram. Indian Ocean is Indian Ocean, Himalaya is Himalaya. Ganga is Ganga, Ayodhya is Ayodhya. That sense was prevailing throughout India. Kings were fighting. People, when it comes to the consciousness as a nation, culturally it was common. State were different. There was a conflict between states, but the idea of nationhood and selfhood was common. I think we need those instruments and those structures to revive.
Dharma Dispatch, an online journal on Indian history and culture. He has authored 5 best-selling books, published over 1,500 mainstream articles, op-eds, essays and papers on contemporary topics, as well as political, social, historical and religious analyses. He is also a veteran IT and media professional with over 17 years of popular speaker on culture, socio-political issues and Indian history. Also founded, edited and published several magazines. Sandeep Balakrishna will now speak on Indian historiography at 75.
Namaste. Thank you for the generous introduction. A very good evening to all of you, and at the outset, I don't know how well I'll do after Prafullaji's powerful session, so let's see how this goes. So, first of all, I would like to offer my heartfelt thanks to the organizing team of the Pondicherry Lit Fest for inviting me here. My additional gratitude to them is also due for 2 profound reasons. The first is the choice of the venue itself. This is a city, as all of us know here, is sanctified by Sri Aurobindo's selfless penance, his brilliant vision that continues to reveal itself in multiple realms, in philosophy, in Bharatiyata, in literature, in spirituality, last but not the least in history. And the second reason why my gratitude also goes out to the organizing team is the thoughtfulness and the timeliness on their part for selecting this topic, Indian historiography, at 75. And I think it is highly befitting that we should be discussing this subject on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amritotsav. So thanks to all of you once more. And with that, we can begin. So let me first read out a quote. I'm sorry, my throat is not so good. Quote, "My message to my pupils and my pupils' pupils is one of hope. I bid them to be of good cheer because the opportunities for carrying on research in Indian history on the Indian soil are now unimaginably great, and the right atmosphere for this type of work has been created around us. When I first set my hand to the plow in 1891, research except in Sanskrit meant only the pirating and translations of modern English or French books, and we had no other sources. But today, no genuine worker on Indian history is content unless he has mastered the language of the original authorities and can utilize the original records, dispatches, state papers, and inscriptions, which are the primary indispensable sources. Work in the right way, for the means are ready at hand and the reward is sure. Close quote. Any idea, any guesses who said this? This was the parting message of Acharya Jadunath Sarkar to his students, delivered on 20th April 1957. But who would have imagined, who would have dreamed, who would have thought that barely within 15 years, Jadunath Sarkar's own body of extensive and extraordinary pioneering work in Indian history would be completely banished by the same history department of which he was the undisputed monarch. Who would have thought that his seminal and substantial contributions to Indian history would be dismissed by tarnishing him, by branding him with a single word, communal? Who would have thought that history would one day become one of the main weapons for not only destroying and distorting the truths of our past, but to undo India's independence itself, bit by bit, bit by bit, bit by bit, decade by decade, decade by decade. And if a Jyoti Basu could declare in public that Bengal would secede from India if the BJP ever came to power, if the Dravidian discourse is today talking about some pure Dravidian stock, if the Khalistan movement has been renewed in an extremely dangerous fashion all around us, remember that that path was paved by distorting and then weaponizing history. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the shortest version of today's topic, Indian historiography at 75. And my previous speaker, Sri Soumya De, he succinctly narrated the story of the kind of damage that the Marxists had done to Indian history, but he has told the actual details of the damage. I will tell you how they did the damage, because fundamentally, you can either be a historian or you can be a Marxist. You can't be both at the same time. So, I don't mean to, alarm you, or I'm not a fatalist or a pessimist at any rate. But what I just described so far is merely the consequence of a lot of water a lot of garbage that has flown down. And what we need to do is to rediscover the trajectory that has led us to this pathetic state of historiography. And in other words, what we need to do is to briefly trace the history of Indian historiography. Now, the story goes back to the second half of the 19th century. From then onwards, for roughly the next 100 years, a full century, a gradually systematic and steady, and in many cases, an irreversible transformation occurred in India. The next 50 years, that is the period between the mid-18th century and the mid-19th century and the early 20th century. So that period, it transformed India and specifically the Hindu society and culture in a manner and at a pace never witnessed in the preceding 1,000 years. And in fact, the Indian freedom struggle, rather the political aspect of the Indian freedom struggle, which eventually became a mass movement, was only the political phase of a deeper and a far more profound struggle. And this struggle was the struggle to recover the battered, bruised, and wounded ethos of the ancient Indian civilization, which had in the first place attracted the entire world continuously for more than 2,000 years as the global hub of spirituality, education, culture, refinement, manners, last but not the least, of unimaginable wealth. This is the reason we were the world's magnet. So when we come to the next batch block of 50 years, that is from the end of the 19th century up to 1947 or early 1950s. When we survey that period, we see that this era also witnessed the birth of an entirely new class of extraordinary intellectuals, thinkers, philosophers, spiritual masters, writers, artists, scholars, painters, historians, states. You take any field, the soil of India produced true gems in that period, in that century. And this period, that is a full century, is known as the modern Indian Renaissance, and the class of people who led it and nurtured it and took it to great heights can be called the luminaries of Indian Renaissance. And what these luminaries did, their contribution, was that they charted a completely new process. They started a fresh journey of re-evaluating and rediscovering their own roots using the tools introduced by the West. Paradandenaiva prasya tadanam, meaning I'll beat you with your own stick. This is what they began to do. And gradually what happened was that as more and more Indians began traveling to Europe, they got a first-hand experience of the society there, social and other conditions out there, and they were able to make comparative analysis with the conditions back home in India. And one major finding was that the so-called modern and progressive society, British society, was after all not so progressive. The late 19th and early 20th century British society was deeply status conscious, and London, for example, was notorious for rampant teenage prostitution. And armed with all these studies and first-hand experiences, the luminaries of Indian Renaissance began broadcasting these foreign truths of foreign shame to their own countrymen. And the result was nothing short of an all-encompassing explosion of civilizational reawakening and a cultural revival which was led by the brightest minds who were also endowed with the most compassionate hearts, which bet and bled for Bharatavarsha. In a nutshell, they were real luminaries in the sense that they exuded light which recultured the entire Indian society, both in parts and in the whole. And Indian history was one of the major areas which they illuminated. And so, unless we study in a comprehensive fashion as well as in depth, unless we make this kind of a study of this extraordinary phenomenon of the Indian Renaissance, we will be unable to grasp the full story of Indian historiography. And this story can be classified into 5 broad phases. The first phase begins with obviously the Indian Renaissance I just mentioned, and what is important are the details. This was a seminal period, it was a pioneering era, and it was also the golden age of historical scholarship in India. I'll just read out a few brief names that I've picked at random. Acharya Jadunath Sarkar, G.S. Sardesai, V.S. Rajwade, Dr. R. Nasimhachar, D.V. Potsdar, Dr. S. Shrikanta Shastri, R.C. Majumdar, S. Krishna Swamy Iyengar, K.N. Neelakanta Shastri, U.N. Ghoshal, A.S. Saltekar, C.S. Srinivasachari, D.V. Poddar, V.V. Mirashi, B.A.S. Saletore, R.N. Saletore, G.N. Saletore, B.C. Law, N.N. Law, R.D. Banerjee, Moti Chandra, D.C. Sarkar, Ramachandra Dikshitar, S. Shrikantaya, R.N. Saletore, G.S. Dikshit, C. Hayavadana Rao, Radha Kumud Mukherjee. I think I'll stop at this. So there's a reason I mentioned all these names, because how many of these names are even familiar to our students, who are doing doctoral thesis or even maybe MPhil, that level, or D.Lit kind of thing? How many of them would have even heard these names? So in this first phase, historical scholarship of the highest degree was not only actively pursued, it was pursued as a sacred calling in the sense of Vidya. but it was also passionately nurtured and it was carefully passed on to successive generations in keeping with the true traditions of the Bharatiya Vidya Parampara. The entire nation's academic atmosphere was sanctified by the presence of hundreds of these stalwarts. And I'll give a small example that shows how they worked of the superhuman levels of the scholarship, they had. Let's say, for example, an archaeological sculpture, like I said. So based on just the ornamentation on the forehead of that mutilated sculpture, detailed discussions and debates would go on for months together in journals and in conferences. Each history scholar would pitch in with his own expertise, including a range of subjects, analyzing it with, from various angles, from knowledge of numismatics, which is the study of coins, and social customs of that era, one random shloka from a contemporary source, which actually says that this ornamentation did not belong to the Gupta era, but at a later or earlier age. One shloka. This was a level of scholarship. And it was also truly multidisciplinary, and what is important to remember is that all these scholars, without exception, had multidisciplinary expertise, and they were also polyglots. P.V. Kane, for example, he uses evidence of a copper plate grant of a certain period to explain a specific nuance of the Dharma Shastra relating to, say, birth ceremony, Namakarana. This was the level of scholarship, and that copper plate grant could be in any language, in any Indian language, Kannada, Telugu, Marathi, Sanskrit. This was their expertise, but the fun part is that P.V. Kane was not known as a scholar of history. Likewise, you had Jadunath Sarkar. This is a good example. So he draws from Kalidasa's Raghuvamsha, which is, as you know, a Mahakavya. He draws various verses from Raghuvamsha to describe and explain the finer points of a pillar on the Hazararama temple in Hampi. And Jadunath Sarkar was a historian, not a scholar of Sanskrit literature. This is what I meant, when I said polyglot and multidisciplinary. And M. Govindapai, he hails from my state. He is largely known as a great poet and literature. He knew 22 languages. New meaning not working language. He could read, write, and compose poetry in 22 languages. And he has also written an extremely learned treatise on the history of the Punnata kingdom. And if this was not enough, these luminaries, all these extraordinary scholars could write with equal ease in both academic journals and in the Sunday supplements of the Hindustan Times. This was a caliber, and I can go on and on, but anyway. Now, when we reach the next phase, this extraordinary atmosphere of history research and historiography, this atmosphere is largely intact because the foundations are so incredible. And this period can roughly be placed in the mid-1930s, when research in Indian history was thriving at in an unprecedented fashion. For example, the annual session of the Indian History Congress of 1939, it was held in Calcutta. The report of that session, Indian History session, it records a heartfelt note of gratitude to the Indian Railways. Why? Because the Indian Railways had given a special concession on the ticket fare for the delegates who were attending the conference from various parts of India. And even more incredibly, it also extends its debt of gratitude to the Bengal Boy Scouts who volunteered to take care of the delegates, looking after their logistics and accommodation and things like that. What this shows, just apart from the historical, scholarly aspect of the whole thing, what it also shows is the overall social atmosphere of that India, which in the true Sanatanic tradition, it had genuine, unqualified reverence for scholarship. But something else was also occurring in the same period in the 1930s, and this was the slow emergence of what is known as the Aligarh and the Allahabad schools of Indian history. And the first batch of Marxist ideologues had appeared on the history writing scene around that time. I think Soumya ji mentioned the name of D.D. Kosambi. The other, but perhaps the most notable, the most destructive name that emerged in that time was a man called Muhammad Habib, the father of Irfan Habib. The amount of damage this one man has done to Indian history is incalculable, but I won't get my BP up. The third phase in our story of Indian historiography occurs roughly around the time that India got independence, but its real impact was felt by the end of or mid or end of 1950s. And by this time, ideology, pettiness, groupism, and politics had already infiltrated, not only infiltrated, they had infected history writing as a pure academic discipline. Cliques and camps, they were formed as early as 1951 or 1953 at any rate, and R.C. Majumdar's ambitious project for writing the complete history of the Indian freedom movement has been crushed to pieces by, take a guess, anybody? Maulana Azad, at the behest of Nawab Nehru. And R.C. Majumdar himself has narrated this horrific story, but his contemporary, junior contemporary, B.A. Saleh Tore, he gives an overall picture of where Indian historiography was headed. And I quote, it's very important, sad that these things are not coming out in the fashion that they have to. Anyway, so I quote, a good deal of loose talk by responsible persons has made the task of the historian more onerous. This is a coveted field which can only be covered and controlled by government officials. This novel concept has not helped the cause of history, and people have for some reason perverted the use of the term history and culture, sitting on vantage ground, and they persist in their perversion, and what is worse, hold up their views as models for the rest of the world to follow. It is time that the rational world cried a halt to their presumptuous perambulations in a province which falls outside the purview of outrageous officialdom. To the above difficulties is added a third one. This is the zeal with which scholars have taken to rewriting Indian history. The history of India as we now possess it is neither complete nor adequate, but the popular trend is to rewrite Indian history according to preconceived notions. The standards which these scholars have adopted may be classified as racial, ideological, and political. How many? 5 minutes. Okay. So it was in this third phase that a systematic attempt was put in place to destroy all these Himalayan standards of historical scholarship that had characterized the first and the second phases, and this destruction of Indian historiography was achieved by a simple device. It has a word, dismissal. That is, dismissing the very notion of standards. You have a problem to achieve your destruction if there are standards. So you say that standards itself is a upper caste construct. You dismiss that. And so, therefore, it was not coincidental that the closure of Sanskrit departments and Hindu philosophy departments in various universities, they went hand in hand with the destruction of Indian history. And unless this was done, we wouldn't have a Romila Thapar who could confidently write a book on the history of ancient India without knowing a single syllable of Sanskrit. And the fourth phase was the marginalization of the scholars belonging to the first and the second phases. And I'll give you a small example to understand this unforgivable crime against historical scholarship. Surendranath Das Gupta is one of the doyens of who wrote the history of Indian philosophy in 5 volumes. And after his retirement, the Lucknow University invited him just to stay in the university. He didn't have to do any work, did not have to take any classes, and the reasoning of the university was very straightforward. His mere presence on the campus would be inspirational to the students. This was the climate. Anyway, and that climate was needless to say, destroyed, obliterated actually, and that loss has become, irretrievable. And with that, we come to the 5th and the final phase. Can I take 3 more minutes? Yeah. And I'll keep this short, like I said, because there's really nothing to be said. I mean, what really remains to be said after such a total destruction on such an epic scale? And let's hear it. Let's hear how one of the key vandals of Indian historiography says about this, how she gloats about it. Romila Thapar, in an interview given in 2003 to a French paper named Le Monde. She was asked about her vision for India at the end of the 21st century, and this is what she says, and I quote, "By the end of the 21st century, India will break down into a series of small states federated within a more viable single economic space on the scale of a subcontinent." What she is saying basically is that India will break into several pieces, and this is not Romila Thapar's vision, but it is her wish. And I don't mean to single her out. I mean, there are tons of people like that. You read newspapers, this is what they're doing, their intellectual progeny, this is what they're doing anyway. And even as we speak, a dangerous narrative called the United States of South India. Okay, this has been doing the rounds since 2017 or 18, and as we've seen so far, history was one of the most powerful enablers for creating this kind of a narrative. And so the story of Indian historiography at 75 is just this. From a period in which our scholars and historians, where they studied our history to recover the integrated civilization and unbroken cultural continuity of India, to a situation today where Indian history is studied to break India. And with that, I'll conclude my submission for today and offer my heartfelt thanks once again to all the organizers of the Pondicherry Lit Fest. Namaste.
So we can take a couple of questions.
We have time for questions? Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Sandeep. Thanks for the wonderful talk. So my question is, recently we've had the emergence of, just say, one Vikram Sampath and yourself and a few members, just a handful of members coming into the scene and at least creating that sort of revival, so to speak, from a dharmic perspective. So do you see things changing as we move forward for the better, at least under the present regime? Or how do you sort of view things from a revivalist perspective?
No, what I would phrase my answer in a slightly different manner. What you call as revivalism, I would call it as rescue and renewal. The seeds had been sown, like I said, during the period of the Indian Renaissance. And they had built up such an extraordinary foundation and actually had taken it to the peaks. If scholars of that tradition of scholarship, that scholarship of that caliber had continued after independence, we wouldn't even be having this lecture. So somewhere that trajectory had been, deliberately halted and destroyed, not just halted. So you don't even know the point at which they had left. So that is the first area, to recover that and then continue with the vision and the kind of rigor that they had undertaken the work. Yeah. Jatayu.
there is this thing about the grand narrative versus the micro histories. So the golden period that you mentioned, there is an observation that it was highly North India centric history, and histories of South, and even, let's say, the Maratha century itself didn't come to limelight during that period, which you rate it very high. So in the current scenario, what is your opinion about
No, I don't know where, this comes from. With all due respect and humility, that's not true at all. Historical research was conducted in a pan-Indian fashion, except that the frequency of findings and frequency of maybe publication could have been, faster in case of, say, North Indian regions for for various reasons. I can't go into that because of lack of time. But all pan-Indian research was being conducted in a simultaneous manner. For example, some of the royal families in Kerala, they would hand over all their archival material, they would open up their royal documentation office for, genuine historians. So that was being published. You can look at this Travancore series of, say, Sanskrit and some of those historical journals. You had the Andhra Historical Society journals. They've done extraordinary work. And, independent scholars like Rajwade, it's such an amazing thing, the kind of spirit they had. Rajwade, he writes with a lot of pain and some anger also. I leave out the angry part of it. He had kept his house and office working space open. Anybody with anywhere in Maharashtra or anywhere where the Maratha power had penetrated, they were free to write an Indian letter card or a postcard to him saying that, look, we have come across this document and we suspect that it might have to do something with the history of the Marathas. This man would take his trunk. He was a very, very orthodox Chitpavan Brahmin. So with all restrictions on food and diet and all that, he would carry a trunk and, some slight bedding on his head, climb mountains and reach some remote village, ask around the address, and he would find a lake whereby he would do his Sandhyavandanam, this kind of thing. Then he would take those documents stored in all kinds of moth-eaten trunks, and he describes this, for a person like me at this age to do all this, sometimes half my day is gone fighting with spiders. And, my whole body is affected by itching because of those moths who have, taken a liking to me. He describes it. It's very painful to read at one level. But this was a level of dedication. And then Sardesai, for example, he collected the Peshwa Daftars in 47 volumes. These are primary sources. It could be as simple as, a love letter from a prince to a princess. It is stored. So this was the caliber of these people. And he knew Persian. He learned Persian from Jadunath Sarkar. And he taught Marathi to Jadunath Sarkar. So this was the kind of scholarly atmosphere, mutual give and take and a shared passion for genuine scholarship. So this, I don't know where you get this from, but as far as my knowledge goes, it is not true at all.
Okay, we'll take a short break for tea.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At 6, Professor Sampadananda Mishra will speak on Sri Aurobindo as a philologist. Tea is available and is sold directly by the hotel to the audience. For our speakers, volunteers and delegates, we request you to contact our volunteers at the counter for the tea. Our next speaker is Professor Sampadananda Mishra, Dean and Culture Professor at Rashram School of Public Leadership. Sampadananda Mishra is passionate about Sanskrit and strongly believes that it has immense potentiality to elevate the human consciousness to sublime heights. Dr. Mishra has spoken at various conferences, seminars, and literary and religious festivals, both nationally and internationally, on Sanskrit, Indian culture, yoga, and education. In addition, Dr. Mishra, a devotee of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, delivers lectures on Sri Aurobindo's philosophy and yoga. For his outstanding contributions to Sanskrit, Dr. Sampadananda Mishra has been conferred the President's Award, Maharshi Badarayana Vyasa Samman by the Government of India in 2011, the Senior Fellowship Award by the Ministry of Culture in 2014, and the Sahitya Academy Award for his book Chennai Shani in 2018. He is also a member of the high-level committee formed by the PM of India for the celebrations of Sri Aurobindo's 150 years. Dr. Sampadananda Mishra will now speak on Sri Aurobindo as philologist. This session is brought to you by Jaipuria School, Lucknow.
Namaskar to all of you. Thank you, Sandeep Balakrishnan, introducing many polyglots and taking forward another polyglot, Sri Aurobindo. And I'm happy that I'm speaking about Sri Aurobindo, a different dimension of his personality, on the eve of his birthday. So you may be saying, like, how is it? He was born on 15th of August, and tomorrow it is 8th of August. But I'm speaking of another birth date. We all know that he was born on 15th of August, 1872, which was also Shravana Masa, Shukla Paksha, Ekadashi, which is tomorrow. So as per the Indian Tithi, tomorrow is Sri Aurobindo's birthday. And this was proposed by Guruji Golwalkar to the mother to celebrate it on his centenary year, which was accepted by the mother. This is also another news. The second thing, that Sri Aurobindo was a polyglot, that there were so many luminaries who were mentioned here, knowing 10 languages, 15 languages, 22 languages. And how many languages Sri Aurobindo knew? Any guess? 15 languages. 15 languages. And one language, if I add, I don't know, I had read somewhere, A.B. Puran is talking about, he knew also Portuguese. So along with Greek, Latin, Spanish, Italian, Sanskrit, Hindi, Hindustani, Marathi, Gujarati, Bengali, and Tamil. So what I'm going to share with you all is a different dimension of his personality, he as a philologist. Many people, while interacting with me here, they asked me the topic that I will be speaking. So the question, many people ask me, what is philology? So philology is the science of language. So the responsibility of a philologist is to look at the history of language, go deep into the history of every component of the language, the words, the different components, and even make comparison. So Sri Aurobindo, in a sense, was one of the greatest philologists. The way he has gone deep into finding out the history of the words. Not only a polyglot, but the scholarship that he had to argue with. Most of the times in academia, people ask me, is Sri Aurobindo an argumentative Indian? Most academicians, they ask this question. I said, read his Renaissance, read most of his works, you will find out. So who can be a better argumentative Indian than Sri Aurobindo? Writing about the philological research part, there was a beautiful article on which he wrote a review in 1916 in Arya, writing the review on Sanskrit research. There was one article written by one Professor Ranade, where he was giving a comparison between Greek and Sanskrit. So if you look, the review of Sri Aurobindo, the way he has written that review with a very fine constructive criticism, there you can see the high level of scholarship that he had in arguing with the scholars and then presenting and criticizing highly the flaws that the scholarship that had during that time. When we are talking about the history of language, Sri Aurobindo has presented to us, presented to the whole humanity, a new science of language. We had a wonderful talk by Jatayuji yesterday on Subramanya Bharati ji. When Subramanya Bharati ji, VVS Iyer, they were here, they were listening about the Veda from Sri Aurobindo. One day, this has been recorded, one day Sri Aurobindo, Subramanya Bharati asked Sri Aurobindo, we all are well trained in the Veda. We know the Veda. How is it that everything that you speak is new to us? And they were all giants of, the Veda, Vedic scholars. So how is it that everything that you speak is new to us? Where from you bring this new interpretation of the Veda? So his simple answer was, Sri Krishna had shown me a new science of language. Mark this word, because he was always guided by the Adesh. Sri Krishna has shown me a new science of language based on which the Vedas, Upanishads, and all our Shastras will be reinterpreted. The true interpretation will happen through this new science of language. But the modern day linguists, philologists, will not accept what Sri Aurobindo has spoken about, because the modern day linguistics or philology, it bases its own research on the formed word, which Sri Aurobindo never did. So it focuses on what Sri Aurobindo says throughout his writings. But then before I go to the real content of it and explain you with examples, so you may ask, where are those articles or where are those writings of Sri Aurobindo? They were not published as a part of the centenary edition, but now it was perhaps the last volume which was published in 2019. So Vedic and Philological Studies. So all these writings were published in the Archival Research Journal much earlier. So based on his writings, this origins of Aryan speech, now the word Aryan, all the languages which fall into the category of Indo-European, during his time, all these languages were called Aryan language. So Aryan and Dravidian language. That's how the philologists, comparative philologists of that time, they divided India based on the language into two, Aryans and Dravidians. And Sri Aurobindo opposes it. So he says either the entire India was Aryas, if at all Aryas and Dravidas existed separately, he said either they were all Dravidians or all Aryans. There was no divide between Aryas and Dravidas, and very different meaning of Arya that we get because he himself has written the etymology of the word Arya when he was questioned about the title, the Arya Patrika. So, in the philological studies, Vedic and philological studies, the chapter 5 is entirely having all his short writings on origins of Aryan speech and his philological notes. But how did it all start? Sri Aurobindo had no contact with the Veda before he came to Pondicherry. So he had studied all the Upanishads, he had studied Panini, he had studied Jayadev, he had studied Bhartrihari, Kalidas, Bharavi, Magha, almost all important classical poets. But he had no contact with the Veda before he came to Pondicherry. That was also a trend during his time that it is enough to read the Upanishads and not to study the Veda. If you want to understand India, the philosophy of it, study the Upanishads, not the Veda. So he came in contact with the Veda, and then Veda, as he says, that was a confirmation to his own realizations. Before he turned to the Veda, he already had the realizations of Ila, Saraswati, Mahi, Bharati, and many other Vedic deities, which he himself writes. There is another important thing which we all must know, is that he says, so his acquaintance with Tamil, it triggered something in him to probe deep into the Vedic language. And this is where he formulates his new science of language as it was shown to him by Sri Krishna. So he takes up Greek, Latin, Tamil and Sanskrit. Earlier, but I was studying from the archives is his handwritten notes, but now it is published in the volume 14, Vedic and Philological Studies. So he puts in this form the Sanskrit words, Greek, Latin and Tamil words, and then makes the comparison. So what is central to Sri Aurobindo's philology is the linguistic embryology that he is speaking of. So what is that linguistic embryology? So he says, like the modern philologists, comparative philologists, they give more importance to the formed words and sound similarity. For example, pita, pater, father. So they will look at all the similar sounding words, especially they start with the family relations. So now they've made a category that, okay, these are all Indo-European languages. These are all artificially created language families. If you follow the root theory that Sri Aurobindo has given, which is central to the linguistic embryology that he is speaking in his Origins of Aryan Speech, so he doesn't take off the sound similarities. He says, look, concentrate on the root sounds, the seed sounds. He gives more importance to the seed sounds. Seed sounds means the fundamental sounds, the basic sounds of a language which one finds in the Varnamala or the alphabet. Starting from A to H, all the characters, Sri Aurobindo goes deep in contemplation to find out, and then he says that every sound here has a guna of its own. Guna means property. If you say sound A, it has many gunas, many properties. Sound A has many gunas. So similarly, A to H, all these 48 characters in Sanskrit, or 46 characters in Sanskrit. If you add some more, also like Ksha, Tra, so it becomes 50. Like Tantra believes in the 50 sounds of the Varnamala. So each character has ranges of fundamental experiences. For example, he says A is absolute state of existence. E is the relative state of existence. U is the pervasive state of existence. And R is the vibrant state of existence. Now, if you look at the way Panini has organized his Dhatu Patha and the meanings which are given to the Dhatus, now for Sri Aurobindo, the sounds, the basic sounds in the Varnamala from A to H are the seed sounds, the seed letters, which are at the source of the entire language. and the combination, different combination. Now, anyone who is little bit of, has little bit of familiarity with Panini's Dhatu Patha, we know that Panini has given a list of approximately 2,000 root sounds, approximately 2,000 root sounds. And that's what many people accept as the wealth of root sounds in Sanskrit. And there are some Sautra Dhatus, so which he has mentioned, but they are not part of the list of Dhatu. So maybe like 2,200 Dhatus, that's what is the acceptance in the whole Sanskrit grammatical world. But if you follow Sri Aurobindo's philology, the science of language given to him by Sri Krishna, so it is Ananta. If you follow the principles of the formation of root sounds by the different combinations of the seed sounds, for example, the primary family is all the seed sounds, to her. Then from there you have the primary root sounds. By the combination of like you can combine with ka and then make a root sound ak. Okay. So you can add any other vowel like ik, uk. Then you can nasalize, it forms another group like unk, ink, unk. So in this manner, and then you can have tertiary root sounds. You can add yara, lava, like you can say akya or ankya. Then you nasalize it. So all the possible permutations give birth to more than 33,000 root sounds. And Sri Aurobindo says, and these 33,000 root sounds, the primitive Sanskrit language, the original Sanskrit is lost. So according to Sri Aurobindo, when we say that Sanskrit is the mother of all languages, so there is a problem in it when you read Sri Aurobindo. Which Sanskrit then? Is it Vedic Sanskrit? Is it classical Sanskrit? Is it the Buddhist hybrid Sanskrit? Or is it the modern Sanskrit? Which Sanskrit is the mother of all languages? So Sri Aurobindo says that, and he believes, this no other modern philologist will believe. So he believes, like everything in India, languages also have their origin in divine. So he believes in the divine origin of the language, like we believe it came from Shiva's Damaru. It came from Shiva. It came from the divine mother, the Paravak. So it came from the Paradevi, the Adya Shakti. So divine origin of language. Then he says that this original language, now to come to this, if you go to the modern linguistics, they speak about the proto-language. Now, if you accept all the different families of languages, then everyone will have his own proto, like Proto-Dravidian, Proto-Indo-European, and Proto-this, Proto-this, Proto-this. And then there will be one like great-grandmother, great-great-great-grandmother, Proto. Sri Aurobindo doesn't believe in this artificial division of all the language families. So he believes in the root sounds. So now, he says that Sanskrit as a Deva Bhasha, he calls the original language as Deva Bhasha, a language of divine origin, which was created in one of the Satya Yugas. And there are many Satya Yugas, and each Satya Yuga is like a peak of a mountain. And when you arrive at a peak, another peak is visible, so another Satya, another perfection waiting to be realized. So there is no end to perfection, there is no end to Satya Yuga. So that is what is idea of Yuga. So he says in one of the ages of perfection, this language was given, and this language originated. So it is a language belonging to Satya Yuga, Deva Bhasha, containing more than 33,000 root sounds. And these 33,000 root sounds, they form the basis of all the languages of the world today. And if you take Sri Aurobindo's root theory, I'll give you one example. Say stha is a root sound from which you get the word sthana, sthala, sthapatya, sthapati, and so many other words. So what does stha mean? Like the combination of the sound sa and stha, they lead to the meaning of fixity. Like you say sthanu, a pillar is called sthanu, fixed. A sthana is fixed. You can't say that, oh, this year Pondicherry has moved somewhere else. You don't say that because sthana is fixed. That's why it is called sthana. So if you take any English word beginning with ST or ending with ST or has ST in the middle, you can see this sense of immobility, fixity, rigidity, obstinacy in the word sthana, like stand, station, establishment, exist, all these. So if you know one root sound, you can understand many languages. Similarly, you take the word guru, comes from the root sound gru. Gru means to drench, to sprinkle water, like you get drenched. So anything which gets drenched becomes heavy. So from the sense of getting wet comes the sense of heaviness. So guru is heavy. Like you say, it's a guru syllable. So guru is called guru because of his heavy weight of knowledge. He's a dignified personality because of his dignity. It comes from the root sound gru. Gru has several layers of meanings. So when you analyze all these layers of meaning, ultimately every meaning, all the meanings can be reduced to one single fundamental experience, which is heaviness, density. So analyze any word beginning with GR in English: ground, great, grave, graveyard. Okay, so great. So all these words carry this sense of density, dignity, heaviness, thickness. So this is how the root theory of Sri Aurobindo, and then again coming to the Aryan and Dravidian concept, like how on the basis of language this whole country was divided into two. So he says that the comparative philologists of the modern time, they based their whole research on the formed words, saying that father, mother, and the sound similarity. Sri Aurobindo puts a question that they never asked this question, what was the word for father in Tamil? Appa, right? So is there a root sound in Deva Bhasha which has the connection with Appa? So he says up. Up is the root sound from which you have got the words like apa, means water, which is the source of creation, and apatyam, which is the progeny. So the children are called apatyam. So he takes all these words, apa, apatyam, appa in Tamil, and then concentrates on the root sound up, means to create. So apaha, the water is called apaha because it is the source of creation. It has the power to create. Apatyam, something which is created. So if Sanskrit has preserved apatyam, something which is created, apaha, which is the source of creation, Tamil has preserved appa, which creates. So if you contemplate on the root sounds, you will find a lot of components in all these languages, which are, even today, if you take Sanskrit and Tamil and Greek and Latin, that was Sri Aurobindo's research. He says that so what he found out, based on the root sounds, that if Sanskrit has lost something, Tamil has preserved. Sanskrit and Tamil, both the languages have lost, and it is preserved in Greek and Latin. Greek and Latin, they have lost. It is preserved in Tamil and Sanskrit. And most of the primitive languages, like Chinese, Lithuanian, Hebrew, so all the primitive languages, they have preserved certain primitiveness and the original senses which the root sounds carried. So Sri Aurobindo's philology says that contemplate on these root sounds, go deep, and then find out all the fundamental experiences behind the root sounds, and then see how what a single word has to offer. So a single word in Sanskrit can have hundreds of meanings. Forget about a word, a single seed sound, a. There is a whole bunch of ekakshara kosha in Sanskrit, around 40 ekakshara koshas which are available to us. Okay, but the names of that, but 32 ekakshara koshas are available in printed form, and some of those are in manuscript form. So if you look at these ekakshara koshas, each ekakshara kosha is offering several meanings. Like you go to ekakshara kosha, you will have 40 different meanings of ka, another 30 different meanings of ka, ki, ku, ke. So each sound has layers of meanings, and these layers of the meanings can be understood only when you contemplate on the seed sounds and the root sounds and the fundamental experiences associated with that. So the same way, Sri Aurobindo has gone deep into the root sounds and then found out the secret of many words, and on the basis of this, he has given to us the secret of the Veda, he has given to us all the Upanishads, he has given to us the Gita, and all the Shastras. Whatever he has interpreted on the basis of this new science of language which was given to him by Sri Krishna. And when we turn to Sri Aurobindo's Secret of the Veda, we find how consistently he has interpreted the meanings of the Veda. This consistency, this coherence is not to be found in many of the traditional interpretations. There's much incoherence in the meaning. For example, like take the word go, simple word go. Anyone would translate it as cow. Go is cow. But how will you translate when you say Goswami Tulsidas? It's very difficult. Can you, if you have this fixed sense cow, Goswami cannot be translated. It will be ridiculous. So go has several layers of meanings. Go means speech, go means indriyas, go means light, go means earth, go means cow, go means sattva, go means purity. Go has several layers of meanings. So where from these meanings come, in order to understand that, we need to go deep into the history of the word, the history of the sound, and the sound combinations. And that is what is the work of a philologist. And this is how Sri Aurobindo has interpreted. For example, like if you turn to Sri Aurobindo's interpretation, just take the first mantra of Rig Veda. So in 20 pages, he explains just one mantra, and especially the word Agni, every word appearing there. If Agni means fire, why it means fire? What does the word Agni, whatever the word Agni means, it comes from the root sound Ag. Then he takes what does mean, what does Ga mean, what does Na mean, what does E mean, and how the combined meanings of these four components, four sounds, they contribute towards the several layers of meanings that Agni has. And all these things become clear when you study Sri Aurobindo, his Secret of the Veda, his Hymns to the Mystic Fire, and the recent volume which has come, the Vedic and Philological Studies. This in brief is Sri Aurobindo's idea of philology. And then I'll tell you from my personal experience. So I come from a Sanskrit background with Panini, with Amarakosha, and with all the Shastras. And I had no contact with Sri Aurobindo. I could understand Sri Aurobindo easily. Like many people say that, oh, Sri Aurobindo is very difficult. But for me, he was not difficult, he was easy. And my Sanskrit background helped me to understand Sri Aurobindo. And I also realized that after going through Sri Aurobindo, and especially his philological insights from the Veda, Upanishad, and the Gita, whatever I had learned, Kalidas or Jayadev or Bhartruhari or Panini, so it made different sense to me, higher senses, many new insights which just flashed after going to Sri Aurobindo. So both are complementary to each other. So if you have a Sanskrit background, you'll understand Sri Aurobindo better. If you have a background of Sri Aurobindo, you'll understand the Shastras better. And this is where Sri Aurobindo's contribution is extremely important, and especially his contribution to the language. So with these words, I end my sharing. If there are questions, I will address to that. Dhanyavad.
संस्कृतविषये यदि भवान् किमपि कथयति, whether spoken Sanskrit can become a part of as a Rashtrabhasha for our country?
Yeah, if spoken Sanskrit can become Rashtra Bhasha, Sri Aurobindo, with regard to language, Sri Aurobindo and the mother, both of them, they wanted Sanskrit to be the Rashtra Bhasha. But which Sanskrit? not the Sanskrit that is most popular today in the name of modern Sanskrit. They wanted a simple Sanskrit, and Sri Aurobindo speaks about the Sanskrit of Ramayana and Mahabharata. The Vedic Sanskrit is too difficult to understand, and the classical Sanskrit is too classical to be used in our day-to-day life. So the language of Ramayana and Mahabharata, and one finds the simplicity there. While speaking about Ramayana also, Sri Aurobindo gives importance to the simplicity with which Valmiki has spoken about the characters and the events of the Ramayana age. So it is that simple language of Ramayana and Mahabharata could be the one language that India can speak.
Hello. Thanks a lot for a very insightful session. I just want to know if there is any work being done to use technology to bring more insights into it or to study it in even in a better manner.
Yeah, if you wish, like how we have utilized technology to teach the Shastras and teach Sri Aurobindo's writings and many books, like we have uploaded 300 books to our website. Just visit vmlt.in. So you will find in our library 28,000 books which you can read or you can do OCR and get the editable version. Or you go to our book section where all the 300 books, like including Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavatam, and many other popular books. So you can click on any sentence to get the grammatical status of the word and the etymology of the word and the dictionary meaning of the word and the contextual meaning of the words. So this is what we have done using the modern day technology and IA to parse the sentences. That's what I can offer. Or you can go to Language Curry application to learn language, Sanskrit spoken language.
Thank you, sir, for the session. As a student and as scholars trying to understand Sri Aurobindo's work, could you share a little more, sir, how we can try to bridge the manifest and unmanifest parts of language?
What do you mean by manifest and unmanifest part of the language? Okay, I got it. Right. When the modern philologists, they give importance to the formed words, the communicative aspect, Sri Aurobindo's philology gives much importance to the creative aspect of it. And this creative aspect of it is entirely in harmony with what the Vedic seers and sages and the Tantric philosophy says about the language, the different grades from Vaikhari to the Para. So from the grossmost to the subtlemost language. So the understanding, the real understanding of any word can happen at the Para level. So one has to transcend the grossmost level and attain to the subtlemost level like a yogi, where the things can be understood in a better way. So better way in the sense like whoever is at the Para level has the Trikala Drishti, has a grand vision where he can see what kind of meanings are reverberating in the word, in the spandan of that. So that's what Sri Aurobindo speaks much in his future poetry when he speaks about mantra, and of course in Secret of the Veda also you'll find, but much of it in the future poetry. So therefore, in order to understand Sri Aurobindo's philology, both in its communicative and the creative aspect, Secret of the Veda, Hymns to the Mystic Fire, Vedic and Philological Studies, and his future poetry. So all these works have to be studied.
Thank you so much, Sampadananji, for this very insightful talk. My question is related to a more technical thing that you had described, the root word appa and how he sees the same root in appa, apaha and apatyam. The only thing which was coming to my mind is with appa and apaha, even if he shows that it comes from this idea of creation that is there in the root word appa, but from the traditional perspective, when we come to the word apatyam, the standing for a negation and patya standing as another word.
Yeah.
So this traditional memory of it being a formation of two different components, how does Sri Aurobindo deal with this perspective?
Yeah. So Sri Aurobindo, most of the times he combines both the tradition and his new theory. I'll give you another example to understand this. So the same word, you can say, for example, Aditi, the word Aditi, take the word Aditi. In the traditional sense, it will be Aditi. Is a negation. Now you will be amazed to see, and you can understand only when you have you study Sri Aurobindo, why when Krishna says Aksharanam Akarosmi, is the highest sound, the source of everything, has the sense of negation. Because if you add to everything, it negates. Like Rupa becomes Arupa, Brahmana becomes Abrahmana. And if you go to Sri Aurobindo, study carefully, and the Tantra, is Anuttara. Anuttara means like beyond there is nothing. So that brings the sense of negation. So it gives you the sense of transcendence. It gives the sense of negation. So Aditi is no Diti. Diti is the divided consciousness from which the children of Diti are Daityas. And the children of Aditi are Adityas, the gods, Aditi Deva Mata. So there you find the negation. But Sri Aurobindo offers another interpretation of it. He says that it is not the negation. It is from the root sound ad. Ad means to eat. Then people say like, what? Aditi means eating, but we have our fixed mindset to understand Ad means to eating. Sri Aurobindo says Ad means to swallow, to envelop. So it is the all enveloping consciousness. Okay, Aditi. So the same way he would explain apatyam in both the senses, where and up. But he will rely more on the root sound up. Though up is not a root sound in Panini's Dhatu Pata. The same way Pashyati. Sri Aurobindo would derive it from the root sound Pash, but the tradition will not accept it because Panini has not enlisted a root sound Pash in his Dhatu Pata. So in Panini you will find Drish. Then he combines the forms of Pash and Drish and then offers the solution to the different forms. But Sri Aurobindo would cling to Pash. So he'll say Pash means to fix. So Pashyati, when your vision is fixed, then only the seeing can happen. This is all science. So Pashu, someone who is bound. The animal consciousness is the limited consciousness, bound by many limitations. So as long as we are bound by our limitations, we are called Pashu. Okay. So Pashu, Pasha. Pasha means a nose by which you bind. So Sri Aurobindo's philology would give these kind of solutions relying on the fundamental root sounds and seed sounds and not accept totally what is, but he doesn't reject the tradition, he reconciles it into his system. Thank you all.
Our next speaker is Dr. Sridhar Vembu, co-founder and CEO of Zoho Corp. Dr. Sridhar Vembu is known for his unconventional choices. Sridhar started a product company in India where the service sector was all the rage in the IT sector. In 2005, he began the Zoho University program with 6 high school students who were trained for 2 years in computer science and eventually absorbed in the company. Currently, 15% of Zoho's workforce is made up of Zoho graduates. Instead of opening new offices in metros, he prefers smaller towns or suburbs. In 2016, the Tenkasi office, located in rural India, launched Zoho Desk, a product that was developed there. Sridhar Vembu has also been instrumental in deepening and broadening the product portfolio of Zoho, stressing on the need for an integrated suite that solves all business problems end to end. He also advocates investing more on R&D than marketing. As a result, in 2017, Zoho launched Zoho One, a revolutionary suite that offered 40 plus products and just $30 per employee per month. Dr. Sridhar Vembu will now speak on literature as experiencing another life.
Actually, I want to thank Professor Mishra for enlightening me about the root sounds. I'm actually yesterday I was in an event in Bengaluru where they launched an app to learn Sanskrit. So I promised that I will be learning. I'm actually only now, I can read the script now. And I was so, I grew up here, right, in Tamil Nadu, in our state. We only had Tamil and English. So our education system actively discouraged learning anything else. So now only I learned the Devanagari script. Okay. So now I'm going to learn Sanskrit too. The app yesterday was going to be good. I'll definitely, the root sounds you mentioned sounds really interesting to me. Thank you. So I learned this event. So I am in a literary festival. I am a businessman. And I'm crass enough to be making money. And people doing literature are supposed to be poor. So I don't know that. But so you have to make do. So I'll apologize for not being a highly literary person. Because my daily life, I worry about the other counterpart to all this, right? How does our country stand on its own 2 feet in technology, self-reliance? Because the way I see it, most of our problems come from us not being self-reliant in technology. And it goes very deep. I mean, modern economics is almost entirely about technology. So it's once you get deeper into this, you will realize why that's true. And you will see that so much of what we rely on in our daily lives, almost all the technology in this room, the root components come from abroad. So we don't have the know-how here. This mic stand, I can almost tell you from the phones, from the cameras, from all of the technology, the LED drivers, the chips inside, the software running all those cameras, all of it. So you take any modern advanced technology now, well, our brains may be involved in producing it, but we as a nation don't get much benefit from it except as consumers, as customers. So to me, that is the problem I'm solving. But I'll tell you where literature played a role in my evolution, in my thought process. So I was a student in IIT Madras from 85 to 89. I was supposed to be studying electrical engineering. And I actually rejected computer science as not interested. I was not interested in programming. I was not interested in software. So, the world had other plans for me, but seriously, in 85, you asked me, you will end up, being a software entrepreneur, I would have said, outlandish, no way it's possible. So what was I doing in IIT? I was reading. I'll hit the library and I was reading. Mostly I was not interested in our classes. Luckily in IIT at that time, there was no attendance rule at all. You don't have to go to class. And most of my classmates, all of us used it so well, this feature. We exploited this bug. They imposed an attendance rule in our third year because of us. And we fought it. I was one of those who fought it. In fact, I argued that if our professors cannot inspire us, why should we attend the class? Right? It was a simple question. So those were the times. But the attendance rules, so they delayed it until we left IIT. So now, and at that time it was 55%. Now it's 85%. You have to attend 85% of the classes to graduate. When I entered IIT, it was 0%. You don't have to attend anything. I have illustrious classmates who never saw the inside of a classroom for entire semesters. So what was I doing? I was reading. What was I reading? I was reading Bertrand Russell at that time. I read the entire collected works of George Orwell. And then I started to, and so I read a lot of political economy at that time. I wasn't ever a socialist. I got rid of that at age 15, thanks to a communist teacher in school. So, and at 15, in fact, the debate would be, he would say, we are going to have a revolution. Then I'd ask him very innocently, so what would happen? Everything will be owned by the government after the revolution. So I'd ask him, so like our telephones department now? Seriously. So we'll have a 10-year wait list for telephone, and that's what in every field that we have to do? He would have no answer. He would say, no, people will develop a socialist consciousness. After that, all those delays won't be there. This was his answer, actually. Let's say that even at 15, I could figure out that is bullshit. So I got rid of it at 15. But I didn't know what to believe, though. I know I don't believe in socialism, but I didn't know what to believe. But from all this reading, convinced me that what is and pretty much I ended up being a businessman later, because I convinced myself that that's the only path that our nation, the route is not in politics, it's going to be in business, it's going to be in invention, it's not going to be in technology, all of that. Though I wasn't personally paying attention to any technology at that time. I skipped classes. I was supposed to be learning about electrical motors. I'm going and reading about George Orwell. So this is what actually was happening in IIT. Then I ended up in Princeton. I did some mathematical work, was thoroughly dissatisfied with all that. I learned way too much mathematics, but I realized that it wasn't going to be useful to anybody. In fact, I told my advisor, if they are going to burn my PhD thesis and nobody ever read it, the world will not miss it at all. In Princeton. I don't think anybody ever read it after that. After I submitted in 94, my PhD thesis might as well, I could have burnt it. So that was a very humbling realization, right, in 94. So my reading was, at that point, I started reading a lot about two countries, Japan and Singapore. I was already in Princeton. I'm reading a lot about Japan. I'm reading a lot about Singapore. Why am I reading about Singapore? Well, Singapore is in 1960s, it's a third world city. It's poorer than Chennai is today, much poorer than Chennai is today, with 3 languages, 3 religions, 3 races, communal riots burning everywhere. This was the circumstance in 1965, 66, when they were kicked out of the Malaysian Federation. Okay? And then this city-state, which didn't want to be born, they actually begged Malaysia to keep them. If you go read the history, you'll think a country will want to be born. Singapore actually said, please keep us together. Malaysia kicked them out, though they kept the name Malaysia. Malaysia was originally supposed to be Malaya and Singapore. They kept the name, but they kicked out Singapore. And this very unpromising beginning, from this, Lee Kuan Yew built it into a economic superpower, right? That is today. And I read every speech he ever gave. So over a 1-year period, I was only reading Lee Kuan Yew. It was probably in 94 or 95. I'm doing my PhD, but again, I already come to the conclusion that the PhD also was worthless. So I was reading Lee Kuan Yew. And then I hit upon Japan. I realized that this country has a lot to offer us from economic terms, because this country went from absolute poverty to a completely developed nation in about, 40, 50 years post-war. How did that happen? So how did Japan do it? How did Singapore do it? So this, to me, was the beginning of my forming ideas purely from reading. I had never visited Singapore. I had never actually visited Japan. I only visited in 97 first time. But I read so much about it, I kind of felt like I had lived through it in a way. And so that is how I formed my ideas. So I'd read everything I could find about a topic. So I focused on the Honda Motor Company, for example. I probably read 3 or 4 books about Honda, everything I could find about Honda. So then the rural roots of that company and what were the early days like, all of it. So this was giving me a perspective that it's almost like cheating. You lived through it, right? So you are visualizing it. You are living through that experience. And so that was the formative. This is about 94, 95, 96. That's when this company, our company got started. But having that experience is vital because that's how I could say that, well, we are going to be at this for 30, 40, 50 years. So I'm not going to make any rushed decisions. I'm not going to do things for this year, this quarter, all of them. Because I had read all this. I had read, my reading informed me. And so that was how that whole my reading habit. And the fact that I ignored all my classes in IIT and mostly I got turned off. I mean, I turned on my PhD thesis in about 4 months of work. I really only put in 4 months of work. In fact, my advisor asked me in the end, hey, I liked your thesis, you are good. I said, I only put in 4 months. I mean, I cheated. Because it's mathematical work, that's how it is, right? You suddenly get an inspiration, you do some intense mathematical work, you turn it in, you are done. So that was how it was for me. I barely paid attention the rest of the time. But I was reading like this. That was vital for our later what it would turn out to be in this company. But that, to me, that lesson lived with me. Any topic, now I just go, I start with a Wikipedia article on it, then I go in, the experiences about it. It could be technology, it could be country. For example, now why I formed the kind of political views I formed. I mean, early on I told you I rejected socialism, but I didn't know what I was for. No, I knew what I was against, but I didn't know what I was for. But then I read about 15 years ago, I started reading about Chinese history. Why would I read Chinese history? I realized this country is repeating what Japan had done. It was repeating in real time. We were seeing it, we were watching it. I could see that China was coming up. Then I wanted to read all about their history. I wanted to understand China. So I probably spent an entire year, 2 years, immersed in China. Immersed in China. I was reading everything I could get my hands on. And the Great Leap Forward, where about 30 million people died in famines. This is imposed by Mao's decision to forcibly industrialize. This is what they call the Great Leap Forward. This is between 1958 and 62. They lost about 30 million people in that. Then the Cultural Revolution, 66 to 76, and untold suffering, where all the schools, all the colleges were closed. You will send a doctor to be a cleaner in a village, because to teach them socialist consciousness. As a doctor, you don't have proper consciousness, so you have to be taught all this. The Red Guards will mercilessly torment school teachers. Hundreds of thousands of people committed suicide, school teachers, doctors, all of that. All the colleges are shut down. This was the devastation Cultural Revolution did by 76. And in 76, if somebody would have said, in the next 30 years, China will go on to become one of the leading economies, nobody would have believed it. Absolutely nobody would have believed it, right? And yet that's what actually happened. So then I read about Deng. What were the reforms like? What happened under Deng? What happened in 1978? So I probably know, I think it's safe to say, India, I probably have read the mostest of all of that. I've read more about Chinese history of all that than about Indian history in this, simply because I wanted to understand China so much. And so I could see that it was all from all of that reading. I could live that experience. What was their experience of this? Which also, in a way, you could interpret events happening with that whole frame of mind from that experience, as though we have lived through it. So which is why when people here, some left liberal will say, oh, we live in a dictatorship. I say, have you ever experienced a dictatorship to come and tell us? And this is the same people who imposed emergency on us. And they claim we live in a dictatorship now. Right? It's the same people. And so it's then you know that they have zero historical understanding. They seem to have never read anything at all to be able to say these things like dictatorship, throw around words like the Hitler, as though they know. I read an entire history of the Nazis, how they came to power, what happened, all of that. So I spent a year in Princeton on that topic. So like that, this is if you have that wealth of reading, understanding, and that experience that comes from it, living through it. That's why my reading is always focused on a topic. If I'm spending 3-4 months on only one topic, I won't mix it up. I'll be reading only on that. So I'll find 3 books on it. I'll order all the books I could find on the topic. Pretty much all the top books I would have ordered. And then I'll be reading. Some books I don't finish because I realize that it's already territory I've already gone through. Then I'll skip that. But I'll just get all the books and then I'll go through it. And for 3-4 months, I'll be in it. Then I'll have some understanding of the topic. Then I'll move on to the next one. So that's the way I've been reading. And this cultural revolution, for example, this event now has informed my own evolving political views, because what happened in America in the last 10 years, I could clearly see the red guards, what was happening in American universities. This had already started when I was in Princeton. I could see the beginnings of it, the absolute intolerance of people in the name of progressive tolerance, all that. Even I was a student in Princeton. I was not politically interested at all. But still there would be these things there'll be a march for this or march for that. And it wouldn't make sense to me at all. But I didn't have very strong views on that subject. But then I started observing the last 10-15 years what was happening in the campuses. By the time 2016 rolled along, I could predict Trump will get elected. I could predict this. In fact, in California, we had a betting pool in our office, and 17 of my colleagues bet that Hillary will win. I bet that Trump is going to win. You guys are all going to get shocked because you don't understand your own country. And you see what happened. Because I was reading all of the material I could get my hands on. I could see how much anger there was in the country about all of this. And so the left always overreaches like this. And this happened in America. I saw this happen in America. I was there, witnessed it. In California, I was there during the entire period in California. It's like if you are not, for example, screaming at the top of your lungs in a BLM march. BLM proved to be a complete fraud, by the way. That entire organization is a fraud. Completely corrupt. It's true, by the way. I'm willing to say it in Twitter. It is true. They are found it. But in a particular moment, if you are in Palo Alto, if you are in Saratoga, if you are not marching on BLM, they'll call you racist. This happened in California in real time. We lived through this. So all of this was happening. And this was the red guards. This was exactly the litmus test the red guards would put on you. And the same thing, if you don't have all the various color flags in your office. In fact, I visited one of our customers in New York City. The entire office was festooned with various pride flags. An entire month, they told me. The entire month was only pride flags. This is exactly what the communists were doing in China. Slogans and all over the walls, indoctrination all the time. And yet somehow the left wing in America could not see the parallel, that what they were doing was exactly the same thing. It's like if you have every wall in this thing has to have a Modi poster, we know what to call it, right? But we don't do this. But this is what the left will do and then call it democracy, call it freedom. And I could see it. I could see this happening in America. And then I could see the same thing happening in India. In fact, one of the reasons why I decided to become active in this is I could see that some of the media here, they simply borrow those ideas. They don't have an original thought in their head. Whatever the New York Times prints, the next week the Hindu will print here. Right? At least be original, guys. Don't copy them. Right? At least be original. So this is because then I might as well read the New York Times. Why should I read the Hindu? I mean, I already got the same thing there. If I want to form my political views, I already got it there. This is derivative crap here. So you're not even original. So I could see it, and I could see this from my reading. So somewhere from not being, I'm focused on business, I'm focused on technology, I could see this. And from Cultural Revolution, I could see how intolerance arises, and the real roots of intolerance. And then I could finally connect that intolerance to, it's go back and back and back. It is, there is only one right way. There is only one right idea. Then this notion of anybody who disagrees is committing blasphemy. You could see this, right? That is the idea of blasphemy. This is what the Red Guards imposed. If a Mao picture is slightly torn somewhere, somebody is going to jail for it. This happened in China. In the 1960s, late 60s, you'd be in, if somebody looked at funny on a Mao picture, they could go to jail. Somebody will out them. Sometimes their own children would out them. Their children will watch their father or mother looking at the Mao picture funny or laughing at it, and they will out them. All this is documented history in China, by the way. I read like maybe 5 books on Cultural Revolution, from the perspective of people who are persecuted, from the perspective of people who did the persecution. The Red Guards, some of them have written books now, and you can read them. So, and you could see the same thing happening. So this idea of the one right way. Then I could see that how that comes into even religion, right? This idea of blasphemy, that there is only one right way. Anybody who disagrees has to be punished, or sometimes killed, right? And this is this fundamental idea. This existed in a variety of movements. Maoist is one, just only one of them, but it's there now in the woke culture, and you have to be cancelled. If you say the wrong thing, you have to be cancelled. Well, they have, since then they have attempted to cancel me about 15 times, and our business keeps growing. So, so I love the left to cancel us because our business grows. Free marketing. So, because anyway, the woke left doesn't have any money to buy anything anyway. So it's good for my business. So I don't really care to offend them anyway. No. So that's the reality, right? Only those with the money who buy influence the business. So they can cancel me all they want. And the more they attempt to cancel me, the more our business booms, not only in America, in the Middle East, in Europe, everywhere. So it's something magical, I don't know what. The more cancellation, the better business. So I decided, okay, then the woke has actually no clue at all how the world works. So the people they attempt to cancel become only more popular. Experimental evidence, I have myself to offer as experimental evidence in this. So this is and I could see how the intolerance, the roots of it, coming from this one right way, or only right way. This is the only truth. And you can see this everywhere, right? This is not just in the field of political ideology. The word religion itself comes from that idea of, the word religion, that's why I don't like to use it in our Hindu context. We have to use something else, dharma or path or something, because this idea that there's only one right thing, it fundamentally does not suit our culture. We are fundamentally tolerant. We are fundamentally, let's go along to get along people. And this is, nobody needs any other proof. Just look at our society, how diverse it is. How many different ideas have coexisted, not just recently, for thousands of years. And did Shankara and Ramanuja agree with each other? Did Madhava and Shankara agree with each other? In fact, I have a colleague who very actively tries to convert me from Advaita into Dvaita. He tells me, you are a Mayavada. He's a very passionate Dvaita, and he wants to take me to his guru so that I will follow the one true path, Dvaita. Serious, I have a colleague. We often have debates in the office about this. And all of this have coexisted. This is not new, right? Dvaita is not new. This is 1,000-year-old now for us. So this is our history. This is our philosophy. And so this whole idea that there's only one right way, there's only one right path, everything else has to be purged. That is the root of all of this intolerance. And that's what my read of history taught me, the Cultural Revolution, to all of the various things. And to preserve this idea of Bharat, this idea of philosophical freedom, it has to be actively fought for. It's not going to just fall into our laps free. It's not free. Freedom is not free. So this idea of intellectual freedom, this idea of free-spirited inquiry, all of this has to be nurtured, it has to be fought for. So that is ultimately, to me, the connection to business, because ultimately a business, from if I have to explain it to a literary person, I will say it gives you a little domain of freedom to be yourself, in a way. Because the customer buys our product, but the customer only has a limited capacity influences. They can choose to buy or not to buy. It's binary. But they don't impose their political, religious, any views on us. Same as way, when we buy a product from somebody, we don't go to impose our thoughts on them, our views on them, right? We choose to buy or not buy, that's it. So it gives you and so the idea of free enterprise, business, is absolutely necessary to preserve freedom. And I can see it. I mean, I'm only free to speak only because there is a business backing it, and ultimately. And that is why I think, yeah, thank you. So that's, to me, my last parting thought in this. So the connection to business to me is, which is why I ultimately realized why I love to be in business, continue to be in business. People ask me, why aren't you in politics? Well, why would I give up my freedom? But that's where I am today. But this idea of reading as experiencing lives, experiencing parallel lives. We've probably experienced 5 parallel lives. As Japanese, as a Singaporean, as Chinese, living through the Cultural Revolution, living as a Red Guard, living as a Red Guard's victim. All of that. So that's what has informed my perspectives now. And then living through the whole woke revolution in the US. That I actually lived through. I didn't have to read about it. So that's all there is. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we can take 2 questions.
Yeah.
And brilliant work you've been doing. May I ask, what is the experience that you're immersing yourself in so I can catch up?
So right now I'm actually reading about Japan again, Japan post-bubble, and the demographic bust of Japan. So Japan is going first, where they simply have stopped having kids. They've simply stopped having kids, and every country is following. In fact, we are following it in South India already, right now. We are well below replacement, and the birth rate is dropping and dropping and dropping. The consequences are visible in Japan, they are visible in Korea, all of those countries. So that's what I'm reading about, because I'm actually very worried about that. And then the climate change, what is going to happen to our earth with all this. So this is where yesterday I talked a lot about contentment. That how, if we don't match our prosperity, the getting rich with contentment, we are going to destroy the earth. So that's what I'm reading about now. So thank you.
Good evening, sir. My name is Tinku. You said you have experienced few cultures.
Yeah.
So how has human capital evolved towards the growth of that particular culture? And how do you see Bharat in that particular, race, or how you call it?
I have experienced now people coming from very humble rural backgrounds producing beautiful, brilliant technology. We actually have visibly seen this. People without really fantastic educational background, but yet doing brilliant technology that the world wants. So we have that innate talent in our country. I can say this as an experimental evidence, with evidence, not just theory. And we have scratched the surface of the potential of our country in terms of the talent pool. There's so much more to do. But I'll also say this, we have to figure out a way of prosperity that is not simply the materialistic Western paradigm right now, because we are going to destroy the earth. I'll give you this myself as an example. My own energy consumption when I was in America was about 1,000 times the energy consumption of my grandmother in our village in India. 1,000 times, easily. So 1 million of people like me would consume 1 billion Indians like her. And so this is not the prosperity we can afford anymore, not in our nation. So we have to figure out our own solutions, and actually Sri Aurobindo will offer lessons. I've been actually reading some of his works now. And he said it is difficult, yeah, I agree, but now I know why it's difficult. No, he said you have to learn some Sanskrit, maybe. But yeah, that definitely we have to figure out new answers. And I'll also humbly submit that the West does not have the answers. So we should stop listening to Harvard Business School, all that. We should figure out our answers here. So, thank you. Yeah.
So one question. In the last few years, I've met a lot of youngsters who have studied in the US, including my own son, which is probably the reason I met so many kids. And most of them have fallen prey to this woke culture that you described. How do we get them out of it? Can we send them to you?
I wish I knew the answer to that one, because I don't know, actually. But there are ways to, you have to engage them slowly, ask them about this or that. They'll admit to, some of them will admit to some occasional doubts. So you have to give them doubts, that's all. In other words, see, that exactly like any type of this monolithic dictatorship, it will collapse the moment you get one doubt in your mind. So, yeah. Thank you. I think I exhausted my quota of time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lieutenant General Satish Dua, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Uttam Yudh Seva Medal, Sena Medal, Vishishta Seva Medal. Retired as the Chief of Integrated Defense Staff. As the Corps Commander in Srinagar, he planned and executed the surgical strikes in Kashmir in 2016 in response to the terrorist attack at Uri. A counter-terrorism specialist from 8 Jammu and Kashmir Light Infantry Siachen, he has operated extensively in Jammu and Kashmir and Northeast during 4 decades of his service. He has held various important appointments in Army headquarters. He was a commando instructor as a captain and the defense attaché to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos as a colonel. Lieutenant General Satish Dua will now speak on the Indian military from 75 to 100.
You know, what are the 2 most difficult things to do? The first is to climb a fence leaning towards you. I mean, it's a very tough thing to climb a fence leaning towards you. And the second is to try and hold the attention of an audience on the 3rd day, the last talk, practically the last talk, 3rd day of the Lit Fest. So I thank the organizers of Pondy Lit Fest. They are all seated here in front for giving me that honor of the last talk on the 3rd day. Thank you very much. And I will try to keep this brief because I'll be happy to take questions. And this is a very different kind of topic than what we've been hearing, so I'll be happy to answer questions. But before that, since Shiv sitting there, Shiv Arur, mentioned, and he started with that, so just to lighten up the mood, I'll talk about the issue that he said. He pointed towards me and said, General Dua is here and did the surgical strike and that bottle of whiskey. All right. Everyone knows about the surgical strike. So I won't belabor on that. But I will like to say one fact before I get on to that bottle of whiskey to lighten the mood. When you hear of Uri, when I say Uri, what comes to your mind first? Josh. How's the Josh? Hi, sir. The surgical strike, right? Everything. But for me, Uri is a dark Sunday, the darkest day of my life, because on 18th of September 2016, the suicide terrorists got into our camp at Uri and we lost 18 soldiers. 18 young lives lost on my watch. That is something that I will never be able to forget till my dying day. Yes, after that, for the first time ever, we turned it into a strike. We went across multiple locations. We did what is now known as surgical strike. That all happened, that planning happened. The defense minister came that very day. It happened in my office. Well, that was the good part. But I was just trying to put it in perspective that we tend to forget Uri. In the brave action by the commandos, we tend to forget the 18 young soldiers who lost their lives. And to the bottle of whiskey. So, that day when you all heard the press announcement with the DGMO announcing that we have done the surgical strikes and we did this, we went across and we did this because they attacked at Uri, and he also called up his Pakistani counterpart. I'm sure you all are aware. He called up the DGMO there and told him that we have done this because you did Uri. We reserve the right to do it again if you do such high-profile attacks. And around that time, just after the conference was over, the main officers, the commanding officer and a couple of team commanders of the battalion, he mentioned 4 para commandos, 4 para SF special forces, we had got them by a chopper for debriefing, so getting details of the operation, and in my operations room. Before they commenced the debrief and started telling me about it, the boy who brings tea and coffee, he entered with a tray, but only he did not have tea and coffee. He had a bottle of Black Label. And I said to my staff officer there, I said, these special forces officers, they actually chew up their glass. I don't intend to give them a glass. This is a fact, ladies and gentlemen. They, as a matter of this thing, some tradition, after a drink, they chew the glass off. They actually chew off a portion of the glass. That's something I can't accomplish. The special forces can. They can do anything. So, and I took a bottle and I poured it into their mouths one by one. Till one majors plucked up courage and said, "So may I do that to you also?" And he took the bottle and gave it to me. I'm only trying to tell you how happy we were at that moment. And I told them, the last sentence on this anecdote for you all, I told them, boys, today, you have created history. You've done something that our country will never forget. And fortune favors the brave, as Shiv also brought out in the afternoon. We had just no casualties. Such a humongous operation, caused heavy damage, but I think fortune favors the brave. Thank you. Thank you. I accept this applause on behalf of those brave commandos only who went across and actually executed the operation. Thank you very much. Now, for the next few minutes, my topic today is Indian military at 75 or 75 to 100. So, on this 75th anniversary, which is at the end of this week, another week from now, I will, in the first part, very briefly recount major milestone that our Indian military has accomplished in 75 years. We all will either take pride in what we've done or even learn lessons from what we did not do very well. Because that is an honest appraisal. And thereafter, I will talk about what do we need to be prepared for and what are we doing about it in the next 25 years. So how did we start? At the time of independence in 1947, Pakistan attacked Jammu and Kashmir. A lot of people don't really understand the nuance. They did not attack India, they attacked Jammu and Kashmir because till October, Jammu and Kashmir had not signed the agreement. Jammu and Kashmir was vacillating between India and Pakistan. The Pakistan army and with some invaders mixed, they came into Jammu and Kashmir, and that persuaded, or whatever, call it whatever you will, the Maharaja Hari Singh, the king of Jammu and Kashmir, then signed the agreement, instrument of accession as it is called, with India, and then Indian army was inducted. Till then there was no Indian army there. Indian army was inducted on 27th of October. 1st Battalion, the Sikh regiment, went on 27th of October in Srinagar. And thereafter, more forces were inducted. But by then, the time our forces could be inducted, their forces had made some inroads and gains. And then our army started rolling them back. This went on for a couple of months. And then in January, when we were rolling them back, when we had got the better of them, I have no answers for this as to why did our leadership then go to the UN, and we had a UN brokered ceasefire Whereas that is the time we could have actually rolled them back further. Maybe our leadership was not very experienced. We were just a few months old as a country. I will not expand the discussion to that side. In 1962, in the shadow of peace overtures, there was a lot of Hindu Chini, Bhai Bhai, Chow En-lai and Nehru were meeting each other. But China launched an attack in 1962. 1962, well, was a debacle. I have no shame in admitting it. But it was more of a political failure than a military failure, because there were several military battles. Each of the battles, the soldiers acquitted themselves so well. They were under-equipped. They had no equipment. In fact, at places they did not have high-altitude clothing to fight in snow-clad areas. And yet, we have this famous battle of Razangla in Ladakh at the altitude of 16,000, 17,000 feet, where 114 men, they've actually fought to what we in the army call last man, last bullet. To the last bullet, the whole company was decimated, 114 of them. When later, several months later, we went on to get their bodies, their fingers were still in the trigger. There's so many of them, they were found like that, frozen. So, Indian Army fought bravely. In fact, Time magazine very famously wrote, Indian Army lacked everything but courage. This is the Time magazine writing for us. Thank you. Meanwhile, now Pakistan had joined CENTO. It was getting massive aid from the Central Treaty Organization. It was getting massive aid from the US, military aid. Pakistan got aid to the tune of $3.2 billion. And please remember, $3.2 billion in those days was really something. And so they had the very modern equipment, aircrafts to fight. They had Sabre jets, tanks, they had Patton tanks. Whereas we were still working on Centurions, we had AMX-13s. The fact of the matter is that they also thought that after 1962, Indian Army will be on a back foot and not be prepared for this. So buoyed with this confidence and then hoping that Kashmiris will revolt against India, they launched operations in 1965. Indian Army fought them back bravely, and Kashmiris proved to be loyal, and Pakistan was halted there. That was a great victory for, in 1965, a great victory for Indian Army as well. In 1971, I don't need to tell you all. I think it is inarguably the biggest victory since World War II. In a formal surrender ceremony, 93,000 soldiers laid down their arms and became prisoners of war. Pakistan Army became prisoners of war. Another country was created. I mean, I don't think it can get better than this. All along this, inside the country also, we had Indian Army combating insurgencies in the northeast, in Punjab, and later in J&K. So Indian Army was always in combat wherever they were, these wars notwithstanding. In the 80s, in 87 to 88, in fact, up to a bit of 89, 87 to 89, Indian Army went to Sri Lanka to help out the government against the LTT rebels. And there was fierce fighting over there. Now, when we read about it, politically, there are questions can be raised. But as far as the Indian Army is concerned, Army along with the Air Force, I'm sorry, whenever I say Army, I'm an Army officer, so I tend to say, here's an Air Force friend, and I hope you don't feel bad. I mean Indian military, just I use them interchangeably. There we did our best, and we helped a neighboring country, a friendly country, contain the situation. In 1988, in Maldives, there was a coup, an attempted coup. They requested us for help, and Indian Army and Air Force worked together to thwart that coup. That showed a lot of efficiency and professionalism. It also shows that how neighboring countries look up to India, whether it was Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or Maldives. Also in the 80s, we dominated Pakistan at the Siachen Glacier. Now, Siachen Glacier is the highest battlefield in the world. In fact, it was my battalion that carried out the highest attack in the world. On 27th of June, 1987, My battalion, 8th Battalion, the Jammu and Kashmir Light Infantry, we captured what is known as Bana Top. Bana Singh got the Paramveer Chakra, we got one Mahavir Chakra, and a host of other awards. Highest attack in the world, 21,000 feet. 8,000 more and you are at Everest. And at Everest, they go with oxygen. It's an expedition with a lot of followers and Sherpas. That's how it does. Here, we were fighting with weapons. No oxygen cylinders. And I must tell you an interesting anecdote here. So in June, we captured Bana Top. Couple of months later, Pakistan launched a counterattack. They were smarting at this defeat. They launched a counterattack on a post called Bhim U-Cut. So on Siala, basically Siala is a pass there. So they launched on Siala and they were beaten back. So their counterattack was unsuccessful. It was a special services group brigade, that is like their special forces. They launched an attack which was beaten back. Their brigade commander who launched the attack was Brigadier Parvez Musharraf. Rings a bell, I'm sure. But he did not forget it. When he became the chief, in fact, initially, even without his political clearance from Nawaz Sharif, who was then the Prime Minister, he launched an intrusion into Kargil. That was the intent of coming into Kargil. If anyone who's been there or seen the map will know that there is one road that goes from Srinagar to Ladakh, to Leh. And by coming and occupying certain heights, mountain peaks, on that, astride that road, they would cut off that road to Ladakh, to Leh, to Siachen. So that was the game plan, that this way they would be able to strangulate Siachen amongst other locations in Ladakh. But then, yes, there also we faltered a bit in the sense that we did not discover it in time. They used, I'll not go into details, so there was some failures on our part, shortcomings on our part, that we did not discover it in time. But then, we all know, just last month we celebrated Kargil Vijay Divas. We all know that how soldiers, the youth of the country, the young men, young officers and young soldiers, they led frontal attacks because we imposed restrictions on ourselves that we will not cross the LOC, neither by air nor by troops, nor by soldiers. We will not go into the other side because it's easy to cut off the logistics on the other side, but we attacked frontally. We did that. We attacked frontally. So many brave stories. We've just recently refreshed our memories last month with that, and Kargil Vijay Divas is celebrated. Why we did not go there, since I'm talking about Indian military at 75? Why? Why did we not cross? We did not cross because this is the first time ever in the world that two nuclear nations had gone to war. So maybe we don't realize the import of this. Whole world was watching with bated breath because anything would happen. Sometimes small things go out of control. So when Shiv spoke about that, how unexpected was that Galwan thing. Sometimes things just go out of control. So that was the reason we did not want to expand the conflict, and we actually kept it localized to Kargil. That's a great achievement, but we did it at great cost. 527 young soldiers and officers lost their lives in Kargil. All along while this is happening, we also remember we have two active borders, the line of actual control with China and the line of control with Pakistan. And here we have continuous battles, day in and day out. While LAC is not really that active, except for the last 2 years, we've become a little more active, but still it is not at the level of the LOC. LOC, there's an exchange of fire. For last 1 year, fortunately, a ceasefire is holding, but otherwise for decades, we have been indulging at causing casualties to each other, not to mention the terrorists that keep infiltrating, which is going on unabated even now. So we have been continuing to do all that. And the last thing I'd like to talk about Indian military before I get on to what we're going to do further is not only these wars, not only these active borders and insurgencies, Indian military also has a very good track record in human assistance and disaster relief. Anywhere there's a flood or earthquake, the common citizens feel very reassured when army arrives on the scene. But remember, army is supposed to be the last responder. but somehow it turns out to be the first choice. So, but then Indian military, army, air force, navy, depending on who's required, is always very happy to do this because this is something we need to do for our country, for our citizens, for our brothers and sisters. And the last thing, Indian military, Indian Army incidentally has a very large contingent in the United Nations peacekeeping forces across the world. We were one of the largest contributors to the United Nations peacekeeping efforts. All these things, even human assistance and disaster relief, we've been the first responders in tsunami. We were the first to reach Indonesia. Whenever it is something like that has happened, we have been able to provide relief even to foreign countries, something which everyone has started appreciating as of now. The larger role that India can play today. Right. Now in the second part, I'll try and talk about, we can't rest on past laurels. What do? How do we prepare ourselves for the future? And what is the future? So first we need to describe what is the future. The future, we have to make ourselves future ready. What is our future? I'll try and take two major issues. One, a two-front threat. That is our future. A two-front threat. I'll talk about it. And the second is preparing ourselves for gray zone warfare. All right, I'll explain both very briefly. Two-front threat, I think everyone understands. Two-front threat is a collusive threat between China and Pakistan. Because if Pakistan, we were very concerned when Ladakh was happening 2 years ago, in the summer of 20, and that moment if Pakistan tries to take advantage. So we are focused, although we can handle both together. So we have equipped ourselves to handle a two-front war. And now it is going to be exacerbated by a 2.5 front. Anyone? What is a 2.5 front? Absolutely, everyone knows. No, not internal. 2.5 front is sending terrorists from across the border and using them to disrupt our logistics and our operation lines. What is gray zone warfare? I'm sure you all know. Let me put everyone on the same page. Today, wars are not only kinetic. Wars are going to be in different domains. We're going to have cyber attacks, so cyber warfare, space warfare, information warfare, legal warfare, dragging someone to the International Court of Justice or Human Rights Commission. So those things do happen because they take advantage of the system of that country itself. As far as information warfare is concerned, don't we know in Russia-Ukraine war what has happened? In Russia-Ukraine war, the information war is being won by Ukraine on the back of Western media, Western technologies. They have actually restricted those technologies. I think we heard in one of the talks here also. They have restricted these technologies to Russia. But then on the other swing, as far as space and cyber warfare is concerned, Russia is very good at it. So Russia plugged out all the communications of Ukraine in the beginning itself. If Elon Musk had not come to the rescue of Ukrainians, they were not having any communications with them. I mean, no viable communications for the military. So today, warfare is becoming more complex. There are many layers that will get attached to just plain fighting between the two militaries. So we have to prepare ourselves for that. This is one aspect. On the other hand, there is also this DIME effect, D-I-M-E, right? Diplomatic leverages, economic sanctions, food security, energy security. What is happening today after Ukraine? Europe is going to be reeling against gas shortages. Their energy security is threatened very badly. They haven't really found an answer. They're just struggling with that as of now also. So all these leverages, all these instruments of power are going to be used together in a multi-domain warfare, and that is our future. So what are we doing about it? There are three things I'll talk about. One is structural reforms, organizational reforms. Two, manpower reforms. And third is no country can aspire to be a regional, let alone a world power, until it is self-reliant. You can't fight the other countries on the back of equipment bought from other countries. So we need to become self-reliant, Atam Nirbhar Bharat. We haven't been doing that for so long. We haven't been making a focused effort in that direction. So first one, manpower reforms. That's the quickest. I'll only say it very quickly. Any questions? If we have time, I'll answer them later. This Agniveer, is the first manpower reform that has been rolled out. It has been thrust down, there is no doubt. But I, for one, in fact, you will find more vociferous than those riots and that took place is lack of understanding. Some of them not, the youth realizing, feeling that they are not able to, they will not get a full-time job, etc. But otherwise, this is a reform that time will tell how good it will be, because it has so many advantages. We need to capitalize on the advantages and see how we can marginalize the disadvantages. Second, structural reforms. Organizational reforms was set into motion after the Kargil War. When we raised some integrated structures, integrated headquarters was raised. It was read out, and I commanded, I was the chief of the integrated defense headquarters before, when I retired. And now, of course, we have a full-fledged CDS. So, apart from that, there was Andaman and Nicobar Command, the only operational tri-service command. We have the Special Forces Command, the Strategic Forces Command. The strategic forces are where the nukes are held. So, many more such structures and processes have to be created. But then, the government stopped short of appointing a CDS after the Kargil War. They were supposed to, they did not. It eventually happened in 2020. And the CDS was given a mandate to integrate these structures and create processes which will help us to fight an integrated battle, eventually leading up to creation of integrated theater commands. Now, I'll just try and give you an example as to how and why this is required. And I'm throwing in a disclaimer. This example is at a very lower tactical level. Thank you. So this example is at a very lower level. In Pathankot attack, what happened? In Pathankot, I mean, that gives me 5 minutes, right? So in Pathankot, what happened is that the terrorists attacked an Air Force base. And just beyond the boundary wall of that Air Force base, there was 1 division and 1 brigade of Indian Army. But the Air Force asked Delhi for help because we don't have a theater commander. So they asked, Delhi sent NSG. The army is still here. Now how silly is that? If there was a theater commander who had that same Air Force component, the army component under him, they would have just asked them to jump over the boundary wall and take action. All of them they have Ghatak platoons, commandos, they would have been able to do the job. Terrorists, we do this all the time, right? So that is why integrated theaters are required. 66 countries have made changes to their structures after World War II. So that means all the large militaries, even smaller militaries, are now integrated theaters. All right, so this is what the integration process has to be done, which the CDS has been entrusted the responsibility, he will do it. The last thing I want to talk about is Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we have been for long dependent on foreign manufacturers. So a public sector is being spruced up, the ordnance factories have been merged, and 7 corporate entities have been formed. Similarly, the private sector, which has now come of age, is now being incentivized to a great extent. There is strategic partnership that allows them to partner with foreign manufacturers to set up shop in India. There is the R&D budget of DRDO, 25% has been given, has been set aside for the private industry to do R&D, which is very important. And defense corridors have been created in Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Technological hubs have been created in Bangalore and Hyderabad. So these are all to take advantage of the enormous wealth of talent that we have in academia and private industry. Private industry is being incentivized to take part, and a whole ecosystem in which MSMEs will benefit. I don't have to go into details. I'm sure you can take my word for it. A lot is being done. It will take time for it to show results in tangible terms. But I'm sure we will get there. And Indian Army, Indian military will continue to serve the country well, as it were. I'm sure there will be time for 2 quick questions. Thank you. Yep.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful speech.
Thank
Actually, I have a question with regards to China. I'm pretty sure, like, so from what I have seen, I feel that, their concentration of efforts in Ladakh simply seems like a smoke and mirror, and it seems like Siliguri corridor somewhere in northeast will be like their primary way in which they want to impact India. So my suggestion to that would be like just specific to Siliguri corridor. Do you think we could take that target off its back by buying land from Nepal, or do some land exchange like we did with Bangladesh?
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please sit. So look, now you are going in the realm of a very different realm. So I won't be able to answer that question because it doesn't work that way, young man. It really doesn't work that way. And it's not smoke and mirrors. You have to take your adversary very seriously. You cannot start on the premise that he's not serious. All right. So I will leave it at that. Thank you. Yes.
I'm Lakshmi, sir, from Aurobindo.
Hello, Lakshmi.
I have two-part question. One is, what are your thoughts on decolonization of Indian Army? Do you think it's necessary or in some parts? And what are your thoughts on hard power projection outside India?
Right. Good question. Let me take the hard power projection first. India, as a policy, does not have any designs beyond its borders. We are not America, USA. We are not China, who have a stated policy to replace US as the number one, as the sole superpower. So we don't have any designs. If you don't have any designs, you cannot acquire a capability because you don't work towards it. So that's the way it works. So as of today, we don't have this, except to help a friend in contingency, which we've done with the same forces. That means in Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bangladesh. Your first question, decolonize the Indian Army. I just spoke to you on 75 years of our operations, and we've had a lot of military history in these 75 years. We've done combat, we've done wars, we've done insurgency. Would you agree with me that Indian military has done fairly well, at least? Right. So, we don't have to decolonize, the word decolonize for the sake of decolonization, because we have been hearing this a lot over 3 days. All that is relevant to this is not really relevant to us. But yes, we have decolonized a lot. When I was commissioned, we used to wear a shirt and tie even if we were sweating. If in Pondicherry in summers, you would always have to wear a shirt and tie. Today we've stopped wearing shirt and tie. Very small example. What I'm trying to say is that we are not moving with that colonial mindset. You have to understand that. But to say that we should not have a mess, or we should not, if that is your idea of decolonization, that's not required. We've got modern weapons, we've got modern fighting techniques. We just can't, last sentence, we should not try to change just for the sake of change. Thank you. Yes, please.
Namaste, I'm Anuradha.
Namaskaram, Radhaji.
So I wanted to just ask about the gender question in the army. So we've included women, but culturally, how equipped are we to see them maybe being tortured in war?
So, you are speaking from my side. This is what we have been saying. We have been saying that all along, that in our society is different from Western societies. When we want to say that we must copy them and we should induct women into the military, then we are losing sight of this. This is our argument always, that what will happen when this happens. God forbid if that situation happens. But having said that, I still feel that we must induct the women. We must induct women in military. We can only take care, try and not induct them in the frontline arms for the moment, till our society graduates to that we will want to have it. It's very good to see the West, but let me tell you, it's all very good to see. We try and copy the Americans, Israelis. In how many Israeli battalions have the women become commanding officers? Everyone takes that as an example. Only 3. So what I'm trying to say, it doesn't look like it seems. Okay, it's not as it seems, sorry, because things are very different, and your question is very correct, and we must wait for that. Last there, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, that gentleman in the end has been raising his hand. No, please go ahead. We'll take one more. Okay. I will. After all, the organizers have given me the graveyard shift. So.
Thank you, sir. You spoke about the integration and integrated theater. In that, can you just throw some light on where does cybersecurity, space, and the technology frontier?
Thank you. Actually, I realized somewhere later that I have missed that part. The cyber agency and the space agency has been raised in 2019, right? So they form components of the integrated theater command. Integrated theater will be commanded. Let's say there's a theater against China, one against Pakistan. So one which is against China will not only have the Army, Navy, Air Force, it will also have the cyber component, the space component. It will actually have the MEA component, Foreign Ministry. Foreign Ministry will be posted. That's the way it has to be. So they should understand the foreign policies, and foreign policy should understand what we are doing militarily. I beg your pardon. The Foreign Ministry should understand what we're doing militarily. So it's an integrated theater, and integration does not mean only a tri-services integration. Thank you. Right, the last question, please.
Jai Hind, General. My name is
sir.
Animesh. You spoke about the information warfare. Yesterday, there was a presentation on economics where they also talk about building narratives.
Yes.
Today, the only challenge that I personally feel India is facing is the war of narratives. You do 10 good things, one bad thing, and it's all spoiled. The latest Agnipath scheme is an example of that, or maybe any of the incursions that occur in the borders.
True.
So everyone is trying to build a narrative to it. Shiv is sitting here, he tries to decipher that, and there are journalists like him. Kanchanda, who's part of this fest, he's advisor to the media. But we feel that there is kind of there's kind of a miscoordination between the government apparatus and the government itself, that we are not able to rightly propagate the message to the larger audience. How do you see that this can be mitigated, and the right thing, or what you feel is in the interest of the nation is communicated to the larger population? Thank you.
That's a very good question. I'm glad I forced my way to ask you, for you to ask me this. This is a very important aspect, ladies and gentlemen. Information warfare, like he said in different words, can do or undo. It is make or break. For God's sake, it has helped the elections. We know the elections of the most advanced country in the world. US elections, it's all information warfare. We know what has happened there. Our own elections, let's be frank. So today it is being used everywhere. And not only in war-like scenario, but especially what is happening in Russia, Ukraine. So we need to take example. We need to learn those lessons. There are no easy answers as to how we need. We need to get our act together, that's for sure. Shivarur and his, ilk will continue to do what they do, and we need such watchdogs for that. We need to have our whole act together, and it is beyond just the military. The civil setup has to be integrated. The civil government, all different organs of government have to be integrated. So we need integration at higher levels as well. And for that, we need something that we don't have. We need a national security strategy. And it is only out of a national security strategy, once it is formed and promulgated. China puts out a paper every 2 years or 4 years? 2 years. It puts out a white paper. Yeah. So every US puts out its national security strategy. We also need to bring out a national security strategy so that every organ or every instrument of power then draws their national objectives out of that and then works towards attaining their objectives. That and also enmeshes the efforts of various instruments of power. That's a very good question. We need to do that. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Not too many people can hold an audience the way you did at the graveyard session. We save our best ones for the last. Satish Duaji has also written a book on lives of soldiers on borders called India's Brave Hearts, which has been translated into Hindi and Kannada. I'm sorry I forgot to announce this in the beginning. Our final speaker, Aravindan Neelakantan, is a contributing editor of Swarajya. He has earlier worked in the Natural Resources Development Project of Vivekananda Kendra. He has written books in Tamil and has co-authored Breaking India. Aravindan Neelakantan will now speak on harmony of science and art in Maharshi Sri Aurobindo and Mahakavi Bharati in the context of Tamil literature.
and I will be as fast as possible. So, take my own time. Okay. Okay. And so, this is about the harmony of science and art in Maharishi Sri Aurobindo and Mahakavi Subramania Bharati. Both, they have some very interesting similarities. For example, Maharishi Sri Aurobindo's father wanted no trace of Indian culture should be falling on Sri Aurobindo. And Mahakavi Subramania Bharati's father wanted him to take a strictly engineering mathematics education and no literature or anything. He was not very much fond of his son getting interested in literature. So that is the first connection they have. Now, how do we do it? Yeah. So in 1959, 9 years after Mahasamadhi of Sri Aurobindo, there was a book published in the West. It was called The Two Cultures and Scientific Revolution. It was written by C.P. Snow, and Charles Percy Snow was actually a scientist as well as a novelist. So what he said in his book was that there is this literary tradition and there is this scientific tradition, and there is a kind of no interaction, or there is no proper harmony between these two traditions, and because of that, the society is suffering. And then in his second edition, he talked about a third culture emerging in the West. That the second edition came in around 1960s, early 1960s, and he talked about a third culture emerging, which actually was trying to harmonize science and the scientific tradition and the literary tradition. And the entire talk is about how this third culture was there in Sri Aurobindo and Mahakavi Subramania Bharati decades before. He was talking about third culture and how the Indian philosophical tradition formed a fertile basis for this third culture. And to understand that, we will contextualize the whole situation. So, So the most important scientific revolution that happened at that time, that the Newtonian science was at its peak during the 19th century, and the most important scientific revolution that happened was the discovery of natural selection by Charles Darwin. And the book came out in 1859. The Origin of Species. It came out in 1859. Now, Charles Darwin, what actually he discovered was not that from the apes the humans came. He never said that. The usual picture that we get in the, usually if you do a Google search, image search for evolution, this is the picture that you will be getting. But that is absolutely wrong. Darwin never said that the humans evolved from apes. Darwin said humans are part and parcel of the ape family. We are just another branch of the ape family. So this is what he wrote. This is the most beautiful picture that has ever been made in the history of biological sciences, I would say. And he says that I think, that is the humility of the person, I think, and then he points out that actually it is the tree branching out. It is not a ladder. It is not a chain with white caucasoid male at the top, at the end of the evolution, the height of evolution. No, we are just another one branch in the grand phylogenetic tree. That is the major discovery of Charles Darwin. And in his notes, and these notes he took, he wrote in 1938. It was in, 1838. In 1859, he published the book. And in 1838, he had started taking notes. For 20 years, he was working on the data. For 20 years, he was working on the data that he has collected from his HMS Beagle journey. And he points out two important things in these notes. One is that there is one living spirit prevalent over the world, and another one is that there is one thinking, sensible principle which is modified into endless forms bearing a close relation in degree and kind to the endless forms of the living beings. Now, in this particular notes, you can find actually the principle of evolution that was problematic to certain worldviews. And that is why another one great biologist who also happened to be an ex-Marxist, J.B.S. Haldane, he said that Charles Darwin without people realizing, without Europeans realizing, Charles Darwin has actually converted entire Europe to Christianity, entire Europe to Hinduism with his concept of evolution. So that remark J.B.S. Haldane made, and he said, it may look like a joke, but there is a deeper truth in it. The deeper truth is this, that in this manifold different manifestations, infinite manifestations, there are basic one principle underlying it, and understanding that principle is the basis of biological evolution. Now, the West, whether it understood really, even the biologists of the West, whether they understood the philosophical worldview implications of evolution is questionable, because they created something called social Darwinism. Darwin never proposed social Darwinism. It was a pseudoscience. It was made to keep status quo and justify colonialism and imperialism and all that kind of things. Now, one person who understood Charles Darwin very clearly and very correctly was Acharya J.C. Bose. Okay. So, what J.C. Bose did was that if one of the important things that Charles Darwin told was that if you are having evolution, then anything could not just appear out of the blues. So if you are having mind in human beings, then there should be mind in non-human animals, there should be mind, there should be forms of cognition in plants as well. So he always said that these are all continuum. We will come to that later. These are all continuum. And most of the Western scientists of that period could not understand that aspect of Darwin. Darwin himself did some work on the plant cognition, and he proposed something called the root brain hypothesis, that the root actually behaves like brain. The root system of the plants, they behave like kind of neural networks. If you have seen the Avatar movie, you can very easily visualize that particular aspect. So Jagadish Chandra Bose was one person who understood this very clearly, and he created instruments that could actually measure the sensitivity of the plants. So you can see some of his books here. This was the instrument he developed. Yeah. These are the books. You can see one important book is this, The Nervous Mechanism of Plants. Now we all know that plants don't have nerves. Plants don't have nerves. But he was talking about nervous mechanism of plants. Please go to Google, and now you search neurobiology of plants. You will have a lot of papers, peer-reviewed papers. Because when he said this, everybody was kind of laughing at him, or everybody was thinking that this guy is telling some kind of mystical nonsense at that time. But he was able to show the graphs, how the plants were responding, not only the plants, how the inanimate matter was responding. What we are calling as inanimate matter, how it was responding. And he was telling all these categories, these boundaries that we are making, animate, inanimate, plants without sense, all those kind of boundaries are not very correct. These boundaries are a lot artificial. So he again makes this wonderful statement. See, that the last words are enough for you to read, that they who see but one in all the changing manifoldness of this universe, unto them belong the eternal truth, unto none else, unto none else. This, he made this statement in 1902. Now you just compare this with the notes that Charles Darwin had taken. Those notes were prepared long after the time of Jagadish Chandra Bose. They were published long after the time of Jagadish Chandra Bose. In 1838, what Charles Darwin felt and what 1902 Jagadish Chandra Bose said, you can see the connectivity. So now, why I am presenting this particular aspect is because there is, for science, to understand science and do good science, you need a very good philosophical grounding. And that philosophical grounding with a kind of epistemological pluralism is present in India. And how much we have been using it or we are not using it, we are squandering it, we don't know. But those who used it, they were able to create wonderful things. So that is the first aspect. Now, when Jagadish Chandra Bose wanted to create an institution for science, there were a lot of obstructions created by the colonial government, and one person who helped him a lot was Bhagini Nivedita. as we all know. And that is why he created a relief of Bhagini Nivedita. It was based on the painting by Nandlal Bose there, and he added, she is the woman of Vedanta, not a plaything for any man. And she was holding a lamp, the lamp of light of knowledge that she was holding. So here you see the involvement of Sister Nivedita here, and this is where the things get interesting, because in the case of both Mahakavi Bharati and Maharishi Sri Aurobindo, you have the Nivedita connection. Nivedita was the one who was accepted by Bharati as his guru. And in the case of Sri Aurobindo, when he was in Baroda, it was Sister Nivedita who told him to come to Bengal and take over the freedom fight in a more fierce manner. And later, when he wanted to go to Pondicherry, it was Sister Nivedita who facilitated it. So, Sister Nivedita played a very important role in both the lives of Sri Aurobindo and Mahakavi Bharati. She also played an important role in the institution building of science in the case of India. So, all these things are somehow related. How they are related, we will see. Now, Sri Aurobindo came to Tamil Nadu. And in Tamil Nadu, he was studying the different philosophical traditions of Tamil Nadu. He made an in-depth study of the different philosophical traditions of Tamil Nadu. One of them was that of Nammalvar. He had actually translated some of the poems of Nammalvar. Nammalvar was the saint who is the base of Sri Vaishnavism. And Nammalvar was born in a small town in the district of Tirunelveli, from where Subramania Bharati comes. And in the case of Nammalvar, one of the basic philosophy of Nammalvar, the very beautiful vision of Nammalvar is that the entire physical universe is the body of Vishnu. Vishnu forms the antaryami of not only the living organisms, what we perceive as living organisms, but he also forms the antaryami. He forms the soul of, the life of everything, including the 5 Panchabhutas. So, Panchabhutas is the concept then. Now we can tell that from quarks to galaxy, all the physical universe that you are seeing, this Vishnu permeates the entire universe. That is the basis of Nammalvar's philosophy, and that forms the basis of Sri Aurobindo's philosophy, as we will be seeing. So, here is, I have taken one poem from Sri Aurobindo and 2 poems from Subramania Bharati. The poem that I have taken here is Electron by Sri Aurobindo. It was written in 15 July 1938. And here you can see, we will just see the important parts. Let us look at all those things that he talks about, how it is the spark from the eternal energy spilt. And also he says about it being the flaming chariot of Shiva. And he also talks about how Shiva is the one devised innumerably to be, and his oneness invisible forms he hides, and then times tiny temples of eternity. That is a very interesting statement that Sri Aurobindo makes. What electron, a small particle, has to do with time. Now, we all know about the dual nature of electron and the kind of problems, the philosophical problems that the physics were fighting over about quantum mechanics. That is the 1927 Slovak conference, the 5th Slovak conference, 1927, where all important scientists were there, and that is where Niels Bohr and Albert Einstein entered into a great fight, and Einstein said, criticizing quantum mechanics, Einstein said that God does not play dice with the universe, and Niels Bohr was irritated, and he answered, Albert, please stop telling God what to do and what not to do. And the point is, this double slit experiment was kind of showing that the prapancha, the universe that we are seeing is actually Mishra Prapancha. It is a mixture of consciousness and what we call matter, and it is not just matter. Consciousness plays an important role, or at least the observer plays an important role. But what does it have to do with time? That I am coming to. That is Archibald Wheeler. The person who is there is Archibald Wheeler. He was a person who was also interested in Indian Vedanta, but this doesn't have to do with Indian Vedanta. He created a kind of a mind experiment in which he said that there is a possibility of the future affecting the past in terms of billions of years. So he thought of when light source coming from a quasar, and in between there is a dense galaxy, and the light is coming because of the gravitational lens, light is coming like this. And if you are going to know the path of the light, then the light would behave like a particle. But if you don't know the path of the light, how it is coming, then it would behave like a wave. And how you are going to take the measurement billions of years after the light has left, that would determine how the light would be coming to you. So in a way, the future is affecting the past. So this was just in 1970s when Archibald Wheeler proposed it. It was a thought experiment. But in 1999, this experiment was actually done in a small setup, and that is the thing here. And here, this is called delayed choice quantum eraser experiment. You can just go and Google it. So it is there is a beautiful video also by Smithsonian Institute that explains it in very simple terms. It's very wonderful actually. So what it shows is that these tiny particles, whether they are electrons or whether they are photons, these tiny particles of the quantum realm, they somehow contain the eternity in them. So here is Sri Aurobindo making a statement. Sri Aurobindo doesn't know anything about quantum mechanics. Let us be very clear about certain things. He doesn't know anything about this quantum eraser experiment that was coming in 1999. We are not telling that somehow Sri Aurobindo knew all these things. But what I am saying is that he creates an imagery with his poetic capabilities. You can call it because of the supramental capability. Whatever it is, he is creating an imagery. That imagery has the capacity to expand itself to whatever scientific inquiries that are happening. This is a very important thing in teaching science to children. You have to have beautiful imageries rooted in their culture. And our culture has this capacity. A person like Sri Aurobindo sitting in a place like Pondicherry, and he is writing something about electron in 1938 that resonates with the latest experiments that are happening and the profound questions that are happening. Now, if you are able to explain how this particular paradox happens, then you can win a Nobel Prize for India, actually. Okay. So, come to the next. In the same poem, there are some 4 lines. Atom and molecule in their unseen plan, buttress and edifice of strange oneness, crystal and plant, insect and beast and man, man on whom the world unity shall cease. Now, what does electron have to do with atom and molecule? And okay, atom and molecule, we can understand what electron has to do with, but what does it have to do with crystal and plant and insect and beast and man? What does it have to do with evolution and life processes? So, now there is a very interesting field that has been developing, the foundation for which was laid by Stuart Hoffman and Roger Penrose. They are telling that consciousness itself may be a quantum phenomenon. Now, just be very clear with this. This particular thing doesn't have anything to do with your corporate gurus or Deepak Chopra using quantum quackery. This is something very serious. These people are telling that there is a possibility of quantum phenomena being the basis of consciousness. That is a speculation they have put forth. And later, Jim Al-Khalili, who is a very wonderful scientist, he had written a book completely on life on the edge in which he explores quantum effects that play a very important role in fundamental life processes, like, for example, in photosynthesis. It's very easy for us to understand in how birds do migration, how they are able to find the directions, how they do the magnetoreception. In that, quantum mechanics plays an important role. For example, here you have George Sudarshan, a very great Indian scientist. He proposed something called quantum Zeno effect. That quantum Zeno effect essentially means something like if you are observing a quantum system, then it would kind of slow itself. And if you are not observing, it would be quicker. Actually, this is something that we ourselves would have felt. When you are filling a water bottle, then if you are looking at it, it will look like as if it is very time consuming. If you are not looking at it, it will suddenly overflow. So that is a psychological effect actually, but this is something really serious, something that actually happens, and that now they have discovered that was in 2013, there is a Nature paper, they discovered that this quantum Zeno effect plays an important role in birds identifying how things are. So here you see, there is a poem by Sri Aurobindo in 1938. And within it, it contains or it encodes all these aspects. It can grow with science. That is the beauty of a very good poetry. It can actually grow with science. And it can induce you to understand and appreciate science, the beauty of science, through a wonderful window that it creates. Right? Now we come to the great Subramanya Bharati. So Subramanya Bharati's this particular poem is a very wonderful poem. Okay, he says that in the forest of time, pattern, that is, this universe is a tree. In that tree roams Kali Shakti the bee, buzzing the sound hymn with the Atavas primordial as its 6 legs. So sing the seers ancient who witnessed this bee fairy, spatial dimensions and direction, worlds terrestrial and celestial, they are all Shakti floating. And all these are wonders of her crafty concealment, and so on the poetry goes. It's a beautiful poetry, very lyrical. So even a 8-year-old child can memorize it and sing it beautifully for music competition. But imagine what it encodes. Now, here is this famous painting by Salvador Dali, Persistence of Memory. That is the title of this painting. In this painting, what you see is that time is presented as a fluid thing. It is very easy for us to visualize time as fluid. Very easy. Okay, yeah, Newtonian time itself is fluid time. It can just flow like that with the uniform speed. Or, if you are a bit more advanced in your thinking, you will visualize time as flowing at different speeds. And also eddy currents in the, all that you can visualize. But what you cannot visualize is time as a landscape. So here what Bharati does is, he visualizes time as a landscape, a forest. And then, this is a very great time. This is a time that encompasses all the universes. So the universe becomes, universe, which is a pattern. That is, the way he puts these words are fantastic. The universe is nothing but a pattern, and this pattern of this universe is a single tree in this. And what is buzzing around in this? It is the consciousness that is Kali. Kali Shakti is. And what are the legs of this insect? You know, insects have 6 legs. That is why spiders are not insects. Spiders have 8 legs. So insects have 6 legs. In zoological classification, it is hexapoda. So 6 legs creatures. What are these 6 legs? They are the atvas. What are atvas? Atvas is a technical term. Essentially, it is divided into 2 groups. 3 represent material universe, 3 represent vibrational universe. Mantram, Padam, Vannam. So these 3 are immaterial, sound-based, vibration-based aspects of the universe. And then you have Bhuvanam, Tattvam, Kala, which are the material aspects of the universe, the categories and the different aspects of the material universe. So they form the legs of this insect. Think about the kind of imagination that he puts into this particular poem and the kind of imagery that he gives. Fine, exotic imagination. Beyond that, we don't have to think much about this. Is it so? No. Because here, this is actually an article that came in 2018 in Scientific American. This particular author, Bernardo Castro, is a wonderful author, very young. So very young that I don't want to put his picture here because I was a bit jealous of him. Okay, he is young and he is a wonderful writer. He can actually perceive into the heart of things, and this is the book that he has written. But in the Scientific American article, this particular word, you just look at it, when he talks about time, he actually takes the same stand as, so another 5 minutes, right? He actually takes the same stand as Henry Bergson, but it is even more profound, and he tells this particular thing. You have started to visualize time as the landscape of valley and mountains. Bharati went even further. He visualized it as forest. In 2018 Scientific American, this person who lived long before, as our Jadayuji said, chronic poverty. Chronic poverty he was living, and he was sitting in a small place under colonial tyranny, and he was able to imagine such a profound thing. Just think about it. What kind of a poet we had in Bharati. And I will come to the last one. This is about life. This is the poem he wrote about life. Okay, so he talks about life. This is a prose poem, kind of. And he talks about this. Look at this particular thing. We meditate upon all those forms of life that permeate land, water, and air. Unseen by our naked eyes, there exist in a square feet of atmosphere millions of microorganisms. Macroorganism, and in its body are smaller organisms, and in each of them still smaller organisms, and in them each still smaller organisms. And in this way, the whole planet thrives with life. When I read these lines, you should right now be remembering one great man who passed away in 16 July. Who was that? James Lovelock, that great biologist who propounded Gaia hypothesis. And when did he propound Gaia hypothesis? 1971, and later he got the idea in 1971, later he put it in a peer-reviewed paper around 1976-77 along with Lynn Margulis. And just look at this, we meditate upon this, and a macroorganism, and in its body are smaller organisms, and in each of them still smaller organisms, and macroorganisms containing a bigger form and containing still bigger organisms, and so on, and infinity in both directions he talks about. He talks about a biocosm that exists in the planet itself. And just see the wordings of, I'm sorry, it is not very clear wordings of what James Lovelock says. He says that physics agree that life is an open system, but like one of those of Russian dolls which enclose a series of smaller and smaller and smaller dolls. Now, these are the words of James Lovelock. Decades after Subramania Bharati, and James Lovelock too was a fiercely independent soul. But just think about this. A Bharati living in chronic poverty who was able to sing you science in Tamil. And we just reduced him to some kind of just a social reformer, or a person whose 2 or 3 lines we will quote during our speeches, and our children will just sing 1 or 2 lines. Point is, we have to use him in science education. We have to use Sri Aurobindo in science education. Visualization is an important aspect of doing science. James Lovelock himself talks about it. When you are talking about quark, you tell there is charm, you tell there is up, down. When you are talking about electrons, you talk about the spin quantum numbers. There is no spin actually in the electron. This is helping you to visualize things. So, if you can create metaphors and images from your own culture for the children to understand, then they will be able to do better science. They will be able to do better art. For that, we can use Sri Aurobindo and Mahakavi Bharati. Thank you for this opportunity. We have any questions or anything? Or we can.
You spoke about imagery, and I'm thinking of the example, if we see science and the Sanskrit terms for it, like Shulvari, in it itself there is imagery. Science, in fact, is already full of imagery. So can we draw upon?
We can. In fact, not only from Sanskrit, from each and every regional language in India. Because I would say, today we are talking about philology and all that, but in my opinion, all the languages in India, whether you classify them as Indo-European or you classify them as Dravidian, doesn't matter. All the languages in India are Hindu languages of India. They form a Hindu family of languages. We have to work on that actually. And hence, they all have the capacity for this particular deep imagery. Okay. So, but when an Indian seer touches English, that also gets that capacity to form deep imagery, that as Sri Aurobindo has demonstrated. So, yes, we can do that. That is why we are insisting that science education, the primary level at least, should be given in mother tongue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other question?
Thank you for the really enlightening, talk. So I had the good fortune of actually visiting the Bose Institute in Calcutta, which was, the home and now I think a museum of Sri Jagdish Chandra Bose. And one of the things which really fascinated me was his lesser known work with metals. Like we know that, he's the one who first discovered that. Yeah, sure. So, okay, to just kind of crystallize the question. So like you correctly mentioned that he's the one who unified the organic and the inorganic world of matter. And when you compare that with Sri Aurobindo's work on the supermind, where he kind of synthesizes the inorganic and organic intelligence. Can you just like talk a little bit about this part?
Okay, with respect to this, see, even in India, in many of the Indian traditions, we talk about the Chit and Achit as some two separate things. And as if there are things that have consciousness, there are things that don't have consciousness. But J.C. Bose clearly showed that even in those things that we consider as not having consciousness, inanimate matter, their response, particularly to strain, that is the thing, that graph which shows that the tin foils, they respond in the same way a living tissue responds to stress and strain. So this is something that in a way, as I told in the case of Nammalvar, he says that essentially the word is Udal misai uyirana karandengum parantulan. That means Vishnu exists in our body like life, and it is not a ghost in a machine, that he exists permeating the entire body, each and every cell, each and every mitochondria, every DNA fiber. He is there in our body completely. So what J.C. Bose said was he brought back the deeper wisdom of India. He reinforced with concrete science. Okay? And then when Sri Aurobindo was talking about the evolution from inanimate matter itself, he was again reinforcing it in more beautiful terms, particularly in Savitri. If I remember it correctly, it is something about the unnamed folds coming out and creating the matter, and from matter the consciousness steeps into the plants, and then it flowers into the green delight and the flowers and all that. There is a beautiful passage in Savitri that he talks about exactly what you say. Again, all these things, I will tell you this, it helped the children to understand evolution in a more poetic manner. Because, can I take 2 minutes? Okay. See, have you noticed when a teenager becomes an atheist? Have you noticed when a teenager becomes an atheist, particularly in modern generations? For me, I can tell from my personal experience, when I studied Darwin, I became an atheist. I understood that there is no creator God, and talking about creator God is nonsense. Okay. So this Darwinian theory has the capacity to shake your foundations, particularly if you haven't fed our children with proper Indian knowledge, and we ape the Abrahamic concept of creator God and teach them that. Actually, we are teaching, most of our people are teaching that Abrahamic creator concept God to our children. So naturally, that God gets destroyed when a child learns evolution. But if we are having these aspects into our religion as well as our education and teach them this, then they will be able to understand and imbibe evolution without cultural shock. They will be able to do better science. They will be able to do better art. Okay, I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Alo will now present the vote of thanks.
Complete a rather important function, and that is of gratitude. And every time I was asking for this list from the venue managers, I kept saying, give me the list of our patrons. And what is written here is partners. But I would like to think that's a very important Freudian slip, because I truly want to believe that with this edition, we do have patrons of our festival and not partners. So every time I read partner, please think patron in your head. So we owe this festival for the generous support of our partners, Platinum partner Blue One Inc., Platinum and broadcast partner Times Now, Platinum partner the Motwani Jadeja Foundation, Gold and social media partner Koo, Gold partner Total Environment Homes. We thank our print and digital partner Swarajya Magazine, our festival partner Zoho and OHM, our academic partner Rishihood University, and our session partners Smart, Indic Academy, and Jaipuria School. Next, I obviously thank our speakers, right from the very first edition to this day. I don't think we have felt like we are organizing a festival where speakers come. We feel that the speakers literally make our festival. We have enormous support from them, even after the festival ends, and eternally grateful to their support, to their inherent enthusiasm for what we do. And thank you very much for accepting our invitation. We will take all your... Thank you for being so generous with your thoughts and your experience. We are eternally indebted. To the audience, the PLF organizer, the event is, we are just a medium to bring those thoughts to you. So thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. And we tried a new format. It has worked to a very large extent, but we have our ears to the ground, and we will keep on innovating to make this event as meaningful as possible to take Bharat Shakti forward. To end, it feels a little odd to thank Team PLF because I am integral to the team, and I cannot stand outside the team thanking the team. So standing within that circle, I think we are all grateful for this opportunity. I think we have all felt it in our hearts that this picture was not a picture, it was a presence. And overwhelmingly, our team is are the children of the mother and Sri Aurobindo, and whatever we do it as an offering to them. We know nothing better, and I hope they continue to guide us. We will end PLF 2022 by singing the Vande Mataram, but this is a rendition set to the tune of Timir Boron. It is a martial tune that we sing here in the ashram. And we have two young teachers of the ashram school who are going to play and accompany. But I would like to take a moment here to remind you, those who were here with us last year, that last year this very song was sung by Hasit Moitro. We lovingly call him Joy. He enthralled us all. He uplifted us all with his baritone and his power. Unfortunately, Joy is no more with us. He was taken away by the first wave of COVID. So as we sing and throughout the festival, we kept him in our hearts. And as we close this session, as we close this festival, let's keep him in our hearts and sing Vande Mataram. Thank you.
Why don't you come this side also?
Vande
सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम् त्रिंशत्कोटिकण्ठ कलकलनिनादकराले द्वित्रिंशत्कोटिभुजैर्धृत खरकरवाले त्रिंशत्कोटिकण्ठ कलकलनिनादकराले द्वित्रिंशत्कोटिभुजैर्धृत खरकरवाले ओ बोला केनो मैं तो बोले बहुबलधारिणीं नमामि तारिणीं रिपुदलवारिणीं मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम् तुमि विद्या तुमि धर्मो तुमि हृदि तुमि मर्मो तुमि विद्या तुमि धर्मो तुमि हृदि तुमि मर्मो त्वं हि प्राणशरीरे बाहुते तुमि मा शक्ति हृदय तुमि मा भक्ति बाहुते तुमि मा शक्ति हृदय तुमि मा भक्ति तुम्हारी प्रतिमा गौरी मंदिरे मंदिरे त्वं हे दुर्गा दश प्रहरण धारिणी कमल कमल दल विहारिणी त्वं हे दुर्गा दश प्रहरण धारिणी कमल कमल दल विहारिणी वाणी विद्यादायिनी नमामि त्वां नमामि कमलाम् अमलाम् अतुलां सुजलां सुफलां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम् श्यामलां सरलां सुस्मितां भूषितां धरणीं भरणीं मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे